Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause. Whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector generated 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector contribute $2.6 billion to Nova Scotia's GDP, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector contributed $331 million to Nova Scotia tax revenue, whereas the arts and culture and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental, and social health of Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand, we, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from communities, culture, tourism, and heritage and Arts Nova Scotia in the 2026 budget. I have a total of 543 signatures, and I've affixed my name as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition from Nova Scotians from across the province, the operative clause of which reads, whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector generated 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector contributes $2.6 billion to Nova Scotia's GDP, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector contributes $331 to NS tax revenue, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental, and social health of Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand, we, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from communities, culture, tourism, and heritage in the 2026 budget. Madam Speaker, there are approximately 105 signatures on the petition, and I've affixed my signature to the petition as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committee. Oh, sorry, I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause of which reads, whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector generated 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector contributes $2.6 billion to the Nova Scotia GDP, whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector contributes $331 million to Nova Scotia tax revenue, whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental, and social health of Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture, and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand, we, the undersigned, call on Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from communities, culture, tourism, and heritage in the 2026 budget. Madam Speaker, I have petitions totaling 636 Nova Scotian signatures, and I have signed my name in support and in accordance with the rules.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Private and Local Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 190, an act to amend Chapter 158 of the Acts of 1919, an act to incorporate the trustees of St. Matthew's Church in Halifax and to consolidate the trustees of Fort Massey United Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and St. Matthew's United Church. Also, Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 76 of the Acts of 1983, an act relating to taxation by the town of Kentville of industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley Industrial Park. The committee recommends these bills to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments. Thank you.
Order that the bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table 2 letters that I received from constituents related to my member statement. Thank you.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a document related to the affordability housing vacancy rate.
The document is tabled. Government notice of motions. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Provide Accountability Respecting Emergency Departments.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Accountability Respecting Emergency Departments.
Bill 237, an act to provide accountability respecting emergency departments.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Hearing Aid Coverage under the Seniors Pharmacare Program.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Hearing Aid Coverage under the Seniors Pharmacare Program.
Bill 238, an act respecting hearing aid coverage under the Seniors Pharmacare Program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prevent Gender-Based Violence.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prevent Gender-Based Violence.
Bill 239, an act to prevent gender-based violence.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee.
Bill 240, an act to establish a 2S LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize International Women's Day, which was observed yesterday, Sunday, March 8th. Across Nova Scotia, women lead in every corner of our province, in healthcare, in business, in education, in the trades, and in public service. They are building companies, pushing the boundaries of research, keeping our communities safe, and mentoring the next generation of leaders. More women than ever are entering the skilled trades and the sciences, reshaping industries that will define this province's future. They are leading in our operating rooms and emergency departments, delivering the care Nova Scotians depend on. They are running farms and fisheries that have sustained rural Nova Scotia for generations. Shout out to my own lobster queen, Gail Atkinson in Lunenburg. And growing businesses that create jobs in every corner of this province. They're serving in uniform in our fire halls, on our police forces, in our military, protecting the communities we call home. And in classrooms across Nova Scotia, they are shaping the minds that will lead this province tomorrow. Behind every woman leading today is a generation of women who fought for the opportunity. International Women's Day honors that legacy and the women who continue to open doors for those who follow. I ask all members in this House to join me in recognizing International Women's Day and in thanking the women across this province who make Nova Scotia stronger every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope everybody had a great weekend. I just asked for unanimous consent to revert back to government notice of motion. I was a little late, so I apologize.
There has been a request to revert back to government notice of motions. All those in favor, please say aye. There are several nays. Unfortunately, we cannot. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'd ask members of the Council to pay attention and join me in welcoming members. I have guests here today and ask that you stand when I say your name. Joining us today are members of the ACE team, Advocates for Care of the Elderly of Nova Scotia. With us today is Gary McLeod, the chair, and members Olga Milosevic and Ian Johnson.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for coming. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Members of the ACE team would be no strangers to the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term and myself. Their mission is both profound and simple. They exist to speak for the most vulnerable in our society and those who cannot always speak for themselves. Specifically, they dedicate themselves to advocating for seniors and long-term care. Folks who have spent their lives building our communities and now deserve to live with comfort. Through their advocacy, which keeps me on my toes, they ensure that their voices of seniors and their families are heard and the challenges in long-term care and changes do not go unnoticed. The ACE team reminds us of a fundamental truth. How we treat our elders helps define us as a province. In a time of austerity and belt-tightening, they exist to keep the government and others accountable. The ACE team stands as a steadfast advocate for the people and on the principle that every senior deserves respect and compassion. I'd asked all members in the House to join me for thanking the ACE team for their tireless dedication.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize Combie McCormick and Taylor Olson, two remarkable artists who recently celebrated their 10th year anniversary, purchased a house in my constituency in 2020, and are raising a 2-year-old child. Like many artists in Nova Scotia, they wear many hats: writers, directors, producers, actors, and educators. Their career spans film, television, theatre, and teaching workshops. They piece together livelihoods through multiple contracts and projects, not out of luxury, but because this is how our arts industry functions. It was an Arts Nova Scotia Professional Development Grant that enabled Combie to become one of the first intimacy coordinators in the Maritimes, a milestone for this region. Next week, they'll be in Toronto screening Taylor's third feature film, What We Dreamed of Then, as part of theatrical release, a project made possible by the Screenwriters Fund, now threatened by cuts. Combie currently works as the sketch director for This Hour is 22 Minutes, an opportunity made possible by programs that are now at risk. When arts funding is reduced, the effects are ripple through our communities. I urge the host to recognize the invaluable contributions of artists like Combie and Taylor and to consider the lasting impact of arts funding on families, communities, and the very fabric of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery today are seated Karen Barkley and Wanda Nicholson, who are my CAs back in Cumberland South. They share the job. Madam Speaker, Wanda and I had to drag Karen down here out of Cumberland County today. But Madam Speaker, it's with good reason. She's celebrating 25 years of service to the province of Nova Scotia in Cumberland South. Please stand.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you for all your service. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Karen Barkley, one of my constituency coordinators in Cumberland South. In January 2001, Karen entered the office of then MLA Murray Scott looking for a job, and at that time, Murray was looking for a part-time CA. Soon after, Karen began working full-time for Murray and has been there ever since, working under 6 different premiers, surviving three MLAs, if you will. Madam Speaker, both Karen and Wanda are the heartbeat of Cumberland South. I can't speak of how much I appreciate their work. They're always, as every other CC, is the frontline defense every time somebody calls the office. And obviously, we all know that they don't always call the office on their good days. So I'd like to personally thank them for their service. But especially today, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say a special thank you to Karen. Putting 25 years into an MLA office is not a feat that's seen by a lot, and we're here to celebrate her today. Thank her very much for her service. So I'd like the House to recognize Karen Barkley for putting 25 years in to one of our MLA offices and thank her for her service.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Shabukto.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Fatima Kanji and Dr. Ismail Kanji, a hardworking and inspiring couple. They recently received an Umla Mosque Award for their invaluable contributions to our community and beyond. Dr. Ismail is a tenured emergency physician working primarily out of the Central Region who goes out of his way to support rural emergency rooms when he can to prevent closures. His colleagues describe him as a mentor, inspiring them to be better doctors. Fatima has long been involved with grassroots advocacy and human rights. Helping to organize rallies and working on Human Rights Commission, she has an extensive history of standing up for youth, for family, and anyone in need of support. Please join me in thanking Dr. Ismail and Fatima Kanji for their tireless efforts to make our province a better place to live. Congratulations on your well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're starting to hear from all over the island the impacts of the proposed budget that's being brought forward by the government. No community has been left unscathed in Cape Breton, whether it's tourism, whether it's artists, whether it's poets, whether it's our Gaelic culture, whether it's our museums, whether it's our theatres, whether it's our cultural centres, whether it's our arts centres. Whether it's our adult day centres, everybody is feeling it. This is going to be devastating across the island, an island that is built on tourism, that is built on culture, that's built on our rich history, and built on our story. And people are losing their jobs. People are scared. We're afraid that some theatres may shut down. This is very significant for the island coming into the spring, and I rise in my place to urge the government to reconsider. This budget is going to be devastating for the rich history that is Cape Breton Island.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Rita Casey, the plant manager at Michelin's Bridgewater facility, who was recently named one of the 25 most powerful women in business in Atlantic Canada Women Business Awards, held on March 5th. Rita has dedicated more than 30 years to manufacturing, building an impressive career that has taken her to multiple facilities across 2 countries. Before coming to Bridgewater, she served as plant manager at Michelin's facility in Ardmore, Oklahoma, and today she leads the Bridgewater plant with the same commitment to excellence and innovation that has defined her career. Madam Speaker, as we just marked International Women's Day on March 8, Rita's recognition is a powerful reminder of the leadership, talent, and impact women bring to workplaces and communities every day. Madam Speaker, Rita's leadership, dedication, and commitment to mentorship make her an inspiration to many. I'd ask members to join me in offering congratulations on this well-deserved recognition and to thank Rita for the leadership that she brings to Lunenburg West. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Adam Sommers, co-owner of Westfall Farmer Choice in Dartmouth East. Adam is a pharmacist known for his strong commitment to community care. Adam and his team serve residents each day with professionalism and kindness, ensuring the community can access the health services they need close to home. Last summer, Adam warmly welcomed me to his pharmacy, where he spoke about the outstanding work pharmacists have been able to do thanks to the expanded scope of practice introduced by the Government of Nova Scotia. His work reaches well beyond Dartmouth. Adam provides care at 12 pharmacy locations across the province. And this past Christmas, Adam demonstrated remarkable generosity by donating numerous items to support local seniors and partnering with our constituency office to ensure vulnerable residents felt remembered and supported. I ask all members to join me in thanking Adam Somers and his team for their continued commitment to patients and their vital role in building a stronger, more responsive healthcare system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I rise today to congratulate the dedicated custodial staff of Scotia Square on securing a new deal with their new contractor, ensuring the continuance of their collective agreement and preventing a damaging contract flip. Nova Scotia's janitorial sector is a particularly vulnerable one, owing to Nova Scotia's lack of successorship rights. Without the right to successorship, those employed by a contractor, as many custodians are, can be easily terminated en masse by a lower bidder taking over the contract. This is precisely the fight which Nova Scotia janitors, the Scotia Square's janitors found themselves last fall. Just months after securing raises, more reasonable workloads, and a pension plan, the employer's contract went to tender and threatened everything they'd fought for. Thankfully, they signed a fresh agreement with a new contractor just weeks ago to maintain these hard-fought gains. Speaker, I ask that all present join me in congratulating Scotia Square's custodial staff on their recent victory and thanking them for their dedicated service to the people of Halifax.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about the impact of the cruel recent provincial budget cuts to disability day programs, including the Bridge Adult Service Centre in Amherst. The Bridge is more than a program, Madam Speaker, it's a family. It's a place where adults with disabilities find connection, purpose, and opportunity to contribute to our community. Participants build life skills, form friendships, and take pride in the meaningful work through programs like their thrift store, laundry services, and other community initiatives. For many families, these programs also make it possible to continue working, knowing their loved ones are safe, supported, and part of a community where they belong. Over the past few days, I've heard from parents, caregivers, staff who are deeply concerned about what these cuts will mean for the people they love and support. They are worried about reduced services, fewer opportunities, and the negative message these cuts send to people with disabilities about their value in our society. When we invest in these programs, we invest in people, very special people. I ask this government to listen to their voices and change the direction of these budget cuts, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize Jan Morrison from Prospect, a psychotherapist whose nearly 40 years of dedication has helped countless individuals heal. Psychotherapy, as practiced by Jan, is not just about clinical sessions. It is about building community, supporting emergency and social programs, and fostering spaces where healing can happen through books, music, art, film, libraries, and museums. It is about enabling people to join a choir, take a bus, or call for help when life becomes overwhelming. It is about understanding that healing also comes from books, music, art, film, libraries, and museums, once again. As a published author, poet, playwright, and visual artist, Jan knows firsthand how government funding has made these creative pursuits possible. Theaters, publishers, small presses, workshops, and educational programs have all benefited from public support, allowing artists like her and so many others to contribute to our cultural landscape. I ask the members of the House to recommit to supporting programs and people who make healing possible, not just for individuals, but for our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate an incredible Eastern Passage resident, Missy Searle. This year, Missy was listed as the winner of the Business Leader of the Year for her organization, the Period Equity Alliance Society. Missy's not-for-profit has been helping so many. She has seen a need for help at the lack of access for menstrual products, and that is why she has been partnering with schools, community groups, and shelters, raising awareness, advocacy, and education, and supplies that help mitigate the challenges of period poverty. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Missy Searle and the Period Equity Alliance Society for being named Business Leader of the Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize one example of the many artists who contribute to the fabric of our community and culture in Nova Scotia. Gwen Mader is a fibre artist and craftsperson who creates from her home studio in the community of Pence, and whose work reflects both skill and a deep connection to place. Gwen's love of making began early, and over time she's developed a distinctive artistic practice grounded in patience, creativity, and care. Working primarily with fibre, especially needle felting, she transforms locally sourced wool into detailed sculptures inspired by the natural world. Her work often features landscapes, animals, and birds, capturing the outdoors in remarkably lifelike ways. Gwen is involved at every stage of her process, from spinning and dyeing fleece to shaping each piece by hand. A self-taught artist, she has spent years refining her craft, exhibiting her work, and sharing her knowledge through workshops with community groups and organizations. Madam Speaker, Gwen's talent and dedication make her a valued contributor to our local arts community. Members can explore her work online through Gwen's Handmade Creations, where she continues to share her art and connect with audiences beyond our region. I ask members to join me in recognizing Gwen Mader for her creativity and her commitment to her craft. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize March as Endometriosis Month, Awareness Month, an annual global effort to shed light on a chronic, often debilitating disease affecting roughly 10% of reproductive age people worldwide. This year, the theme is endometriosis doesn't wait. Endometriosis doesn't wait while you're trying to get a diagnosis or access to care. It doesn't wait. The goal of this month is to move forward and beyond the yellow ribbons and foster year-round understanding, as awareness should not have an expiration date. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members to join me in recognizing March as Endometriosis Awareness Month.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary resident of Plymouth and Yarmouth County, Ms. Ramona Scott. Ramona is the very definition of a community leader. For decades, she has given her time and talents quietly and relentlessly, whether it was through the Yarmouth We Care Radiothon, Seafest, or countless volunteer efforts in local schools, community events, and service organizations. Most recently, as president of the Plymouth Community Hall, Ramona spearheaded a remarkable restoration project. Thanks to her determination in securing grants and rallying support, the hall has been reborn as a vibrant gathering place, hosting meetings, yoga, sewing circles, and even Monday night kitchen parties where local musicians share their gifts. Ramona is also a proud grandmare to Scarlett, Dawson, and Lily, and alongside her husband Mike, continue to show what it means to be dedicated to Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the host to join me in thanking Ramona Scott for her tireless contributions to Yarmouth County and to Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Madam Speaker, hidradenitis suppurativa is an autoimmune disease that affects hair follicles and sweat glands. It is also known as acne inversa disease. At the age of 15, Gregory Evans and his family knew there was something wrong. He was suffering but didn't have a diagnosis. It is estimated that between 300,000 and 1 million Canadians are plagued with this painful condition, and many are misdiagnosed. At the age of 19, during an emergency visit to Bedeck Hospital, Gregory finally received confirmation of his condition. Since he was diagnosed, Gregory spent 5 months in the Northside General Hospital, where he received excellent care. Then he was transferred to St. Martha's for 2 months, where he underwent his first 3 surgeries. At the age of 29, after a total of 9 surgeries, Gregory is presently at the Halifax Infirmary, awaiting another graft surgery. Mrs. Speaker, please join me in recognizing Gregory for his amazing strength and sending him healing wishes. Gregory, your family and your community back home in Cape Breton is sending you many prayers and endless love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the weekend, I should say, I have fielded many phone calls, emails, and messages regarding this government's cruel cuts to the disability support program, and listened to many stories similar to the fears we have in our own family with regards to these cuts. My heart goes out to every parent, every caregiver, every person with a disability who is having fear right now, who feels the pain of this government's cuts, who has tremendous amount of fear for the future of the programs that they love so much. Madam Speaker, I ask this government on behalf of all of those individuals to please reverse these cruel cuts that are hurting people, real people with real lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about the impact the government's cuts to community transportation funding will have on some of the most vulnerable people in our province. I recently received correspondence from the Nova Scotia Community Transportation Network, the Rural Transportation Association, and local providers warning that reductions to key funding programs will affect the ability of community transportation organizations to maintain services, support operations, and expand into underserviced communities. In rural Nova Scotia, community transportation is not a luxury. In rural Nova Scotia, community transportation is not a luxury. It's often the only way seniors, persons with disabilities, and residents without access to a vehicle get to medical appointments, work, school, groceries, and other essential services. These organizations already operate with lean budgets and limited reserves. When government cuts funding or planning or operations, they just leave more people behind. During the COVID pandemic, they were considered essential services. Why are they being treated so disrespectfully, Madam Speaker?
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Coharbor Candle Company, founded in 2020 by Lauren Giroux during the COVID-19 lockdowns to help fund her university education. What began as a small venture quickly grew into a beloved local business. In 2024, Lauren graduated with a Bachelor of Commerce from St. Mary's University. The company is now run by her mother, Adrienne. Coharbor Candle Company continues to craft hand-poured soy candles and wax melts, supported by a devoted community, retail partners, and Nova Scotia loyal. Their products have reached homes across Canada and as far as California, UK, Peru, and Italy, spreading light from Coharbor to the world. I ask all members of this legislature to join me in recognizing Coharbor Candle Company for their entrepreneurial spirit, their dedication to quality, and the warmth they bring to homes near and far. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to both recognize the amazing work of the Brain Repair Centre and lament its cut of all provincial funding. The Brain Repair Centre is located at Dalhousie University. The provincial funding was directly leveraged to raise money to build the Life Science Research Institute for future health professionals. The provincial funding was also leveraged for Brain Canada grant to develop a neuroscience roadshow. Maybe some of you have seen it in your communities. Thousands of Nova Scotians have heard from other young scientists about neuroscience and hoping to get into careers like medicine, nursing, technology, and pharmacy. And I know this government wants to fund research that is commercialized. Well, you can't, this is the basis for that sort of thing. So in the past year, there's 3 amazing businesses that I encourage you to check out. Maybe I'll do a second member statement to get through them all. One of which is Treventus, which was launched from the Brain Repair Centre and works on protein misfolding diseases like Alzheimer's, long COVID, and Parkinson's.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honour the life and legacy of Agnes Madeline Potter, known lovingly as Mama, who passed away peacefully on March 27, 2025 at the age of 85. Born in Digby and lifelong member of Bear River First Nation, Agnes dedicated her life to family, community, and culture. A proud Mi'kmaq woman, Agnes was a spiritual elder and an unwavering advocate for Indigenous rights. She served her community with grace and wisdom through her involvement with the Native Council of Nova Scotia and the Native Women's Association of Nova Scotia. Appointed Elder of the East, Agnes traveled to Ottawa to represent her community and was a respected voice on the Elders Advisory Council in both Debert and Truro. Most recently, Agnes was selected by Senator J.P. Prosper to receive the Majesty King's Charles III Coordination Medal in recognition for her lifelong commitment to service and the tangible impacts that she has made on her community and the Mi'kmaq Nation. Elder Agnes was a loving mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother whose strength, humility, and unwavering faith left an enduring mark on all who knew her. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in honoring the incredible life and legacy of Agnes Madeline Potter. May her legacy continue to inspire future generations, and may her spirit remain a guiding light in all of our hearts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Dartmouth North has a thriving food scene. Not only do we have some incredible chefs who live in our community, but we have a whole host of fantastic restaurants and international cuisines throughout the area. My office is just a stone's throw away from authentic Mexican tacos, Indian curries, Montreal-style bagels, and so much more. We recently welcomed a new neighbor to the Wise Road Food District, Hojo's Japanese Cuisine. This is Yuichi's Hojo's second restaurant location and his first in Nova Scotia. Hojo's proudly serves authentic Japanese cuisine like gyoza, sushi, and handmade ramen noodles. Their pork broth has certainly been a lifesaver as we continue to dig ourselves out from all that the winter has brought us. I recently ate at Hojo's with my partner and son, and May gave our meal 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. So I asked the House to join me in congratulating Hojo's on their opening and thank them for investing in our community. Welcome to Dartmouth North, Hojo's, and we will see you soon. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important work of Circles of Grief, a volunteer-led group that offers compassion, support, and healing to those navigating the difficult journey of grief. This group creates a safe and understanding space for individuals coping with loss, a place where they are seen, heard, and never alone. The impact of their work is deeply felt throughout the community of Clare. I want to sincerely thank the incredible volunteers who make this support possible. Joan Tufts, Anita Dugas, Holly Comeau, Odette Godin, Vivian Fahey, and Yvette Dupre. Their empathy, strength, and leadership bring comfort to those in their most vulnerable moments. Grief touches every life, Madam Speaker, and thanks to Circles of Grief and its volunteers, no one has to face it without support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise today to bring urgent attention to the family resource centres across the province, the very backbone of Nova Scotian communities. For over 30 years, from Sydney to Yarmouth, they have been the safety net to the most vulnerable. While they were founded on prevention, they have been forced to become frontline crisis centres, filling in gaps that this government refuses to fill in: housing, food insecurity, and social isolation. They have seen a 25 to up to 100% increase in service users for some centres, but their funding has been stagnant since 2021. And to make matters worse, their funding has now been cut in a way that's going to make many of them unable to keep their doors open. I call on this government to reverse these cuts and recognize that they cannot defend Nova Scotia when actively dismantling the organizations that defend our communities. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Guysborough Journal on their recent rebranding as the Guysborough Antigonish Journal. Since 1994, the Guysborough Journal has been a trusted source of local news, shining a light on the people, businesses, and events of Guysborough County. Following the successful launch of the Antigonish This Week section last spring by owners Alan and Helen Murphy, this new name reflects both growth and a strengthened commitment to serving readers in Guysborough and neighbouring Antigonish County. Operating from a Main Street office in Guysborough and providing 5 full-time jobs, the paper continues to play a vital role in keeping residents informed and connected in print, by mail, or online. My office is a loyal subscriber and also advertises in this paper, Madam Speaker. I commend the ownership, contributors, and staff for their dedication to local journalism, and I wish the Guysborough Antigonish Journal every success as they continue keeping their eye on the coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, it seems that not a day goes by where Sackville's mosaic of entrepreneurs doesn't grow more varied and colorful, or in this case, furry. New to Sackville Drive is Fluffy Cat Bookstore, an emporium of used books owned and operated by longtime Sackville resident Sophia, who self-describes as a humble book nerd living her dream of running a small used bookstore. Having spent years working in other bookstores, Sophia decided it was time to strike up an independent venture, crediting as inspiration her 3 cats, Gandalf, Boop, and Gremlin. Fluffy Cat draws much of its stock from donations, and those who contribute get a discount on their next read, whether they're looking for sci-fi, romance, historical fiction, fantasy, horror, 2S LGBTQIA+, or something from a bevy of other genres. Speaker, I ask those in attendance to please join me in welcoming Fluffy Cat Books to Sackville and in wishing them the best as their story unfolds.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the United Way of Colchester and its annual Soup Fest fundraiser, a wonderful event that brings our community together in support of vital local programs and services. Soup Fest is a celebration of generosity, partnership, and the caring spirit that defines Colchester County. I would also like to welcome Shelley DeVilliers as the new Executive Director of the United Way of Colchester. We wish her every success as she leads this important organization forward in our community. At the same time, we extend our sincere thanks to former Executive Director Sarah McCurdy for her dedicated leadership and lasting contributions. Because of their work and the support of our community, the United Way continues to make a meaningful difference in the lives of so many. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this government's fashion, Cape Breton has lost its visitor information centres due to the cuts for tourism. We have seen Cosset House Museum being closed. We've seen other museums potentially under threat with regards to budgets. And now we are seeing that the provincial operating grant for Celtic Colours will be reduced by 20%. Celtic Colours is one of the biggest economic drivers in the fall in Cape Breton, bringing all the culture of Cape Breton together from one part of the island to the other, helping the smaller halls, Madam Speaker, helping the smaller areas, our inns, our restaurants, our hotels. Madam Speaker, Celtic Colours brings $18 million into the local economy, and $16 million of that stays in Cape Breton. This is a very shameful day for this government. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Heather Knight. Heather owns and operates a small company called Heather Knight Clothings and Gifts located in Springfield. Heather's Clothing and Gift Shop has a New Scotland or Nova Scotian theme. Many of her products are made with Nova Scotia tartan, reflecting an important aspect of her province's heritage and culture. Heather's products range from ornaments to mittens to full outfits. Heather represents an amazing kind of entrepreneurial courage. She created a successful business in a very rural community which provides amazing products while upholding Nova Scotian culture and traditions. Madam Speaker, I ask members of this legislature to please join me in thanking Heather for her courage and dedication to her community and province. I look forward to seeing what the future holds for Heather and her business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to keep talking about the amazing Brain Repair Centre at Dalhousie University. So, as I said, all provincial funding has been cut from this centre. And why that's important in the research world is like you need to show support and stability, and then they can go out and get more money. Like I said, to directly leverage to raise $30 million to build the Life Science Research Institute, directly leverage for the Neuroscience Roadshow. I talked about Treventus, which is a commercialized business for the past year looking at Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. There's also 3D Biofiber, and they're the first commercialization of collagen fiber for fiber and tissue research. Again, you know, this stuff doesn't just happen overnight, so this actually does take time. I know there's some idea that we want things that can be directly commercialized. Well, that comes from having a center that supports people to do the research. With 150 students over 7 years, including, and plus 40 postdocs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Yes. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Tally Thai, an award-winning local restaurant in Cole Harbour that serves authentic Thai food. Anyone who has ever ordered food from Tally Thai know that while the food is amazing, it is the warm, inviting environment that keeps the residents of Cole Harbour Dartmouth coming back time and time again. Run by Niam and Jimmy Dow for 15 years, Tally Thai is yet another example of what a special place Cole Harbour Dartmouth is. It is so wonderful to have such an amazing small business in our community that offers our community an exciting, authentic option when it comes to choosing where to have a meal. Please join me, Madam Speaker, in recognizing Tally Thai of Cole Harbour.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ward 5 Neighborhood Center. Ward 5 is a nonprofit organization that has been serving the North End community of Halifax since 1974. Madam Speaker, I am deeply concerned and disappointed to hear about the 100% cut to the provincial funding through OSD. Reductions to our community organizations that provide services like low-cost childcare and meal programs for seniors and children undermine community health and stability at a time when the province has identified strong, resilient communities as a priority in the 26-27 budget. Madam Speaker, the loss of these programs will be felt immediately and deeply. I ask all members in this House to stop these cuts. We have to do better. The government has to do better. We need to stand for our communities because they mean so much to us, and we have to stop these cuts so that we don't continue this throughout our generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Bedford United Church for being the recipient of the 2025 Quabequid Community Health Board Wellness Fund. Bedford United Church hosts a free community meal serving Bedford, Sackville, and Hammonds Plains, offering hospitality that addresses both food insecurity and social isolation. Held monthly in the church hall, the program fosters social connection and community building during times of uncertainty and change. With participation steadily increasing, the initiative demonstrates the strong community need and engagement, supported by positive feedback from both attendees and volunteers. Wellness funds will support the program in exploring and testing sustainability options to ensure that this vital community resource can continue long term. I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating the Bedford United Church on receiving this recognition from the Quabequid Community Health Board. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a second and say that I'm standing in solidarity with the members of CUPE 3912 at NASCAD University. They are on strike. Many of these workers are part-time professors, teachers, but of course, Madam Speaker, they also are artists who have professional art practices. And like me, when I was a member of CUPE 3912 and teaching at Dalhousie, it was one of the ways I pieced together my income. I taught a class at Dalhousie, I made my theater with Zupa, and somehow, and then every once in a while got a TV commercial, and then I pieced together my income. These folks are fighting for higher wages. They're some of the lowest paid part-time teachers in the country and the province. They need higher wages, but they also need their art practice protected. And so I speak in solidarity with them, but also against the cuts that this budget is presenting. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Lydia Helen Fortune, a devoted mother, grandmother, sister, friend, and proud Dominion woman whose love knew no limits. Lydia was the heart of her family. Her kitchen was more than just a place to cook. It was a place of comfort, laughter, and belonging. She baked from memory, poured love into everything she made, and always seemed to know exactly what someone needed before they asked. She worked hard throughout her life, served her community with kindness and dedication, forming friendship that lasted decades. But her greatest joy and proudest role was being mom and nanny. Her grandchildren were her absolute light of her life. Even in her passing, Lydia continued to give, choosing organ donations so that others might have hope. She lived for her family, loved with all of her heart, and gave without limits. Her legacy will continue in every life that she touched. May her memory forever be a blessing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding athletic achievements of an impressive young athlete from Beaverbank, Cecily LeBlanc. Cecily, a goaltender for the Action Benefit Solutions Valley Wild, was recently named the Goalie of the Month for December in the Maritime Major U18 Female Hockey League. This is no small feat in such a competitive league, and it speaks volumes about her work ethic and her composure under pressure between the pipes. In the month of December alone, Cecily maintained a perfect 3-0 record, including a shutout, and stopped 72 of 75 shots she faced. To maintain a .960 save percentage at this level of play is truly remarkable. It is heartening to see our local athletes representing our community so well on the regional stage, proving that hard work and dedication, our youth can compete with the very best. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to please join me in congratulating Cecily LeBlanc on her well-deserved Goalie of the Month honours and wishing her and the Valley Wild continued success for the remainder of the season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River with 30 seconds.
I'll make it quick. On the weekend, on Saturday, my daughter Alex's soccer team, under 15A, won in a shootout over South Shore in a Nova Scotia Soccer League provincial championship, and I had the opportunity to be on the bench with her for the first time and only time this year, so I was so happy for her and her teammates. So congratulations to Alex and the CC Riders under 15A soccer team.
Order. Order, please. The time for statements by members has elapsed. We will now move on to government business. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition. Oh, sorry. Question period. Question period. He's your guys' new leader. I recognize the honourable host leader, government host leader.
Madam Speaker, will you please call government business bills for second reading?
Government business bills for second reading. I recognize the honourable government host leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will you please call Bill 212?
Bill 212. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just pulling up my speech for that. I don't have it. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on the legislation concerning housing, municipal planning, and infrastructure development in Nova Scotia. The question for this bill is not whether or not housing is important, but whether this is the best way to go about it, and if this is going to be as effective as this government seems to think it'll be. When we look closely at this bill, we see some troubling language or troubling changes that would be coming about. So rather than focusing on building affordable homes where infrastructure already exists, this government wants to give the provincial minister sweeping powers to continue overriding municipal planning decisions. The issue with that is, let's all for a moment think if how would we feel if federal representatives for our respective ridings suddenly had sweeping powers to override our decisions as also elected officials? City councilors have been elected for a reason. They were chosen by their respective communities to represent the interests of their communities. And so proposing legislation that would allow the minister to override the decisions and the planning that they go into is quite troubling. So this would allow the province to force expansion of urban boundaries. It would allow the province to order municipalities and municipal utilities to build infrastructure where potentially municipalities would not have thought of or planned on building such infrastructure. It allows the province to determine who pays for that infrastructure, which again is quite troubling, because it could be that they bring forward some kind of suggestion as to where they want to build housing where there isn't currently infrastructure, but also make the decision that the province will not be paying for it, therefore forcing the municipalities to have to shoulder the costs. And unlike provincial budgets, which, you know, is a glaring example with this government that you can overspend, the reality is municipalities can't go above and beyond the budget that is debated and is voted on. And so all of that to say that this gives the province significant powers over the dealings of an already lawfully elected body. And when the government proposes to give itself significant powers, it is the responsibility of us as representatives provincially to ask careful questions about the cost, about accountability, about planning. City Council has city planners. They are there for a reason, and they make decisions for their municipalities for a reason. We need to ask questions about whether these decisions will actually make housing more affordable for Nova Scotians. We've heard time and time again about how you know, the vacancy rates are increasing in Nova Scotia, but the reality is that's having zero impact. In fact, it's kind of having a negative impact on affordability for rents. The reality is people are still paying more and more on housing, regardless of the fact that vacancy rates are going up. And the reason that vacancy rates are going up actually is there's more and more buildings that people can't actually afford to live in. And so we see these high rises going up, where an example in my riding in Fairview Clayton Park, there's new buildings that have come up where a studio apartment, so, you know, not even a one bedroom, like a studio apartment, starts at $1,700. And that's insane, to say the least. Starting at $1,700 for a studio apartment is not affordable, period. There's no discussing that. And so, you know, talking about making housing more affordable, this is 100% not the way. I would like to spend some more time discussing the question of infrastructure. And I've had the benefit and privilege of being able to get some ideas from a previously serving municipal councillor who, you know, shared with me how this works. So because infrastructure is often the part of housing policy that receives the least public attention, but it's the part that carries the greatest long-term costs. So when we talk about housing supply, we often talk about buildings. We talk about houses. We talk about apartment buildings. We talk about units. But before a single house or unit can be built, before a single family can move in, there must first be the infrastructure to support the building of these units. There needs to be water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, there must be stormwater infrastructure, there must be roads, there needs to be municipal services, such as access to transit or garbage collection. There must be pumping stations, treatment capacity, and drainage systems. All of the invisible systems that allow a modern community to function. And those systems are not cheap to put up. They're quite expensive, and a lot of planning goes into ensuring that they are properly put up. They're expensive to build, they're expensive to maintain, so it's not just a one-time upfront cost. There's other costs that go into ensuring that these systems continue to work effectively. And they are expensive to expand. When municipalities plan their growth, they take those costs into account. It's not just about the cost of putting up a building and housing people into it. There's a lot more that goes into that, particularly when, again, this bill suggests, or this bill would be giving the minister sweeping powers to make municipalities widen or increase their lines, like their border lines. And that is precisely why urban service boundaries exist. That's the wording I was looking for, urban service boundaries. They allow municipalities to concentrate development in areas where infrastructure already exists or where it can be expanded efficiently. Because extending infrastructure outward into greenfield developments can cost significantly more than building within existing serviced areas. And that's another thing that I had learned about recently, the difference between, I think it was called brown areas and green areas for development. So brown areas would be, for example, lots that have been empty within Halifax that have the existing infrastructure, but where some kind of covenant or another is not allowing the building of affordable housing to happen where infrastructure already exists. And so giving the provincial minister sweeping powers to be able to just ask whatever municipality to expand their urban service boundaries would cause some serious issues in terms of cost. Again, particularly if the minister decides that the province is not going to pay for it. So every kilometer of pipe must be installed, every pump station must be constructed, every treatment facility must have the capacity to handle the additional load, or potentially having to have extra treatment facilities, and those costs accumulate quickly. And that is precisely why municipal planning processes often focus on density. Because higher density housing means that infrastructure costs are shared amongst more households. A single water line serving a dense neighborhood of apartment buildings serves hundreds of residents, but the same water line extended to low density suburban development may serve far fewer households. And so, thinking about that mathematically, that means the cost per household in those expanded areas is going to go up exponentially. And those are not ideological observations. These are facts. These are engineering realities. These are financial realities. And these are planning realities. But under this legislation, the minister would have the authority to order municipalities and municipal utilities to build infrastructure for housing development. Sweeping powers to order the building of water systems, sweeping powers to order the building of wastewater systems, sweeping powers to build stormwater systems. And it includes other forms of municipal infrastructure required to support new housing developments in areas where that infrastructure does not already exist. Speaker, it also states that municipalities and utilities may negotiate how those costs will be shared, but if no agreement is reached, the minister may unilaterally decide how those costs are apportioned. This is a significant and remarkable concentration of authority, because infrastructure decisions often involve millions of dollars. Sometimes tens of millions of dollars, sometimes more. And those costs are imposed without careful, if those costs are imposed without careful planning and collaboration, the financial consequences can ripple through municipal budgets for years. So once again, because municipalities are not able to run deficits, what's going to happen is they're going to have to figure out what other programs that they were already planning on expanding or just continuing to maintain are going to have to be reconsidered because the provincial minister ordered them to act differently. Once again, those are elected officials for their areas. They've been elected for a reason. They were chosen by those communities. So for us to go back to those communities that have also elected us and say, nope, sorry, the person that you have elected as your city councillor no longer has decision-making power on what happens in your community, that's shameful. Once again, think about it this way. What if the federal government decided that we can no longer make decisions on things such as community services, such as healthcare, such as education? Nobody in here would like that, but this is what this bill is proposing. The municipalities that are going to be the most affected by this legislation are Halifax, as well as Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the two biggest municipalities that we have in Nova Scotia. HRM, currently as the largest, is home to nearly half of Nova Scotia's population. And the HRM already faces significant infrastructure demands. Like many Canadian cities, Halifax has to maintain aging infrastructure while also expanding capacity to accommodate population growth. Pipes need to be replaced in places where there already are units and housing. Treatment plants need to be upgraded. Stormwater systems must be improved to address climate impacts and extreme weather. And all of that work requires investment. Investment that our municipal councillors are at City Council already debating. So I'm not sure why we need to insert ourselves into these already existing conversations. Much of the responsibility for water, wastewater, stormwater falls on Halifax Water, the municipally owned utility responsible for, again, water, wastewater, and stormwater services. And as anybody who pays a Halifax water bill knows, the cost of maintaining and expanding these systems is reflected in the water rates. And in fact, families in Halifax are already seeing increases in their water bills, and recent adjustments have increased the average residential water bill significantly, with additional increases scheduled. These increases are driven by infrastructure costs. And so again, if the province decides to order municipalities, particularly, the one I'm most familiar with, Halifax, to shoulder the cost of their own housing, luxury housing planning, who's going to end up paying for that? And that's going to be the residents of Halifax paying Halifax Water. And these, again, are going to be driven by the need to maintain safe drinking water systems. They are driven by the need to treat wastewater properly. And they are driven by the need to ensure that stormwater systems can handle the increasingly intense weather events that our communities are experiencing. Speaker, those costs are already real. They're already being felt by Nova Scotian families all across the province. They're already affecting household budgets. And that is why the decision to extend infrastructure must always, again, be carefully considered. It must be based on sound planning. It must be based on financial analysis. And it must be made in collaboration with municipalities that are responsible for delivering those services. Municipalities that have councillors that were duly elected to do that planning, to do that representation of their communities on a municipal level. This legislation suggests a far different approach, and it suggests that the provincial government may just order municipalities to build infrastructure. It suggests that provincial government may impose development decisions on municipalities regardless of their planning frameworks. So if, again, a municipality was not planning on building housing and infrastructure in a certain area, this legislation now allows the minister to force them to do so. And it suggests that the provincial government may decide who pays for those decisions if municipalities and utilities cannot reach agreement. Speaker, that raises a fundamental question about governance. What role should municipalities play in planning their own communities? Should municipal councils elected by their residents have a say in how their communities grow? Clearly here the answer is yes, and suggesting anything otherwise is irresponsible and disrespectful. Should municipal planners and engineers be able to assess the infrastructure implications of development, or should those decisions be centralized in the hands of provincial government? There seems to be a theme here with this government of centralizing power and authority and decision-making, and it's troubling. And this is not the first time that municipal councillors have spoken up about how decisions or legislation proposed in this House would impact their decision-making and their ability to do their job, which is to properly represent their residents, who are also our residents. Speaker, Nova Scotians believe in local democracy. They believe that communities should have a voice in the decisions that shape their future. But this legislation will most 100% certainly undermine that principle, because it sends a message that the province knows best and that the province makes better decisions than their, once again, duly elected councillors. Local planning frameworks can be overridden by this legislation. And municipal concerns about infrastructure costs may ultimately be secondary to the provincial government's vision. Think about that. That's a lot of power, authority, and decision-making abilities put into a singular person's hand. That's really troubling. Housing is far too important for us to come about it by this approach, by forcing the hand of municipalities. Housing policy needs to be collaborative. It must involve all levels of government, developers, utilities, and community members working together and making decisions accordingly, and not have one person speak for everybody. When those partnerships function well, we build communities that are sustainable, affordable, and resilient. But when those partnerships break down, when those decisions are imposed rather than negotiated in collaboration, the result is often conflict, inefficiency, and higher costs. Based on the conversations that I've been a part of and what I've been hearing from municipal councillors, we are once again in the same boat of asking, did this government even think about consulting the people that this is going to impact the most? The answer is no. Municipal councillors were not aware that their decision-making powers are going to be overruled by one provincial minister. And what does that say? What does that say when the government chooses to have sweeping powers without actually consulting the people it would impact the most, particularly elected officials? I'm going to say this a million times probably. Elected officials that were elected for a reason to represent their people. The people of Fairview Clayton Park or District 10 did not elect the provincial minister to make decisions for them. They elected a city councillor. Ultimately, Speaker, those costs are borne by the very people that we are trying to help. It's going to be reflected in property taxes. It's going to be reflected in higher rates for water management. Renters that are struggling with the rising housing costs. Residents paying higher utility bills every month. Nova Scotians deserve housing solutions that make life more affordable, and this legislation makes it less so. They deserve policies that strengthen partnerships with municipalities and not policies that override them. They deserve infrastructure decisions that are guided by careful planning and not imposed by ministerial orders. According to the Federal Parliamentary Budget Office, and I will table this later on, I don't have it on me. Actually, no, I do. The prices of homes in Nova Scotia is now 74% higher than what the average family can afford. And this is with all the increased development and the higher vacancy rates. 74% higher than what the average family can afford is shameful. The home buying affordability ratio is used across Canada to calculate the percentage of monthly income that the average family would have to pay to own the average priced home. So not the most luxurious home, just an averagely priced home. In Nova Scotia in 2019, the ratio was 29% of their average income to be able to own an average priced home. But in 2024, which was 2 years ago, and I imagine it's even higher now, it shot up to 49%. Almost half of Nova Scotians' incomes just to buy a house, to be able to have a stable roof over their heads. Speaker, Nova Scotians work hard. They don't ask for much. They simply want a fair chance to build a life here in the province that they love. But 5 years into this government's mandate, many Nova Scotians are asking the difficult question. Where are those differences that we were promised? Because rents continue to rise, home ownership remains too far out of reach for many young families. And communities across the province are struggling to keep up with the rising costs of housing. So when legislation is introduced that claims to address housing supply, it needs to be examined carefully. We must examine whether it addresses affordability, because that's the big issue here. Doesn't matter what the vacancy rate is when the units that are coming up that are obviously vacant, because it feeds into the vacancy rate, are units that people cannot afford. We must examine whether it simply increases the numbers of houses built in ways that may actually raise costs for existing residents. Speaker, one of the most significant provisions in this bill concerns the expansion of urban boundary in Halifax Regional Municipality. Municipalities establish urban boundaries for a reason. Urban boundaries are planning tools. New roads must be created and maintained, and those costs do not disappear. As we see on our drives every day, I'm sure, the potholes everywhere, there are costs with maintaining those roads. And ultimately, those are paid by taxpayers and ratepayers. And this government wants to give a singular minister the power to force the expansion of Halifax's urban boundary. A minister that may not actually be that well versed in Halifax. And that raises a very important question. If a municipality has created an urban planning framework after years of consultation, research, and community engagement, why should this provincial government override that framework? Why should a minister who was not elected in the area that is going to be impacted most to be able to make those decisions going to be making those decisions? It does not make sense. What is the reasoning, and I would love to hear an answer to this, what is the reasoning that this government is choosing to centralize decision-making in something that's so important and fundamental, such as housing, in a singular minister's hands? Urban planning is complex. It requires expertise. It requires the C word that this government seems to be sensitive to or allergic to, consultation. It requires long-term thinking, not short-term benefits. Municipal governments work closely with planners, engineers, and environmental experts and community groups. They do a lot of consultation at the municipal levels to create plans that balance growth with sustainability. So when a province steps in and decides to override those plans, again, using a singular person, it raises serious concerns about governance. It raises concerns about costs, because the minister would have the power to order municipalities or municipal utilities to build water and sewage infrastructure to support these new developments. And that is going to fall largely on Halifax Water. Therefore, it will fall largely on ratepayers. Infrastructure is not cheap. Water systems are expensive. Sewage systems are expensive. Stormwater systems are expensive. These systems require ongoing maintenance and upgrades, and those costs are going to be paid by the ratepayers. They already are. Those costs are driven largely by the cost of maintaining and expanding water and sewage infrastructure. So when this bill proposes forcing additional infrastructure expansion into low-density areas, we must ask the obvious question of who will pay the bill. Because if the minister decides that the province is not going to be paying the bill, municipalities are going to have to. That means residents of those municipalities are going to be picking up those costs. Speaker, this legislation itself provides an answer to that question that the minister may decide. And once again, that's quite troubling. If the municipality and the utility cannot agree on how costs should be apportioned, the minister will unilaterally determine who pays. This is a pretty significant, again, concentration of power. Why does this government seem to think that centralization of power is the only way that results are going to happen? Just being nice and talking to people would achieve a whole lot more. So this raises another question, a question on fairness. When a minister is given the power to expand an urban boundary by orders, what are the potential implications of that? So would individuals be able to purchase land just outside the boundary and lobby for when it's expanded? Could land values skyrocket overnight based on a ministerial decision? To me, that's quite troubling. And the idea that somebody could get a hint that, hey, we're going to be forcing this municipality to expand their urban boundaries, should go buy that lot just outside there. That's really troubling. And these are not theoretical concerns. These are real risks that must be addressed whenever the government decisions affect land values so dramatically. So, Speaker, the NDP has proposed real solutions to these concerns, such as Preventing Renters from Unfair Practices Act, that would deliver real rent control to lower the amount that landlords can increase rent each year. It would close the fixed-term lease loophole so Nova Scotians don't have to find a new apartment every year. This is another one. I'm just going to briefly speak outside of my notes on that. The amount of people that reach out to our office saying that they did not realize and maybe that's their own, they should have read the fine print, but a lot of people that sign fixed-term leases don't realize that at the end of that, they could be kicked out for no reason. And so for those around here that maybe are not familiar with what that means or how that works, yes, there's a 5% rental cap, but that does nothing for people on fixed-term leases. It's not attached to the unit. I don't think it's even attached to a resident when it comes to 2 fixed-term leases back-to-back, because that's a whole new lease. It is? Okay, I correct myself. So establishing, going back to the bill that the NDP introduced, it would establish a compliance and enforcement unit to give Residential Tenancies Act teeth and to make sure that landlords are playing by the rules. It would put an end to landlords being able to evict Nova Scotians just because they have pets, or an example in my writing, just because it's a large family who cannot afford anywhere else to live. That observation reflects what many constituents tell us every day. People are working harder than ever, but housing costs continue to climb and people continue to have to make more and more difficult decisions every month about what they're going to focus their incomes on. Am I going to pay the utility bill this month, or am I going to have to re-up some life-saving medication that I need to get? Similarly, reporting by CTV News has described how housing shortages and rising rents are creating significant stress on families and young professionals trying to remain in this province. During my time working in nonprofit, I've come across a lot of people who were living outside, living in tents, living in their cars, who were actually living rough, who were actually working full-time jobs. That's shameful to be happening in our province. People working full-time jobs who can't even can't afford to pay for housing. How does this legislation address that? It does not. This is not the most effective way that we should be going about addressing housing, affordable housing needs for our residents. One story noted that housing affordability is the most stressful concern for residents across Nova Scotia. And this is the only thing that this government could come up with when addressing housing issues in this legislative sitting. Just a force of hand and nothing to actually make sure that there's more affordable housing being brought in to support Nova Scotians. This does not do that. It does not. It simply does not. Speaker, those stories reflect the lived experiences of Nova Scotians that we're hearing every day. And I'm sure that members all across Nova Scotia are hearing those stories every day. People want real solutions. They want real action on housing affordability, not the building of housing, because the ones that are being put up with less red tape are not affordable. We need real action on housing affordability. They want those solutions to be thoughtful. They want those solutions to be sustainable. And that goes into another troubling aspect of this legislation. The same time that this government is proposing expensive infrastructure expansion that could be forced onto municipalities by a singular minister, it has eliminated a program that helped municipalities fund said infrastructure. And that is the cutting of the Growth and Renewal for Infrastructure Development Program, or GRID. Projects that addressed water systems, municipalities could apply for GRID. GRID could be used to address sewage systems. It could be used to support accessibility improvements. And another housing issue that just came to mind, as we're going through the implementation of the remedy, there was a report, and I'll find it and I'll table it, saying that Nova Scotia, in terms of accessible and inaccessible housing, has the lowest ratio. And so at the same time that we're deinstitutionalizing folks out into community, there is not accessible housing to support that. Municipalities could have applied for GRID to ensure that there is more accessible housing available, but that funding has been cut. That was $15 million in funding. That funding could also be used by municipalities to adapt for climate risks. And it helped support housing development in a meaningful way that was planned and budgeted for by those municipalities. In fact, in recent years, the funding had increased to support the strong demand from municipalities for this funding. But now this program has been completely eliminated. So it's not a cut. It has been completely removed, this support for municipalities. At the same time that we are giving sweeping powers to a singular minister to be able to force municipalities into building infrastructure that they did not have planned. So why eliminate a program designed to help municipalities pay for infrastructure at the same time that this government is going to order them to build more infrastructure? Municipalities can't build water and sewage systems out of thin air. These projects require significant capital investments, and when funding programs disappear, municipalities are left with fewer options as to how they're going to come about getting funding to support that. The only remaining options at this point to be able to support these additional programs or suggestions or orders put forth by the minister would be to raise taxes or to increase utility rates. And so at the end of the day, when the minister makes that decision, but also decides the province is not going to pay for it, Nova Scotians are going to be shouldering those costs. Nova Scotians deserve governments that work collaboratively and not a provincial government that views municipalities as an obstacle. They are partners. They understand local conditions, they understand community needs, and they understand the infrastructure challenges facing their residents and their areas that they were elected to represent. So when legislation centralizes power in the provincial government and overrides municipal planning decision, it raises serious concerns about democratic accountability. Housing is a complex issue. It needs coordinated action. It needs collaborative action. It requires investments in infrastructure. And it requires policies that ensure homes are affordable for the people who need them. Building houses alone does not guarantee affordability. And again, the facts are there. We're hearing the stories. Despite the fact that vacancy rates are increasing, so are rents. Rents have not gone down with the vacancy rates increasing. house built far from jobs, services, and transit will still be unaffordable for many families. Houses built in sprawling development that require expensive infrastructure will most definitely drive up taxes for everyone. And housing policy that ignores renters' risks leaves thousands of Nova Scotians behind. Speaker, renters across the province are struggling, rents continue to rise, and Nova Scotia's current rent cap remains higher than those in several other provinces. Landlords can increase rent by 5% annually for existing tenants, but when tenants move out, there's no cap at all. Fixed-term leases allow landlords to cycle tenants in and out, often raising rents dramatically with each new lease. Legal advocates have observed that fixed-term leases are now becoming increasingly common in Nova Scotia, and that trend raises concerns about housing stability for renters in our province. Speaker, Nova Scotians love the communities that they live in. They want to stay close to their families. They want to stay close to their friends. They want to stay close to the schools that their children attend and the neighborhoods that they call home. But the rising housing costs are forcing people to ask whether they can afford to stay. Not just whether they can afford to stay in the communities they love so much, but even whether they can afford to stay in whether they can stay in Nova Scotia at all. And that is why housing policy must be focused not only on supply, but also on affordability. It must help people remain in their homes. It must protect tenants. And it must ensure that housing development is sustainable for the long term and affordable for the long term. This legislation before us today raises many questions about municipal autonomy, because it suggests taking that away. Questions about infrastructure costs, because it leaves those decisions in the hands of a singular person or minister. Questions about land speculation. Again, if somebody is advised that the urban service boundary is going to be expanded in a certain area, then they can go and purchase lots just outside that area, and suddenly their land that they bought for potentially a small amount, considerably small or relatively small, is suddenly 10 times more valuable the next day. It raises questions about housing affordability, questions about rental protections, and questions about whether this bill will truly address the housing challenges facing Nova Scotians. Because Nova Scotians deserve thoughtful solutions. They deserve transparency. They deserve a government that listens to the communities affected by their decisions. They deserve a government that consults with partners, not overrides their decision-making. Housing is one of the most important, if not the most important issue facing our province and Nova Scotians right now. And legislation affecting housing must be examined carefully and debated thoroughly. And it must be guided by evidence and collaboration, because Nova Scotians deserve nothing less. I look forward to hearing answers from the minister regarding the questions that we're putting up. With that, Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Shabukta.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to start by saying that I admire all of my colleagues from all stripes who can rise and speak so passionately and at length about topics. It's quite a goal that I strive to be at, but today I'll rise briefly to speak to the legislation concerning the municipal planning and infrastructure development in Nova Scotia. I think that, Speaker, I think we can all agree that we all deserve a fair shot to build a life at home. And everyone agrees that a place deserves a place to live that's affordable and a place that's safe, and a place where you can connect to your communities that you know and love. It's who we are as Nova Scotians. I think we can all agree to that. So Bill 212 gives the Minister of Housing order-making powers to Halifax Regional Municipality to expand their urban boundary for sprawl housing development, and includes powers to order Halifax Water and HRM to build water and sewage infrastructure to out-sprawl communities enabled by urban boundary expansions. Speaker, I haven't been doing this very long. And so I ask a series of questions that may not be as eloquently spoke or as passionate as some of my colleagues, but my very first question is why? I just want to know why. Why do we need this in Nova Scotia? I hope the minister can answer my question on or offline, because it is a genuine question. Why? Does this legislation help Nova Scotians achieve the goal of a safe place to live? Does this legislation help Nova Scotians achieve the goal of having a fair shot to build a good life in Nova Scotia? I have a next question didn't we vote for 3 levels of government for a reason? We have 3 levels of government. We have a federal level, we have a provincial level, which we are all honored to be here, and we have a municipal government. And I think, if I understand this correctly, this takes a lot of powers away from our municipal government. This sounds really expensive, Speaker. When I read this, I was like, uh-oh. This sounds like tax increases to me. And our constituents are already feeling squeezed. Living in Nova Scotia right now is quite expensive. Groceries are expensive. Power is expensive. Housing is expensive. Commercial rent is very expensive. And now, this legislation is proposing that the legislation that is on the table sounds like it is proposing tax hikes, municipal property tax hikes. So I do have more questions. If municipalities are about to face more financial obligations, how are they expected to pay for them without raising taxes? I'm curious if the government spoke with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. They probably have a lot of insights there. Consultation there would probably be very important. I'm curious if the minister can tell us and Nova Scotians their projections for the next 5 years on municipal property tax. Are they going to go up? Are they going to go down? What's the plan there? How are seniors on fixed-term incomes expected to absorb property increases? I speak to a lot of seniors in my constituent office, and many of them are struggling to live on fixed-term fixed incomes. Thank you. Why are municipalities asked to carry this responsibility? I'm curious of the thought process, and it goes back to my very first question, why? Who's paying for the maintenance costs of this sewage? That also sounds very expensive. You know, Nova Scotians, they just don't ask for much. And they want to have a good life here, and they want their fair shot. They want to be able to afford the life that they deserve. The member from Dartmouth South spoke a few days ago on this bill, and she mentioned that there are areas in her riding that are ready to go. It's province-owned, it's ready, and my question is, why aren't those properties happening? We have a lot of approvals. Why do we need to create more? Building infrastructure for low-density urban sprawl is going to be costly, and it's money that the government reminds us we don't have right now. Infrastructure is expensive. It's time-consuming to plan. Wastewater, water, stormwater. You need to plan roads. You need to plan things that pop up in communities. There are planning realities, and there are financial realities, and when the municipalities plan their growth, they take all these costs in mind. And this legislation states that municipalities and utilities may negotiate how these costs are being shared, or the minister may unilaterally decide if no agreement is reached. And I am going to guess in saying that the municipalities are quite nervous with this legislation because they're going to be left holding the bill. Going to wrap up. I'm very quick today, but I believe that we should work collaboratively with our municipalities. But this legislation does suggest a different approach. So I guess I just don't understand the goal of the bill, and I'm hoping that the minister can speak to this. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Excuse me, I just want to add a few thoughts to this discussion on Bill 212, an act representing administrative measures for housing. The first thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that over the last couple of years, we've had a number of pieces of legislation that have come forward to give the province sort of more power, more authority over municipal functions. So we have the transit, whatever it is, the Joint Transportation Agency. We have had a number of municipal affairs bills come forward. And I want to say that whenever these bills have been presented to us, they have been presented in that we need these changes in order to solve the housing crisis. We need this to happen so that we can make sure we solve the housing crisis that everybody acknowledges exists. I'm pretty sure everyone acknowledges that at this point. But I'd like to say this, that if this government was serious about addressing the problems that we have with housing, the problems would be well on their way to being fixed by now. This government has been in power for 5 years, Madam Speaker, and this is just another one of these bills that is going to take away some authority from the municipal government, give it in the hands of the provincial government in the name of solving the housing crisis, and yet there's still a housing crisis. So, I mean, call me negative, call me, tell me I don't understand what's happening here, but it seems to me a little bit of a bait and switch, a little bit of smoke and mirrors to have a power grab, something that the municipality certainly, at least in Halifax, I don't think wants. Of course, we will get this to public bills at some point, and I'm sure we'll hear from municipalities about this bill. But as my colleagues have said today, the fact is that we do have 3 orders of government. 4 if we count band councils, but and we should be, by the way. But we have elected. I elected my city councillor and my mayor. I voted for my city councillor and my mayor. I voted for my MLA, and I voted for my MP. And I participate in that democratic process, and I expect that when I do, those representatives are going to work together on the things that require working together and be responsible for the things that require them to be responsible for. I think it's horrific that my mayor and my city councillor now are having their powers taken away from them and given to the housing minister, who I did not vote for, by the way, and nobody in HRM voted for. And the housing minister gets to make all these decisions for us. Doesn't seem very democratic to me. So, I will also say, speaking of the housing minister, that part of this bill does address some stuff in the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Authority. And in Dartmouth North, we have a number of residences that are under the auspices of the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Authority, communities, full communities, and others. We also have heard these large announcements about Shannon Park getting some public housing. In the estimates of this budget, studying the estimates of this budget, I had the opportunity to ask the Minister of Housing about the public housing that is planned, or the affordable housing that is being planned for Shannon Park. And honestly, Madam Speaker, I couldn't really get straight answers. It was very difficult to parse from what the minister said in estimates what exactly is happening in Shannon Park. So I said, so the announcement is this many units. Yes, well, that includes federal money, that includes federal announcements, that includes provincial announcements. Yes, but how much is affordable? Yes, well, and how do you define affordable? And what is going to be public housing? Well, and there was just like, I couldn't figure it out. And I'm a pretty smart gal. So, all of this concerns me, Madam Speaker, because what is happening here is we have all these sweeping changes, and meanwhile, we have a desperate need for affordable housing, and I do not see how the two are mixing. I do not see how these changes affect what's happening in Shannon Park or anywhere else in Dartmouth North, or frankly, anywhere else in the core of the city where most people where there is opportunity to build most affordable housing. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I really hope the minister will be able to sort of bring some clarity to these questions. My colleague asked a number of questions, and that we will get somewhere with this. So I just want to go through a couple of parts of the bill that I am particularly troubled by. So, well, this is not like super troubling, actually, but I am going to point it out. Clause 1 amends the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter to require the Halifax Regional Municipality to provide and newly elected councillors of the municipality to attend orientation training. Does that really have to be a law? I mean, like, if I was a newly elected municipal council, I'd be like, where's my orientation training? Just like when we come here as newly elected MLAs, there's orientation training. I just find it shocking that we have to make the municipality offer training. And if it is a case that like municipal members are coming and saying, look, I'm a new councillor and I don't know what I'm doing, and they won't give me training, then sure, let's put it into law. But I have never heard that from anyone. So I'm just pointing that one out. Just weird. Another part of this bill is more troubling. So, like clause 3 and 4 on page 2 of the bill. Clauses 3 and 4 allow the Minister of Municipal Affairs to amend the municipality's planning documents to extend or alter the municipality's urban service areas. Allow the minister to request information from the municipality or from any utility owned by the municipality and requires the municipality or utility to comply with the request. Provide for the expiry of these newly added provisions and provide the Governor and Council with regulation-making authority respecting the ministerial power to extend or alter the urban service and the expiry of these provisions. So this is what is at really the heart of this bill. This means, as far as I can tell, that the Minister of Municipal Affairs / Housing is able to tell the Halifax Regional Municipality to expand its urban boundary so that housing development can sprawl. It also means that if that happens, the province, the government, can force the municipalities to order Halifax Water and to build water and sewage infrastructure out to the sprawl communities enabled by the urban boundary expansions, and it allows the minister to wait for it, unilaterally determine who pays the cost of the infrastructure out to these new sprawl communities. So, Madam Speaker, we already know, I mean, I'm really, as a resident of the HRM, I'm paying attention to the budget deliberations at the HRM to find out what, what's going to happen, what services are we getting, what services are going to be cut, because that is on the table. Are our taxes going to go up? Are they not? Now, this government is using the municipal government, as far as I can tell, as a shield to raise taxes, but not to take responsibility for it. If the province is forcing the municipality to do something that they simply don't have the money to do, and they're not going to give them any money to do it from our tax base, then the municipality is going to raise the taxes. But that means this government can stand up in this House and say, we're not raising taxes, we're cutting taxes. But in fact, they are forcing the municipality to raise taxes. It is sly, it is untoward, and it's not fair.
Order, order, order. I ask that you retract the word sly. Use another term. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I retract the word sly. I would say it is sneaky.
Order, order. It's unparliamentary language. It's unparliamentary language. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
I retract the word sneaky. Listen, it's been a long time since I had a little thesaurus in front of me. It is creative. Creative taxation, Madam Speaker, creative taxation. And this government doesn't love creativity as far as I can tell. So I don't know what I think about the creative taxation. But that's what it is. It is forcing higher taxes on people that live in the HRM without having to stand up and say, we are imposing these taxes on you. It's pretty serious, actually. So, as my colleague pointed out, Nova Scotians work hard and don't ask for much. We just want a fair shot at having a good life here at home. But 5 years in, the difference that people were promised, i.e. affordable housing, an opportunity to possibly buy a home and really put down roots and make a life here, these things are still out of reach. Rents are skyrocketing still, and home ownership remains out of reach. And every time we talk about the housing issue in this House, the government's response is supply. The government brags about how, like, record housing starts over the last couple of years, but there hasn't been a record of housing finishes yet, for one thing. So there's been all. Are you laughing at me? There's been a lot of starts. Not a lot of finishes, but the finishes that are happening are not affordable finishes, Madam Speaker. I can count 5 buildings at least just in like the core of Dartmouth North alone, that are new, beautiful buildings. I would love to live there, but the rents are not affordable. Way more than I would pay for my mortgage, actually. So who's going to live in them? In fact, I have heard from a number of people in buildings that they now have a ton of empty spaces, but they can't rent them because no one can afford them. Madam Speaker, wages are not keeping pace with the cost of rent. So you can start and finish all of the beautiful buildings you want. It is not going to change the fact that the developers who put the money into building those buildings for the market are not going to get their return on investment because they cannot get the people to rent the units. So what we actually need is real affordable housing. We need this government to stop fiddling around with the details and forcing the government to push out the urban boundaries and start actually looking at how we're going to build affordable housing, real affordable housing, rent geared to income, affordable housing, Madam Speaker. Because we also know that when we talk about housing and we say, oh, well, this building will be affordable, this developer is getting some subsidy to make some of those units affordable, the definition of affordable is like nebulous, but also usually not really affordable. So like 20% below market or whatever, a certain percentage below market. It is not affordable for most people who live in Nova Scotia, who are looking for a safe place to live. We say this time and again. One of the things that we need to do in this province, if this government is serious about solving the housing crisis, is once again stop messing with the rules when it comes to municipalities, and actually stop the ability for housing to become unaffordable. End the fixed-term lease loophole. or the misuse, at least the misuse of fixed-term leases. Figure out a way to stop the misuse of fixed-term leases. Everybody acknowledges, including senior staff in the department, that they are being misused. Change it. Let's have a bill on this floor in this sitting that actually addresses that. How about some permanent rent control that's tied to the unit instead of the person? I will spell it out for the House again, in case anyone is, doesn't understand what I'm talking about. When somebody has a rent capped amount, so I'm paying $1,000 for my unit at whatever street in Dartmouth North, I'm paying $1,000. It can only go up by 5%. Great. Gives me some stability. But oh, wait a minute. I got a job in another part of town. It's better for me to move to the other side of town. Oh, wait a minute. My abuser still lives in the building. I want to get the hell out of there. There's all kinds of reasons why people have to leave. And when they leave and they go rent somewhere else, their unit that was $1,000 can go up to whatever the landlord wants. There is no more 5% cap on that until a new person comes in. So the cap is attached to the person, not the unit. This is the reason why, when we look year after year, our rents are going up by 26% instead of 5%. So if this government was serious about fixing the housing problem, these would be the things we would be debating on the floor of this legislature in this session. Not forcing municipality changes onto municipalities with little or no consultation, fiddling around on the boundaries so that housing sprawl can happen, which we all know is actually not a good way to do planning, instead of actually looking at what could be fixed right in front of us today. So, Madam Speaker, I may repeat myself, but I apologize in advance, but I've been talking off the top of my head, and perhaps my notes say the same thing that I just said. I'm speaking today about this legislation, and like many of the bills we debate in this House, the question before us is not whether housing is important. We all agree housing is important. We all agree that people need safe, affordable places to live. The question is whether this legislation actually helps Nova Scotians achieve the goal of attainable housing. Because when we look closely, we see something troubling. Instead of focusing on building affordable homes where infrastructure already exists, this government wants to give the provincial minister sweeping powers to continue to override municipal planning decisions. It allows the province to force the expansion of urban boundaries. It allows the province to order municipalities and municipal utilities to build infrastructure. What it doesn't say, of course, is that, or actually it does say it in the bill, and it allows the province to determine who pays for that infrastructure. What it doesn't say is it is passing on the cost of infrastructure to the municipalities, who will have to raise taxes. So the taxes of municipalities will go up, but the provincial taxes won't go up. So the provincial government can stand here and say, we didn't raise your taxes. It's creative. It allows the province, so these are significant powers that we are giving to the province. Creative powers. And when the government proposes to give itself significant powers, it is the responsibility of us in the opposition and the whole House to ask careful questions about what is actually happening here. Questions about the cost, questions about accountability, questions about planning, questions about whether these decisions will actually make housing more affordable for Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about infrastructure for a minute, because infrastructure is often the part of the housing policy that receives the least public attention, but it is often the part that carries the greatest long-term cost. When we talk about housing supply, we often talk about buildings. We've heard, again, in this legislature, housing starts, housing starts, housing starts. Not a lot about housing finishes. We talk about houses, we talk about apartment buildings, we talk about units. But before a single house can be built, before a single family can move in, there has to be infrastructure that is going to that unit, whether it's in a building or whether it's a single family home. There has to be water. There has to be wastewater infrastructure. There must be stormwater infrastructure. There has to be a road to get to the house or the building. There must be pumping stations, treatment capacity, and drainage systems, and all of the invisible systems that allow a modern community to function. And those systems are expensive. They are expensive to build, they're expensive to maintain, and they are expensive to expand. And we know right now that Halifax Water, we have very old infrastructure. All of those systems are getting old and are in danger of collapsing in some cases, and have collapsed. And so Halifax Water also already has to do a ton of work on the existing systems, which is going to require work and water rates to go up. People who pay Halifax Water rates have got an increase to their bills in January. We're expecting another one coming in the next bill cycle. Madam Speaker, when municipalities plan their growth, they take all of these costs into account, and that is why urban service boundaries exist. They allow municipalities to concentrate development in areas where infrastructure already exists or where it can be expanded efficiently. Because extending infrastructure outward into new greenfield developments can cost significantly more than building within existing service areas. And as my colleague from Dartmouth South, the leader of the NDP, said the other day, there are places in downtown Dartmouth that are ready to go. Density is good in many ways, Madam Speaker. Density is important. And yet, somehow those buildings are not getting built. Every kilometer of pipe must be installed, every pump station must be constructed, every treatment facility must have the capacity to handle additional load, and all of those costs accumulate quickly. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why municipal planning processes often focus on density. Because higher density housing means that infrastructure costs are shared among more households. A single water line serving a dense neighborhood of apartment buildings serves hundreds of residents. But the same water line extended to low-density suburban development may serve far fewer households. And that means the cost per household increases. These are not ideological observations, Madam Speaker. These are engineering realities. They are financial realities. They are planning realities. But under this legislation, the minister would have the authority to order municipalities and municipal utilities to build infrastructure for housing development. And that includes water systems, that includes wastewater systems, that includes stormwater systems, and it includes other forms of municipal infrastructure required to support new housing developments. The legislation also states that municipalities and utilities may negotiate how these costs will be shared. But if no agreement is reached, then the minister may unilaterally decide how the costs are apportioned. That is a remarkable concentration of authority. Again, a remarkable way to tell the people of Nova Scotia that taxes aren't going up. But in fact, they are. Because infrastructure decisions often involve millions of dollars, sometimes tens of millions, and sometimes more. And when those costs are imposed without careful planning or collaboration, the financial consequences can ripple through municipal budgets for years. Madam Speaker, the most affected municipality in this legislation is Halifax, the largest municipality in our province and home to nearly half of the province's population. The HRM already faces significant infrastructure demands. Like many Canadian cities, Halifax must maintain aging infrastructure while also expanding capacity to accommodate population growth. Pipes have to be replaced, treatment plants have to be upgraded, stormwater systems must be improved to address climate impacts and extreme weather, and all of that work requires investment, as I've said. Much of that responsibility falls on Halifax Water, the municipally owned utility responsible for water, wastewater, and stormwater services. And as residents know all too well, the cost of maintaining and expanding these systems is reflected in our water rates. As I just said, we have bills that are rising. They rose in January, they're going to rise again in the next cycle. In fact, families in the region are already seeing increases in their bills. These increases are driven by infrastructure costs. They are driven by the need to maintain safe drinking water systems. They are driven by the need to treat wastewater properly. And they are driven by the need to ensure stormwater systems can handle the increasingly intense weather events that our communities are experiencing. Madam Speaker, these costs are already real, and they're already affecting household budgets. When we talk about how we hear from our constituents that they just can't afford anymore, this is what we're talking about. Power bills are going up, water bills are going up, rents are going up, maybe property taxes are going up, we're not sure yet. Cost of medication, cost of food, people are stretched. We are not asking for a lot. We are just asking for a fair shot to be able to have a life where people are not constantly concerned about where they're going to get the next bit of money to pay the next bill. So when the provincial government proposes legislation that could require the municipality to extend infrastructure and support additional sprawling development, we need to ask the obvious questions. What will that do to costs? What will it do to property taxes? What will it do to the municipal budget? Because, as we know, municipalities do not have unlimited resources. Municipal governments can't run deficits the way provincial governments can. They have to balance their budgets, Madam Speaker, and when the costs rise, municipalities have limited options. They can cut services, they can delay infrastructure upgrades, or they can raise taxes and fees. None of these options are particularly attractive to the families who live in those communities. And that is why the decision to extend infrastructure must always be made carefully. It must be made based on sound planning. It must be made based on financial analysis. And it must be made in collaboration with the municipalities responsible for delivering the services. But this legislation proposes a different approach. It suggests that provincial government may simply order municipalities to build infrastructure. It suggests that the provincial government may impose development decisions on municipalities regardless of their planning frameworks. And it suggests that the provincial government may decide who pays for those decisions if municipalities and utilities cannot reach agreement with the provincial government. This raises a fundamental question about governance. What role should municipalities play in planning their own communities? Should municipal councillors elected by the residents have a say in how their communities grow? Should municipal planners and engineers be able to assess the infrastructure implications of development? Or should these decisions be centralized in the hands of the provincial government? Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians believe in local democracy. They believe that communities should have a voice in the decisions that shape their future. We have seen these galleries filled with people on various occasions who are upset because the provincial government is planning or proposing something that is going to take power away from the municipal government. When we elect our political leaders at any order of government, we expect that they're going to be able to do their job to represent us and to make the decisions that we elect them to make. But this legislation risks undermining that principle because it sends a message that the province knows best, that local planning frameworks can be overridden, and that municipal concerns about infrastructure costs may ultimately be secondary to the provincial government's vision. Housing is too important for this kind of approach, Madam Speaker. Housing policy must be collaborative. It must involve provincial governments, municipal governments, developers, utilities, community members working together. Because when those partnerships function well, we build communities that are sustainable, affordable, resilient, places that we want to live. When everybody is focused on making something the best it can be, that's when it can be the best. We know that there are communities built oh, I forgot to build a park, or we forget to plant a park. We forgot to plant trees because we were so busy with building all these houses. What happens? Is there room for a school when we build a gigantic new community outside of the city? Do we have the money for a school? That's a question right now at Shannon Park. I know that when Canada Lands was talking about developing Shannon Park, they said, we will not do this unless there is a school, because the existing school, A, is crumbling, and B, will not be big enough. So now we've had the announcement of a school. We don't know much more than an announcement, but it was enough for things to get underway at least. But let us hope that the two things are going to be built concurrently, so that when people are ready to move into these beautiful new places on Shannon Park, their kids have a place to go to school. But when partnerships break down, when decisions are imposed rather than negotiated, the result is often conflict and inefficiency and higher costs for everyone. And these costs are borne by the very people we're trying to help. The families paying the property taxes, the renters struggling with rising housing costs, and the residents paying higher utility bills every month. Nova Scotians deserve housing solutions that make life more affordable, not less affordable. They deserve policies that strengthen partnerships with municipalities, not policies that override them. And they deserve infrastructure decisions that are guided by careful planning, not imposed by ministerial order. Madam Speaker, the numbers are in. According to the Federal Parliamentary Budget Office, the price of homes in Halifax is now 74% higher than what the average family can afford. But again, what is affordable? The home buying affordability ratio is used across Canada to calculate the percentage of monthly income the average income family would be, I'm going to try that one again. The home buying affordability ratio is used across Canada to calculate the percentage of monthly income the average income family would have to pay to own the average priced home. In Nova Scotia in 2019, that ratio was 29%. In 2024, it had shot up to 49%, almost half of your income just to buy a house. And we know that 30% is the sweet spot. Housing experts everywhere say that we should not be spending more than 30% of our income on our housing. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians work very hard. They don't ask for much. They just want a fair chance to build a life in the province that they love. But 5 years into this government's mandate, many Nova Scotians are asking a difficult question. Where are the differences they were promised? Because rents continue to rise, home ownership remains out of reach for many young families, communities across this province are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of housing. So when legislation is introduced that claims to address housing supply, we must examine it carefully. We must examine whether it addresses affordability. And I will just pause for a second, Madam Speaker, and just go on a slight tangent. This is about housing affordability. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that while we debate this bill, 212, we are also about to debate the Financial Measures Act, which is the act that enacts the budget for this year. And in that budget, there are officially 30-ish job layoffs from visitor information centers. This is about housing affordability. You cannot afford a home if you lose your job. I am talking about the artists. I am talking about the people who work in programs for people with disabilities. I am talking about the people who run the programs, the Artists in Schools programs, the people that run the umbrella organizations, Visual Arts Nova Scotia, Writers Federation of Nova Scotia, Choral Federation of Nova Scotia. We're talking about the people that run programs for African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq youth. People are going to lose their jobs. They already are losing their jobs. So when we are talking about housing affordability, we are talking about regular Nova Scotians, and a bunch of them now have way less money per month to afford their housing. Let's face it, most people who work in arts and culture, as I said earlier in my member statement about CUPE, they're piecing together an existence. They're piecing together their income from, you know, arts grants, from teaching, from bartending, from, you know, I don't know what else. Like, they work gigs. They are gig. It's the part of the gig economy. They piece together gigs, and they make it work. I did it for a long time, Madam Speaker. I know of what I speak, and I know it's stressful at the best of times. And I know that when I was doing it, rents weren't as high as they are now. Thank God. So, we need to examine whether this bill addresses affordability or whether it simply increases the number of houses built in ways that may actually raise costs for existing residents. One of the most significant provisions in this bill concerns the expansion of the urban boundary of the Halifax Regional Municipality. Municipalities establish urban boundaries for a reason. They are planning tools. They allow municipalities to concentrate development in areas where infrastructure already exists. Water systems, sewer systems, road networks, public transit, schools, hospitals, parks. I've mentioned a bunch of these already. When development happens inside those boundaries, the cost of providing services is lower. Infrastructure is already nearby. Transit can operate more efficiently. Public services can be delivered more efficiently. But when development expands outward into new areas, the cost of infrastructure increases significantly. New water lines must be built, new sewage systems must be constructed, new roads must be created and maintained. And these costs do not disappear. They're ultimately paid by the taxpayers and the ratepayers. And this government wants to give, and by the way, even if we're not talking about home ownership, if apartment building owners, if their property taxes are going up, then they're going to pass those costs on to the renters. So it's not just about homeowners we're talking about. I'm also talking about renters in a very important and big way. If a municipality has created an urban planning framework after years of consultation and research and community engagement, why should this government override that framework? Why should these decisions be centralized in the hands of a single minister? Urban planning is complex. It requires expertise, it requires consultation, and it requires long-term thinking. Municipal governments work closely with planners, engineers, environmental experts, and community groups to create a plan that balances growth with sustainability. So when the province steps in to override those plans, it raises serious concern. And it raises a concern about governance, and it raises concerns about cost. Because the minister would have the power to order municipalities or municipal utilities to build the water and sewage infrastructure and could order them to pay for it. Infrastructure is not cheap. Water systems are expensive. Sewage systems are expensive. Stormwater systems, also expensive. And after they're built, they require ongoing maintenance and upgrades, and all those costs will be paid by the ratepayers. Excuse me, 1 second. In fact, many families, in Halifax are already seeing increases in their water bills. I've already said that. So, when this bill proposes forcing additional infrastructure expansion into low-density areas, we must ask who, Madam Speaker, will pay. The legislation itself provides an answer to that question. The minister gets to decide. If the municipality and the utility cannot agree how the cost should be apportioned, the minister may unilaterally determine who pays. And that is a significant concentration of power, and it raises concerns about fairness. Infrastructure costs do not exist in a vacuum. If municipalities must build expensive new infrastructure for sprawling developments, those costs will fall on existing residents. Property taxes may rise, utility rates may rise, municipal budgets face increased pressure, and all of that happens while many Nova Scotians are already struggling with the rising cost of living. I do want to raise another concern related to this legislation, Madam Speaker, and that is the potential for land speculation. Urban boundaries have a powerful effect on land values. Land located outside an urban boundary is typically less valuable for development. But if that boundary expands, land values can increase dramatically. So when a minister is given the power to expand an urban boundary by order, we must consider the potential implications. Could individuals purchase land outside the boundary and then lobby for expansion? Could land values skyrocket overnight based on a ministerial decision? These are not theoretical concerns. They're real risks that must be addressed whenever government decisions affect land values so dramatically. So, Madam Speaker, I have mentioned a number of solutions to some of these problems. Number one, let municipalities do their work, and let municipalities have a real say in the way this kind of expansion and these kinds of developments are working. Most municipalities have done a ton of work on this already. Definitely the HRM has. So that's the first thing. Second thing, to protect people who are renting from all of this, what's going on, we have our Preventing Renters from Unfair Practices Act, which would deliver real rent control, lower the amount landlords can increase the rent each year, and it would close the fixed-term lease loophole, so a person doesn't have to find a new apartment every year, and thus their rents go up. It would also establish a compliance and enforcement unit to give Residential Tenancies Act teeth and to make sure that the landlord is playing by the rules. It would put an end to landlords being able to evict Nova Scotians just because they have pets. Madam Speaker, people are working harder than ever, but housing costs continue to climb. Similarly, reporting by CTV News has described how housing shortages and rising rents are creating significant stress for families and young professionals trying to remain in the province. One story noted that housing affordability remains one of the most pressing concerns for residents across Nova Scotia. During COVID, we saw a lot of people come home. A lot of people come back to Nova Scotia. A lot of people bought houses. A lot of people bought houses sight unseen. A lot of people didn't come back to Nova Scotia, but just came to Nova Scotia because they saw that the pandemic wasn't affecting people as harshly as in other places, and they saw the kind of, beautiful life they could have here. And now we see an exodus again. We've cut down on immigration, but also people are leaving again. People are leaving to find work. If this Financial Measures Act passes, which I'm assuming it's going to, and if the cuts in that act are not walked back, people are going to leave. If you can't make a living, if you can't pay your rent, people are going to leave and go somewhere that is more affordable. And that is going to have a very detrimental impact on our province. These stories reflect the lived experiences of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. People want solutions. They want real action on housing affordability. But they also want solutions to be thoughtful and sustainable. And that brings me to another troubling aspect of this legislation. At the same time this government is proposing expensive infrastructure expansion, it has eliminated a program that helped municipalities fund the infrastructure, the GRID program, the Growth and Renewal for Infrastructure Development Program. Projects that address water systems, projects that address sewer systems, projects that supported accessibility improvements, projects that help municipalities adapt to climate risks, and projects that help support housing development. The program provided $15 million in funding. And due to strong demand, additional funding had been added in recent years. But this program has now been eliminated. Madam Speaker, why eliminate a program designed to help municipalities pay for the infrastructure and at the same time order them to build more infrastructure? Municipalities can't build water and sewer systems out of thin air, and that's why that GRID program existed. But now the GRID program is gone. These projects require significant capital investment. And so when funding programs disappear, municipalities are left with even fewer options. The only remaining option is to raise taxes or increase the utility rates. That is passing the cost on to the ratepayer or the homeowner or the renter. Nova Scotians deserve a government, a provincial government, that works collaboratively with municipalities. Municipalities are not obstacles. They are not some frustrating little group of people that are getting in the way of provincial, or maybe they are. Maybe that's the way they are looked at. But they shouldn't be looked at like that. They should be looked at as collaborators, as fellow citizens, as fellow residents. They are the level of government closest to the people. They understand local conditions on the ground. They understand community need. And they understand the infrastructure challenges facing their residents. And so when legislation centralizes power in the provincial government and overrides municipal planning decisions, it raises serious concerns about democratic accountability. Madam Speaker, housing is a complex issue. It requires coordinated action. It requires collaboration between governments. It requires investments in infrastructure. And it requires policies that ensure homes are affordable for the people who live here. Because building homes alone does not guarantee affordability. A house built far from jobs, services, and transit may still be unaffordable for many families. I remember 100 years ago when I thought I might be able to buy a house. And it was this little teeny weeny house about this big in Prospect Village, which is very near where I grew up. And it was like, it needed a lot of work. But I thought, what if? And I calculated all of the possibilities, Madam Speaker. And you know what got me in the end? Do you know what made me not be able to buy that house? I didn't have a car. And because it was in Prospect and there was no transit, I would have needed a car. And I could have even afforded a little crappy car, but I couldn't afford the insurance payment on the car. That's what put me over the edge. And that was a long time ago. Had I been able to buy that house way back when, whenever it was, like early 2000s, that would have been a game changer. For anybody to be able to buy something, helps build equity. It does, it gets you ahead. But people who live out past the urban boundaries are going to have a much more difficult job of it. And you need to have, a lot more. You need to have a car. In the city, you don't really need to have a car, at least in the places where the core transit goes. But out there you do. And you can't get much past Prospect Village. You can just go to the water. But for any of these other proposed developments that are pushing out into the rural areas of HRM, you need a car, and so that's an extra expense. Things are more expensive for you. So, I'm going to end very shortly, Madam Speaker, but I do want to say this. The Nova Scotians love the communities they live in. They want to stay close to family. They want to stay close to friends. They want to stay close to the schools that their children attend and the neighborhoods that they call home. But rising housing costs are forcing many people to ask whether they can afford to stay. Rising housing costs slash cutting programs. And that is why housing policy must be focused not only on supply, but on affordability. It helps people remain in their homes. It must help people remain in their homes. It must protect tenants. And it must ensure that housing development is sustainable for the long term. So, put a lot out on the table here, Madam Speaker. Lots of questions I've asked of the Minister of Housing. I hope that we hear from him in Committee of the Whole or on, we didn't hear from him on second reading yet, so maybe he'll stand up at the end of this debate. That's all I can say, Madam Speaker. I don't think this is a very good piece of legislation.
Order. I find it getting awful loud in here. I ask that respect whomever's speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think this is a good piece of legislation. And I'd like to hear from the minister why he thinks it is and why he thinks it's necessary. I'm looking forward to hearing him from in second reading or in committee of the whole, or hopefully on third reading if we don't hear from him before that. But for now, I will just leave those questions and those comments, and I will take my seat. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this bill, Bill 212. I thank everyone for allowing me to speak to this today. I have a number of questions for consideration and some suggestions. I'd first like to just make sure I understand the bill because I have a lot of questions arising out of it. And so perhaps if I summarize what I think are the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 points in this bill, it may actually help me get through my questions. My understanding, first thing, this bill gives the Minister of Housing order-making powers to the Halifax Regional Municipality to expand urban planning for housing growth and development. If that's correct, I guess my question is, what's that based, well, there's a number of questions, but what's that based on? Is it based on population growth, when and where? Giving one person authority like that raises a lot of questions, which I'll speak to later. One of my recurring themes to this is going to be careful what you ask for, government. The next one includes, my understanding, the next intention of this bill includes powers to order Halifax Water and HRM to build water and sewage infrastructure to support community growth by urban boundary expansion. Again, on the face of it, that sounds fantastic. Who doesn't want stable water supply support? Ask the people in Beachville. They want water supply that would put out a fire. And I'm sure my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health, would love to see stable water supply at the VG yesterday. So I can support that wholeheartedly. The third understanding is it allows the minister to unilaterally determine who pays the cost infrastructure of these out to new communities. That's a huge authority. Wow. And again, be careful what you ask for, and because in that case, I suggest the emperor may not have any clothes. Building infrastructure, understand this is the fourth theme of this bill or intention. Building infrastructure for low-density urban growth is costly and could raise further taxes. Absolutely. Infrastructure, with infrastructure comes money, and that seems to be escalating in all the projects. Cost comes causes. So what's that impact going to be on this provincial budget and municipal budget in terms of revenue and that? I guess the other thing that I see, and it seems to be quite clearly, is the budget eliminates the $15 million growth and renewal for infrastructure development, which would fund it municipal water and sewage. Curious why. Why take and promote infrastructure, take the authority to get it done, but then take away revenue source? Where's the revenue going to come from? I want to ask what's missing in this bill, and I think the most important thing that's missing in a lot of the government's bills, which is the C word, consultation. I didn't see any consultation with municipalities, subject matter experts, and everyday Nova Scotians. And I think this has huge impact. So as I critique the bill, I go back to my basic question is, what's the problem it's trying to fix in whatever way? So what's the problem? Devil may be in the details, but what's the problem? Do we need infrastructure for housing? Absolutely. We need it in Halifax, we need it at the VG, we need it in Beachville. Do we need more housing? Absolutely. I actually was very happy to finally, I could find common ground with the Premier this week. I was thrilled, and I'm going to paraphrase, but I'm sure if I misquote him, his office will let me know. I believe I heard the Premier say in this speech when he spoke to Energy, sometimes you don't feel like people hear you, or sometimes it feels like people make decisions for you. They sure do. And that's how Nova Scotians are feeling. And I have to wonder if maybe some members of government are even feeling that. Sometimes people make decisions for you, and you have to wear it. I don't know. However, before I get into more further clauses, I do think there are some interesting facts here. I'm trying to paint a picture of what this bill looks like from a horse, a cart, the person driving in the cart, and the person maybe who's in the cart or wants to get picked up by the cart. And I say that not just to be cheeky, because I think like a lot of the bills that are coming forward this week, they're all interrelated. What's the horse, what's the cart? This one is particularly interrelated to so much and raises so many questions. I hear questions probably outside of immigration and health. The number one question and call I get to my office is on growth and development in the riding. In my riding of Halifax Armdale, we see construction plan for up in Ridgevale. We see on the Purcell's Cove. As you're all probably aware, there's a huge proposed development at the Mumford Mall. There's lots of community groups organizing with questions. I am gone from practicing medicine to being on the steep learning curve of learning about housing and infrastructure. One of the things that keeps coming up is infrastructure, not just water and sewage, which is standalone important, but transportation. So as we grow and we build, we can't move the people in the city we have now. As you know, we have been described the third worst traffic congestion. We build in Mumford, I think there's supposed to be something like 15,000 units over the course of 10 years there. Where are those people going to go? How are they going to move? We have a problem now. Where are they going to move? That, again, if we build infrastructure, it's not just water and sewage. I think of the transportation infrastructure that we're struggling with now. Not just in urban, you know, we hear about people not being able to get to Halifax for appointments, etc. So transportation infrastructure is a huge issue that goes hand in hand with water and sewage and growth and development. The water supply I want to speak to. I've had many conversations with Patty Cuddle, the Deputy Mayor, about the safety of our water supply. I don't mean so much like the water at the VG, which has Legionella in it. I mean about the safety of a continuous water supply. It's my understanding that water rations were available after the summer. Halifax municipality was facing shortages of water, and had the drought not lifted, there was going to have to be some difficult decisions. So with this infrastructure and expansion, how do we ensure, or has there been any consideration given to an adequate water supply? Safe supply is a different, but an adequate water supply, not just for housing, commercial, but certainly fire. So water supply is a big one. And I think that's a bit of an elephant in the room, or a problem that another summer may make us force. Do we have water supply for the current structure?
Order. It's, again, getting loud in here. If people would like to have conversations, that's fine. You have break rooms. I'm asking everyone to respect anyone who is speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. So, again, I go back, do we want housing? Yes. Do we want infrastructure? Yes. But water and sewage are not the only infrastructure, and I'll come to that in a minute. We need an access to water supply for all the reasons we need water supply for the infrastructure. Pipes without water are exactly that, pipes without water. Other people are asking us what's going to be the impact of uranium or fracking, should that happen, on the water supply. That's a whole bigger conversation for another day. The other thing that comes up, and it's coming up in my writing, if we bring 15,000 people into Mumford, will we have the education infrastructure to support that? Again, it'll depend on the demographics that use that. will we have who will move into these neighborhoods? Who will move into Ridge Valley? Who will move into the new developments? What's our immigration going to look like? Where are they going to go? And will we have the education infrastructure? Will the schools we're planning to build now, government's planning to build, support the growth of the future? So yet another infrastructure issue that I don't know the answer, and I think it's worthwhile looking at. In theory, I support the fire services bill, but I also think it's cousin to this bill in terms of if we have...
Order, sorry, one last time. I asked, so there's certain things in that you cannot do in the gallery. You can't take pictures, you can't make noises, and you can't crawl over benches. So I asked that not to happen again. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. As again, I say all of the bills that we're seeing this week have challenges and problems, I think need more homework, but they're all related in many ways. So infrastructure seems to be a first cousin to the fire services bill, which again, standards, but also supply in terms of that. So again, how do they relate? As population grows, where will we need health care? Where will we need schools? Where will we need health care? And I think of that when I drive to Debert and I see the massive growth in East Hants. And I keep thinking, where are those people going for health care? And if we continue this growth, have we included not only with the growth, pipes and water, the growth of housing, affordable housing, hopefully. Do we have the education to support it? Do we have a water supply to support it? But healthcare, we know our population is growing and aging, and that's going to require certain healthcare staffing. But with growth, movement to urban area, and I do wonder, communities like East Hants, where do they get their care now, and where will they get it in the future? And is the healthcare infrastructure prepared to support that? Is there going to be family doctors to support that growth? And the changing demographics of people in that area. What emerge if East Hants doubles? Where will people go? Will they go to Dartmouth? Will they go to Cobequid? Will they go to Truro? So with infrastructure at the basic level to support housing comes all of these other infrastructures that need to be considered at the same time. And I don't see that happening. I see these bills coming one-offs, and I don't see a master plan. What does the future look like for Nova Scotia? Do we still want to get to X amount? What I do see is urbanization happening. This may be part of the reason. And I've seen that coming before. Having spent some time in Guysborough 20 years ago, I think about 10, 15 years ago, I saw a lot of seniors in Guysborough migrate to one apartment building in Parkland Street, which we call Little Guysborough. So will we continue to see our seniors migrate? And where will they migrate to get the support, whether it's health care, home care? But do we have that infrastructure? With new growth, new housing at different levels, again, I think I have to wonder, what's the infrastructure? It's not just water and sewage and firefighting, but do we have the education infrastructure? Traffic, if we build housing without traffic infrastructure, are we just not making one? So again, is traffic the horse or is it the cart? Who's driving the cart? Again, I'm not seeing this bill linked to any projection on population growth and also to the determinants of health that come with that population growth. So it raises the question, what's this bill trying to intend? What's its intention? And it's in solo. What are the other ramifications of this bill? I do think the bill that kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I expect will rub a lot of Nova Scotians the wrong way, is investing all the authority into a person who's in the minister of the day, of government, the minister of housing. And I learned the lesson. We can look at the minister of housing today and say, oh, they're a very reasonable person. This bill is going to be great. Who will be the minister of housing in the future may not be the reasonable person. So I use the reasonable person test of the future. If you invest everything in one position, don't bank on the assumption that that position is always going to have a reasonable person or a reasonable government in it. So be careful what you ask for. The other thing it really boils down to is who's going to pay for this and how are people going to pay for it? We know that Nova Scotians are struggling with their water bills, their utility bills. Nova Scotia Power wants to increase it. HRM wants to increase the water bill. With this comes my mind is with every project, every expansion, is there a budget attached to it? Now I realize that's a different process, but I can't help but we want to have someone and drive expansion with infrastructure. With infrastructure comes bills and costs. And so I think the biggest question is, who's going to pay for this? And the answer is we're all going to pay for it. All Nova Scotians are going to pay for this. That's why they should have some input into it. Not only what the cost of it is now, but what's the cost of future now. So it's, again, a horse or cart, but where's missing in that horse and cart is a bucket of cash. And the cash is going to come from, I would suggest, people riding in the wagon, but they don't know what the price is. They don't know what it's going to cost to get into that wagon. So there's lots and lots of questions related to this. I really trying to understand in good faith why this bill is coming forward and why authority is being invested in one person. In good faith, assuming it's a reasonable intention in good faith, but I'm not getting the answers. I'm hoping the minister can speak to that. What's the problem this bill is trying to fix? Is it a current problem? Is it a future problem? There are many current problems, like the VG. However, what's the problem? Is it growth and projection? What's the growth and projection? What's the infrastructure needs of the future? Perhaps that's out there. I just haven't seen it. What's the cost projection of the future? What's inflation maybe? What's the cost? Are we going to be able to borrow the money to build that? But more importantly, is this bill not handcuffing future Nova Scotians, future MLAs, future municipalities for a decision we make today? So I have a lot of problems with centralizing the authority. And again, I go back to without the data, the emperor has no clothes, because there does not seem to be any evidence or information to hang this bill on. It's like, let's do it, make this person responsible, let's do it. And I'm sure government members would agree that works sometimes, but perhaps not always all the time. I also want to suggest that it needs to be slowed down, not slowed down, revisit it. It needs to be revisited to help me understand what's the problem it's trying to solve. The other question I think it's going to think is, what's the problems or the unintended impact it may create? Not just revenue sources, but also other issues, such as housing. Well, the goal is to support housing, but education, healthcare, transportation, water supply for the entire province. Again, it seems like it's coming in as a piece in isolation without a big picture. I kind of like the big picture and leave the details to people who are much smarter than I am, but I'm not understanding what the big picture is here and what the fix in the big picture is. I'm not understanding what's the horse, what's the cart, I think I know who the driver is of the horse, but I don't know who's in the wagon because they haven't been asked to actually come along for the ride. I think people in the wagon are going to have to pay for it. They don't know what the cost is, but it's kind of like jump in the wagon, we'll take you, the minister will take you there. Don't worry how much it's going to cost. So again, it goes back to my comment that the Premier made. Sometimes it feels like people are making decisions without you. That seems to be the reoccurring thing a lot of these bills, and I'm not sure. I am thinking that people are feeling this with this bill. Somebody's making a decision for me without me across this province. Consultation, as we say, I always say in medicine, a pharmacist is a doctor's best friend. They save your bacon, they help patients. I would suggest, what I'm learning, for politicians, consultation is our best friend. And when you decide not to consult, you go forward at your own risk. I almost ask a pharmacist everything about everything, especially after midnight. So again, consultation is a politician's best friend. Without that consultation, I think any government of any stripes proceeds at risk. In my observation, it seems like majority governments tend to sway that consultation and may not see consultation as their best friend. I leave that for people to live and learn from, and maybe you're living and learning from that now. I hope so. So again, what's this bill trying to accomplish? Who's going to be impacted? Who was at the table when this bill was created? Who wasn't at the table? There's so many questions. I'm open to persuasion. I'd like clarification on what the bill's intentions are. And I really have to ask, why weren't other people consulted? I learned a long time ago as a family physician, people expect me to be an expert in everything, to stay in my lane, to understand what I know really well, and not to be afraid to reach out and ask for help when I don't know something. When I jump into another lane that I don't necessarily have the right data, the right information, or haven't spoken to the right people, it usually comes back to bite me. So I have to emphasize process. I say to government, you can do this, but be careful what you ask for. You're taking on a lot of authority, and with authority comes responsibility, and with responsibility comes accountability. So as this bill moves forward, have the right people been at the table? Who hasn't been at the table? What are the other considerations that need to be in it? And this could be I actually might be able to support a government omnibus bill if you actually had everything related to the bill into it. If this bill could speak to, we're going to do this, but this bill is going to support it. This is how the fire services bill is going to support this. It's their hand in hand. This is how the healthcare bill is going to support this. This is how they're related. That would be a great omnibus bill. But I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing fragmentation, lack of consultation, and we're supposed to just sit back and say, oh, let's hope for the best. Again, I take it back to sometimes you don't always feel like, sometimes you feel like people making decisions for you, and I think that's adamantly clear with this bill and several bills. I will almost close by saying I did find common ground with another PC minister when the Honourable Minister of Housing said, Nova Scotians deserve better. They sure do. They sure do. And better is not expensive, and better is doable. Better starts at home with consultation. Ask people who are smarter than we are, what does this look like? What does infrastructure future need to be? How do we get there? What's it going to cost? Will we have even what's going to be the labor force required to support this infrastructure? let's not try to be the subject matter experts, speak for other people, make decisions that we're not going to own the government's not necessarily going to own the outcome. Make this decision now, and it's going to have impact for the next 10 and 20 years. I don't know how many people are going to be here in 10, 20 years, or maybe even 3 years, but it's going to impact people. And so it's a bill that seems to be done in a silo, again, an emperor with no clothes, and I think it could be better. Nova Scotians deserve better by asking the questions that we don't know the answers to, by asking other people who are experts in this area, but also consumers in this area. So, you know, the example is the short-sightedness of putting infrastructure into Beachville. Somebody would have approved that somewhere along the line that doesn't provide the right pressure at the right place for the right time for a fire. Maybe a little bit of consultation, maybe it did happen, maybe it was just the wrong advice at the time, is now leaving that community to scramble to get the infrastructure that somebody planned for them that's not meeting their needs and needs to be replaced. So again, there's so many questions that are attached to this. It seems to become an isolation. I expect Nova Scotians are feeling that someone is making decisions for them, and maybe those who are making decisions are not getting the best advice. So I would ask them, I've got questions there I'd be happy to hear, look forward to from the minister for clarity on. I'm asking why. Why is this happening now? What's the unintended impact, and why not in relationship to all the other issues that grow with growth and prosperity in terms of school, health, transportation, water supply, water safety. So again, I think there's a lot of questions that needs to be included. This could be a really good bill if it was perhaps more thought through, and perhaps if it had more details attached to it. But in its current phase, I say it's a self-appointed emperor with no clothes, meaning no data to make it happen. So, Madam Speaker, I really have to ask if we could keep this conversation going, because before I can support it, I really need some more information, as do I expect most Nova Scotians. And I expect all of our colleagues at the municipal level have lots of questions. So we need more information. We need more discussion. We don't need committees. We've got all those places in. We just need to reach out and listen and get some data. And what does the infrastructure of the future look like? But what needs to come with that infrastructure? Who are we serving with that infrastructure? And what have we not thought about it? And however process it got here, I haven't seen any form of evaluation. And I feel like we're almost doing the evaluation here on the floor, where had that evaluation happened perhaps a little bit sooner, this bill might be able to move forward in a lot quicker manner. So lots of questions for consideration, open to persuasion. But again, to quote the Premier, sometimes it feels like people are making decisions for you, and I close with that.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to speak on second reading on Bill 212, an act respecting administrative measures for housing. Certainly, housing, Madam Speaker, is an important issue, I would say, throughout all of Nova Scotia. It certainly is in Cumberland North. My assistant, Dan, hears from people each and every day. Most of the situations are very sad. And last week on my 2-hour drive in, I usually spend my drive in making phone calls and returning messages from people. And, you know, some of the stories that people share with us are appalling. In particular, the situations with housing, Madam Speaker, people living in situations that they have no choice. Last week, someone shared with me they have a 4-month-old baby, and they're living in a house that they can't find any other place. They also have other children that have been taken away and have been told they'll get them back when they have better housing, but they can't find better housing. And their power bill is over $2,000 a month, and it's partly because there's no windows in the basement. They've all been busted out by people trying to break in. So they're literally heating the outdoors through electric heat. And it's very challenging, and I'm sure many other MLAs listening also have very similar stories and situations, and you just want to give everybody a safe place to live, and it's, but we can't do that. Madam Speaker, I make that first point mainly because this bill is specific to HRM, and I make a plea on behalf of rural Nova Scotia for there to be more housing initiatives for rural Nova Scotia. HRM is obviously very important, and half our population does live here, but the other 50% of the people that live outside of HRM deserve legislation and changes that will help build more housing in our communities as well, because it's not happening fast enough, Madam Speaker. However, having said that, I will discuss and debate the bill that is before me, which is Bill 212, an act respecting administrative measures for housing. I am surprised that there's still not a Department of Housing. At least I don't think there is. We do have a Minister of Housing now, which is good, but I'm not sure why we don't have a Department of Housing. It might it'd be great for the government to explain why, because I think that does send a message to Nova Scotians and to people that work in housing. If it's not given a department, an actual department, is it being valued like it should be here in the province of Nova Scotia? So I'm going to go through this omnibus bill. Housing, healthcare is probably more my area of expertise, Madam Speaker, and business. So while I did learn a lot about municipalities when I was a critic for municipal affairs a few years ago, this is an area that I really have to take my time and read through, and I'm trying to understand the legislation. So this omnibus bill is amending 5 pieces of existing legislation. And the first one is amending the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. So I got the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter to better understand what are the changes to this piece of legislation. And in 2.2, Chapter 39 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 35 the following section. So we're not changing anything, we're just adding this new section. And Section 35, actually, let me go back to Section 20. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Section 20 in the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter are different things that the council may make policies about, and it goes through several things. I actually thought that there was already something in legislation that required councillors to have training, because I know when some of the new councillors are elected back home that they all go through these training exercises. So I didn't realize that this would be needed to be added, but it must be. So that's what the first change is to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, is adding a section where the newly elected councillor will be required, in accordance with regulations, to provide orientation training to them. I was curious, and maybe this will be in regulations, what is the time frame for the orientation program? Will it need to be completed within 6 months or the first 3 months? And although it does say in the regulations it will include the content, format, and timing of the training, and who is to deliver aspects of the training. The second thing that's amended in the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter is that they're adding a section under Section 35. And Section 35 in the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter outlines the responsibilities of the Chief Administrative Officer. And it goes through, in the original piece of legislation, it goes through all of the responsibilities such as coordinating and directing preparation of plans and programs to be submitted to the council for the construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of all municipal property and facilities. And it continues on, and it's adding a section that council may delegate the evaluation and performance management of the chief administrative officer to a committee of the council. So it's adding that. It's also adding, under the responsibilities of chief administrative officer, notwithstanding clause 35(2)A, which states, just so people know what it's referring to, it states the chief administrative officer may attend all meetings of the council and any board, committee, commission, or corporation of the municipality and make observations and suggestions on any subject under discussion. So the original legislation states that the chief administrative officer may attend all meetings of the council and any board, committee, commission, or corporation of the municipality and make observations and suggestions on any subject under discussion. Bill 212 is amending that and stating that the council may exclude or limit the chief administrator's officer attendance at any council meeting or council committee meeting if the meeting includes or relates to the evaluation of the chief administrative officer, including evaluation of the officer's conduct or performance, or council training, education, performance, or coaching, and participation in or membership in boards, committees, or organizations external to the municipality. It also says where the chief administrative officer is absent or unable to act for more than 30 days, council may intervene. It's interesting. I'm curious why the provincial government would want to add a section that would allow council to exclude or limit the CAO's attendance at any meetings. Because normally your CAO is the one that council would be directing, and then the CAO would direct all the staff. So I don't know if I missed explanation from the housing minister why that was added and changed in the legislation or not. The next change to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter is amending by adding, so again, not taking something away, by adding under section 223A the following sections. And just to refer to that piece of legislation, it, just 1 sec. I'm going to refer to a little bit further down. It says that it's further amending by adding immediately after section 277A the following section. And in the original piece of legislation, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, section 277A is that the minister may make regulations. The minister may make regulations respecting the nature and extent of affordable housing to be required by subsections 235 and 24A, and the enforcement of the affordable housing requirements. So under regulations 277A, this bill 212 is adding the governor and council may make regulations. So I'm assuming that is taking power away from the minister and now giving the power to the governor and council. Setting criteria and factors to be considered by the minister when extending or altering urban service area under section 223, and prescribing a date for the expiration of sections 223A and B. So I wanted to read that first, because when you go back to what's being added under section 223B, What this is saying down below is that it's actually not going to be permanent, or it allows the governor and council to make it not permanent, these changes. So in section 223B, it's adding, in this section, urban service area means a geographical area or areas specified in the planning documents of the municipality that may be developed with municipal water, wastewater, or storm water services. Where the minister determines it is in the provincial interest to do so, the minister may, by order, amend the planning documents of the municipality to extend or alter urban service area for the purpose of extending growth-enabling infrastructure. Now, we don't know from this piece of legislation, there's been some suggestions or gossip, for lack of a better word, in the community of why this may be here. But I know back home, when one municipality tries to encroach on another, it often causes conflict that sometimes takes decades to overcome. So it looks like here that the province is going to force the hand to extend this urban service area without the need for consultation with HRM or possibly even the area that they're encroaching on. But as I said, Madam Speaker, in section 4 of this, it's saying that these changes do not need to be permanent. Also on page 2 of Bill 212, it says for the purposes, something else is going to be added under 22(3)(b)(3). It's going to be added, for the purpose of this section, the minister has all the powers, privileges, and immunities of a commissioner appointed pursuant to the Public Inquiries Act. So, I went and found the Public Inquiries Act to find what does this mean? What powers will the Minister of Housing now have based on this Bill 212? And if you go to an act respecting public inquiries, it reads, a commissioner, in case of such inquiry, is not regulated by any special law. The governor and council may appoint a person or persons as a commissioner or commissioners to inquire into and concerning such matter. The commissioner or commissioners shall have the power of summoning before him or them any persons as a witness and of requiring them to give evidence on oath, orally or in writing, or on solemn affirmation if they are entitled to affirm in civil matters, and to produce such documents and things as the commissioner or commissioners deem requisite to the full investigation of the matters into which he or they are appointed to inquire. The power, privileges, and immunities, the commissioner or commissioners shall have the same power to enforce the attendance of persons as witnesses and to compel them to give evidence and produce documents and things as is vested in the Supreme Court or a judge there in civil cases, and the same privileges and immunities as a judge of the Supreme Court. So the Minister of Housing is going to have a lot of power from this change, I would say. It's going to be pretty powerful. Yeah. So that is the first bill that is being amended with Bill 212. The second bill that's being amended in this omnibus bill is Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. And the first change in this is a Housekeeping Act substituting growth and development with housing for the department. And then the second thing that's being changed, just one second, grab this. The second thing that is being changed is in subclause 6. And I think what's important for me, at least, when I was trying to understand Bill 212 and this portion of it, When I refer to the original piece of legislation, that's being amended, it's Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. I think one of the key pieces of this to understand, at least for me, in understanding the amendments, is that Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act establishes the panel. The executive panel on housing in HRM is established, and that's point 5 in the bill. So then when we go to Bill 212 and look at what's being changed, they're actually repealing Section 6. So Section 6 of Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act is being repealed. And what's being repealed, it's always good to know what's being repealed before you try to understand what's replacing it. The panel shall advise and provide recommendations to the minister and municipality respecting. The part that's being repealed is 2.2. Factors affecting housing supply, including the availability of land, the taxation environment, the availability of labor, and any other factors that may affect housing development. And that is being repealed and replaced with factors affecting housing supply, including wastewater, water, stormwater, or other municipal infrastructure, the availability of land, the taxation environment, the availability of labor, and any other factors that may affect housing development, which is pretty open-ended there, any other factors. But I guess that's in the first one too. So really the main difference is this new one that's been added includes water, wastewater, stormwater, other municipal infrastructure. And I've heard my colleagues talk about that as well. There's a few other changes to the Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act, including under Section 13. I won't bother reading that. Didn't seem. And under Section 21A. In the original piece of legislation, 21A says no injurious affection. Might not be saying that right. Property is deemed not to be injuriously affected by any action taken under this act or the regulations. Interesting. So this is being amended by renumbering the sections 21A and 21B and adding immediately after section 21A the following section. So that is not being removed, but it's being amended by adding this. The minister may order the municipality or utility owned by the municipality to build, change, reconfigure, or remove water, wastewater, stormwater, or other municipal infrastructure within the municipality for the purpose of accelerating and increasing the supply of housing. Apply for infrastructure funding from federal or other available sources for the purpose of accelerating and increasing the supply of housing, and do anything necessary or desirable in the interest of the safe, efficient, and affordable development of housing enabling infrastructure. Also in the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, another amendment from Bill 212 is under Section 23, FA. Currently, it's so that this section in the original bill, Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, Section 23 is to do with regulations. The governor and council may make regulations. So F currently says respecting the powers of the panel. So again, referring to that executive housing panel, respecting the powers of the panel under Section 18. And this Bill 212 is adding setting criteria and factors to be considered by the minister when issuing orders. bill that is amended in Bill 212 is Housing Supply and Services Act. And the first thing that's being amended is, again, housekeeping, changing growth and development to housing. And Section 26. All of that's regional. I got 5 bills here, so I'm just trying to keep them all straight, Madam Speaker. Aha, found it. So this is amending a piece of legislation called the Housing Supply and Services Act, Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2022. So this is a bill that was brought in by this government, and they're making an amendment to it. Under Section 26 of Chapter 36, it's being repealed. So what's being repealed is advisory board. The agency has an advisory board that provides advice and recommendations to further the agency's objects. The agency has an advisory board that provides advice and recommendations to further the agency's objects. So that's being repealed and substituted with the minister. Agency has an advisory. The minister may establish an advisory board that provides advice and recommendations to further the agency's objects. So I guess bringing in ministerial control is what I would gather from this change. So that's all for that one. The next one is Part 4 of this omnibus bill is Municipal Government Act, and it's basically making the same changes, it looks like to me anyway. The very first bill that I referred to, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. The first change was making changes to bring in training, and that's what it looks like this is doing now. The Municipal Government Act will make amendments and also making sure that the newly elected councillor receives orientation training. And the fifth bill that's being amended by Bill 212 is the Short-Term Rentals Registration Act. And it looks like it's moving this piece of legislation under a different act. So it says Clause 2, a AA of Chapter 9 of the Acts of 2019, the Short-Term Rentals Registration Act, as enacted by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2023, is amended by striking out of municipal affairs and housing and substituting, quote, responsible for the Housing Supply and Services Act. So it's moving it to a different act. So that's an overview of the changes to the legislation, Madam Speaker. Hopefully that makes sense to people. It's difficult when we get the omnibus bills because I feel it's really important to do my job as MLA, that I fully understand every bill. And when they're omnibus bills, this one's not too bad. There's only 5 pieces of legislation that's affected, but I always have to print out, read the original legislation, and then look at the new bill that's making changes to make sure that I better understand as much as I can. And then trying to have conversations with people that are impacted by the bill. I actually haven't seen anything publicly, but I may have missed it, that people here in HRM have made any, council I'm referring to, have made any comments about this piece of legislation. I think one thing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Madam Speaker, is that I support more housing and I support the building of more housing. I support reducing delays in getting housing built, but I don't believe that speed of building more housing should come at the expense of accountability and transparency and fair cost sharing. I also think that we need to make more of an emphasis on increasing housing in other areas of the province outside of HRM. So accountability and transparency are both two things that our Auditor General has continued to bring up over the last 4 years with this government as well. And I think it applies, those two things apply to this bill as well. So Bill 212, after my evaluation of it, Madam Speaker, it appears to extend HRM Executive Panel on extend the Halifax Regional Municipality Executive Panel on Housing, giving the Minister of Housing here in the province authority to amend the HRM planning documents urban service boundary. It also allows our Minister of Housing to order HRM or Halifax Water to build, modify infrastructure. I'm not sure how they're going to take that advice from a Cape Breton MLA. Maybe well, maybe well. It's hard to say. He's a good guy, so. Allows the Minister of Housing to step in and do the work if they don't comply. Allows the Minister of Housing to recover costs as a debt, and lets the Minister of Housing decide the cost sharing if no agreement has been made. My evaluation of Bill 212 also makes the Housing Advisory Board optional, which out of all the things that I looked at with this bill, I will say, Madam Speaker, that stood out to me, because we have seen a trend with this government of removing boards, removing levels of governance structure to bring in the community voice, to bring in voices of people that aren't on the government's payroll, that could truly bring in a perspective that is fair and representing the community. So removing an advisory board or making it optional, I don't believe is good governance and would potentially weaken the decisions that may be made. Bill 212 also seems to add mandatory counselor orientation and expands the regulation-making powers. I understand that even though I'm not an HRM MLA, I am from definitely rural Nova Scotia, that there definitely is a housing crisis as well here in HRM. The vacancy rates remain tight, and infrastructure bottlenecks delay multi-unit builds. Water and wastewater capacity is often the limiting factor, and municipal approval timelines are often blamed. So we're often seeing the municipalities blamed for these timelines.
Order. I ask that all members turn off their phone. I can't be the only one that hears that. I ask that all members in the audience make sure the phone is turned off as well in the galleries. There is no filming, there is no taking pictures, and please make sure all phones are on silent. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned, there's no doubt that there's a housing crisis here in the province of Nova Scotia. We've seen significant population growth, and we didn't have the infrastructure in place before that happened. In our area, in Cumberland, and even more so in the town of Amherst, we also had extenuating circumstances that made our housing, the pressures on housing, worse, including we had a private boarding house burn, where I believe there was 19 or 20 people, all low income, all people that had very significant health issues that really could only afford this very extreme low rent. I think they paid $250 a month, and that place burned down. So all of a sudden in our town, we had an extra 20 people without a place to live and really didn't have the money to move into a bigger place. And we also, before that, had a big apartment building burned down, and I think there was many tenants there too. So it doesn't take much if there's already not enough supply, and then if you have a couple of fires in a community, it really can add a lot of pressure on and cause a lot of problems. I mean, we all need a safe place to live and lay our head at night, and we all do what we can to help others out. And in fact, my husband and I had I would say the honor of one of our children live with us for 5 years after the pandemic, because the idea of finding a place was just it just wasn't possible. I mean, we loved having them, but I don't think that was their choice. You know, they prefer to be out on their own, and now, you know, they are. But it's not easy for our young people. And just recently, Madam Speaker, I had a town hall session, and one of the young people that were there, he's been involved really since 2017, him and his mom. And he was very quiet during it was actually my advisory board, that's what it was. And he was very quiet. And I said, I won't say his name in case he wouldn't want me to, but I said, do you have any advice on what I should be talking about in the legislature this coming session? And this is a young man who's probably about 25. And he's been able to get a really good job. He works for Indigenous Affairs. And he said, I can't afford a home. He goes, I think that people my age, something needs to be done to be able to afford a home. Now, I was able to share with him because our provincial government had just made that announcement of the 2% for the down payment, so I was able to share that information with him. And we also have a really great housing project in our area that the province was involved with, as well as private sector, the John Bragg Society, which is now called the River Phillip Foundation, as well as the town of Amherst and the federal government, and our 2 municipalities worked together so that infrastructure could be put in place. But it's a beautiful housing project that partially is rental, low-income affordable housing, and then purchase. But you have to be in a certain wage category to qualify. So there is work being done, but not enough to meet the demand. So we need to continue putting our foot to the pedal. The other thing that this bill really stands out to me is a big shift with regards to ministerial override. And this bill, the Minister of Housing can order HRM or Halifax Water to build infrastructure. The Minister of Housing can decide if the cost is cost apportionment, if no agreement. The Minister of Housing can step in and do the work. The Minister of Housing can recover the cost as a debt, and the Minister of Housing can plan boundaries if it's in the, quote, provincial interest. So my question to the Minister would be, what defines provincial interest? I think that's an important thing for especially HRM Council to know. And what is a reasonable period for an agreement? How much time is the Minister allowing for HRM to get things prepared? Are these orders made public or are they private? And is there an appeal mechanism that the HRM Council can use? What transparency accompanies these powers as well? Again, back to transparency and accountability. These are questions that the Minister of Housing could answer before second reading finishes today, and that may help inform the public before Public Bills Committee when this comes to that committee. Regarding infrastructure and who pays, I think this is probably a very big concern for HRM Council. They all have a budget that they have to conform to. They aren't like the provincial government or federal government. They can't have big debts year after year. They have to have a balanced budget. So if they're not sure the costs of this infrastructure, this is going to make it very difficult for them in their planning. If the Minister of Housing directs infrastructure and Halifax Water must comply, are costs imposed, and recovery is treated as a debt. If this happens, Madam Speaker, who pays? Ratepayers, municipal taxpayers, or provincial taxpayers? I think those are questions to be asked. And I had a friend message me on the weekend. This is going to upset some people, but I think it's kind of funny. So I'm saying it in humor. But my friend that messaged me on the weekend about this particular bill said they compare it to when Trump said he's going to build the wall and get someone else to pay. So I know it's kind of funny, you got to admit. But my point is, Madam Speaker, that I don't think it's good for legislation for the province to put legislation forward saying that they're going to force HRM's council to build something and then force them to pay. HRM should be a partner. They should be included in the planning, and there should be clear accountability and transparency for who pays as part of their budget. Affordable housing cannot quietly become unaffordable utilities. This Bill 212 also looks at urban service boundary changes. So the bill allows the Minister of Housing to amend HRM planning documents that affects sprawl, servicing costs, environmental impact, which hasn't really been talked a lot about in this when we discuss this bill, but it is something that should be considered, as well as long-term infrastructure burden. So the question is, if we expand service areas, are we simultaneously committing to fully funding the infrastructure that makes them viable? And that would be a balanced approach. The next consideration of Bill 212 are the governance changes. So the advisory board, as I mentioned before, becomes optional, which means that there's less structured oversight, more internal concentration of authority. And when authority increases, oversight should increase alongside it, Madam Speaker, not decrease. That's governance focused, not anti-housing. Good governance is better for all of us, whether you live in HRM or anywhere in Nova Scotia. And on this topic of governance, I want to just make a point tying this into Bill 212, Madam Speaker. We've seen since the government took power, and it's not personal, Madam Speaker, but I think it's important to sort of show the trend. So back in 2002, the government reduced the independence of the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Board. It required the board's appointment and removal of the CEO to be subject to the approval of the minister, and it required the gallery to submit its accountability report and business plan as the minister directed. And that meant the board no longer had full authority over its own CEO and reporting structure. Even where boards were left in place, Madam Speaker, the government weakened their independence. In the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act, the board could no longer freely appoint or remove its CEO without ministerial approval. So just like Bill 212, we're seeing governance changes in Bill 212. We also saw it back in 2022 with Invest Nova Scotia Act, Bill 214. This is one of the clearest examples of centralized control disguised as modernization. The Act said the management and control of the affairs of the corporation are invested in the minister. The CEO is appointed by the Governor and Council, reports to the Deputy Minister, and performs the duties the minister determines. The board is only an advisory board, not a governing board. The minister is not bound by its recommendations, can issue policy directions, and must approve the corporation's business and its strategic plans. With Invest Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, the government replaced independent governance with an advisory model. The board could advise, but the minister controlled. So, Madam Speaker, just as in Bill 212, we're seeing the advisory board becomes optional. We're moving more concentration of authority and power to the minister. I mean, I actually referenced back where one of the changes in Bill 212 gives the Minister of Housing the same power of the Commissioner in the Public Inquiries Act, which is a lot of power. A lot of power, Madam Speaker. Other changes we've seen this government make with regards to governance were back in 2022, the Build Nova Scotia Act, and that act also followed the same model. The statute said the management and control of the affairs of the corporation are vested in the minister. The CEO is appointed by the Governor and Council, reports to the Deputy Minister, and performs duties the minister may determine. Again, there is only an advisory board, not an independent governing board. So in the case of Build Nova Scotia, it was set up with an oversight vested in the minister, not an independent board. This is not decentralization, it's executive control. So again, one of my main concerns with Bill 212 is the power. The authority is increasing with the minister, and oversight is not increasing along with it. So less structured oversight, more internal concentration of authority. One of the bills that's being amended in Bill 12, I've already referenced, Madam Speaker, Housing Supply and Services Act, and that's Bill 22 from 2022. And this is actually a major example of governance and power being put into more of a centralized power. With the Housing Supply and Services Act that is amended in Bill 212, the Act says the management and control of the affairs of the agency are vested in the minister. The minister may exercise the powers of the agency. The CEO is appointed by the governor and council, reports to the deputy minister, and performs the duties the minister determines. The agency began with an interim board made up of deputy ministers, and the later board was only advisory. The minister was not bound by its recommendations and could issue policy directions. The agency's business plan and multi-year strategic plan also required ministerial approval. In housing, the government did not just reform governance, it vested management and control directly in the minister and reduced the board to an advisory role. And we saw changes in Bill 212 to this particular piece of legislation. We also saw changes in governance similar to Bill 212 in the Municipal Finance Corporation Dissolution Act. That bill, 223, is one of the starkest examples because it did not merely weaken a board, Madam Speaker, it actually eliminated it. The Act says plainly the corporation is dissolved. It then assigned all affairs and matters relating to the financing role to the minister. And the I apologize, Madam Speaker. The government literally dissolved the Municipal Finance Corporation and transferred its function to the minister. That is centralization, plain and simple. So again, Bill 212, one of my main concerns, Madam Speaker, is around the governance changes and the weakening lack of oversight. We saw that similar in 2023 with the Financial Measures Act, Bill 279. This is one more technical, but it still reflects a centralizing trend. And it was done in the credit union system. The bill expanded oversight powers under the Credit Union Act, including stronger authority over the central and broader supervision and intervention mechanisms through the corporation. It's not as clean of an example as some of the other bills, but it is part of the same pattern, Madam Speaker. Fewer arm's length checks and more top-down control. And some changes are technical, but the direction was the same. Less independent decision-making and more centralized oversight. Bill 212 is bringing less structured oversight and more internal concentration of authority, similar to what we saw in Bill 329. Again, this is the last example that I'll give, Madam Speaker, but my point is there's a trend of taking power, centralizing power in the government. Bill 329 took planning power away from local democratic structures and concentrated it in the minister's office. It allowed the minister to designate special planning areas to amend or appeal. I'm a big fan of democracy, Madam Speaker. And I do think that housing supply, the need for more housing is urgent. Speed is important, but so is accountability. And when you have proper governance, when you do adequate consultation, you make better decisions. And I think many people around the province agree with that. So just an overview, Madam Speaker. Bill 212, an act respecting administrative measures for housing, represents a significant shift in Nova Scotia's housing governance model from municipal-led planning towards centralized provincial authority. And I realize that the government is probably justifying this in their need to accelerate housing supply, or at least we assume that is why. The bill does two major things. It accelerates housing delivery by giving the province direct powers over infrastructure, planning boundaries, and municipal coordination. and expands ministerial control over municipal governance and housing institutions. It does so, though, Madam Speaker, by weakening mandatory oversight structures and enabling decisions by order and regulation. My core concern is that speed is being pursued through centralized authority without equivalent safeguards for transparency, affordability outcomes, or protection against cost downloading to municipal taxpayers and utility ratepayers. Bill 212, as I mentioned at the beginning, amends 5 statutes in 6 parts. The Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, making mandatory orientation training for newly elected councillors, expanded council authority over CAO oversight and participation, new provincial power to amend HRM, urban service area planning documents. The second one is housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, expanding executive panel scope, compelling utilities to provide information, creates ministerial order power over HRM, Halifax Water Infrastructure, extends the panel to 2028. The third is Housing Supply and Services Act, removing the interim board, making Provincial Housing Agency Advisory Board optional. The fourth, Municipal Government Act, mirrors the HRM Charter governance changes for all municipalities, and that's for the orientation training. And then the Short-Term Rentals Registration Act, administrative update for ministerial responsibility. Several key provisions come into force only on proclamation, allowing government to control the timing of this, so it's not clear for all the stakeholders and people that would be affected by this piece of legislation. They really have no idea when these would come into play. This bill, 2012, Madam Speaker, represents a core policy shift, giving the province authority to order municipal infrastructure. I know in the town of Amherst, there's some exciting things happening with, they're expanding their infrastructure to enable our industrial park to grow. It's kind of like build it and they will come. And I'm really excited and proud of the work of the town of Amherst and our council. They have a very strong economic development focus and growing our economy there and expanding. It's been really frustrating to watch everyone grow around us, Moncton and Halifax, and now we're going to do some growing. But what I love about that and what's different from this Bill 212, Madam Speaker, is that it was our municipal council that made those decisions, and then they will work with our province and federal government to gain funding for the infrastructure, for water and sewer, for our industrial park. So this Bill 212 is, I think, sending a message to Halifax Regional Council that maybe they don't feel they're doing the job that's needed to be done, which we didn't see before. It's one thing that I would say with the previous government, we didn't tend to see these major changes with with regards to municipality. There seems to be a real push-pull, seems to be a lot of conflict between our provincial government and HRM, where our provincial government sees a need to step in and take the control away, which I think a lot of people, including myself, would rather see more of a consultative approach. Bill 212 is also cost sharing and financial risk that the minister's deciding, making a lot of the decisions. Costs are to be apportioned by agreement between the province and municipality. If there's no agreement reached, then the minister determines the cost split. So I can't imagine how that must feel for the HRM, where they're trying to balance their budget and be in control of their finances. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, numbers speak for themselves. Our provincial government, we've not done a good job here in the province of strong fiscal management. So I'm sure when the HRM looks at that and looks at our history over the last 4 years for cost overruns and for the amount of projects that have gone out without tender, without proper procurement. And this isn't me saying this, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's come out on this several times, as well as how much money has been spent outside of the approved legislative budget. with legislative oversight, I'm sure that causes HRM to be concerned that they can say what they want, but at the end of the day, Bill 12 gives the minister the ability to determine the cost split. If HRM or the utility does not comply, the province may perform the work itself, and the costs then become a debt that they will owe to the province and recoverable through court action. There is a 12-month window during which costs may not be recovered, after which a liability may be attached. So there's huge implications, Madam Speaker. Municipal taxpayers or utility ratepayers could face substantial financial exposure from municipally ordered projects. The Minister of Housing can amend HRM planning documents by order. The new HRM charter provisions will allow the minister to extend or alter HRM's urban service area. We don't know where. We're not sure where that is being planned or why. And I think in fairness to both the provincial MLAs, but also to HRM Council, that should be made clear. The fact that this Bill 212, that there is a piece being added in Bill 212 that makes this temporary, that they can extend the urban areas, tells us that there's probably a very specific project that this is for. We can make that assumption, but we don't know. And again, we want to see more transparency, more accountability by the government. Share with us, share with the people. We are the government for the people, not the other way around. The Executive Panel on Housing Expansion, the panel now explicitly considers municipal infrastructure constraints and can compel information from HRM-owned utilities. And now it is extended from 2026 to 2028. Infrastructure capacity becomes formally integrated into provincial housing decision-making. There's a lot in this bill, Madam Speaker, and personally, I think there should be a Department of Housing, and that all this work would be managed. You sometimes wonder, there's a lot of piecemeal, even this bill, it's amending 5 different pieces of legislation that all impact housing. If there was one Department of Housing, would there be better coordination of some of the work, not just in HRM, but around all of Nova Scotia? We would love to see that. And, one of the more recent examples, I actually did mention this to the minister, is around just customer service that we have as a government. And recently, my office has been getting people coming to my office with a little piece of paper that says on it, take this to your MLA office or to the library. And so people in Cumberland County right now that apply for rental subsidy used to be able to take the documents into the housing office and have them sent. But the last few months, when they take their applications in to the housing office send them to my office or to the library to have the documents sent. And I talked to the minister about that. Like, why would the housing office not do that? And it's just good customer service. And I guess there's a difference between public housing funding versus the housing, the rental subsidy. So that's the reason behind it. But, in my opinion, the customer doesn't know that, and they're just looking for help. And it's the housing office. So they're always used to be able to get their documents mailed in or faxed in or scanned and emailed into the province, and now they're being sent to the MLA office. And listen, my staff and I don't mind. We're there to help, but one day my main assistant was off on vacation, and my casual staff didn't have the email address to send it to, and it wasn't on the little piece of paper. And the customer, the resident, came to my office. They said, come to the MLA office of the library and fax the documents. And I said, did they give you a fax number? She said, no, and there was no fax number on the piece of paper. So my main point is, Madam Speaker, is that for housing and for any government department for that matter, we should always be thinking about the impact that our changes are making on our taxpayers, on our residents. We're here to serve the people. And I've seen this sort of centralization or decisions being made, whether it's in housing or other departments, that aren't always helpful for the people. And I'll come back to the bill, Madam Speaker, but I'll just mention whether it's the centralized number for public works, whether it's the centralized number for income assistance, whether it's the centralized number for mental health. It's really frustrating when people call those numbers and they're put on hold, or they have to take 20 minutes while they go through all the rigmarole. And it's no different for housing when they go to a housing office to have papers sent in, and they're sent to the library or to my office. So we need to get back to a focus on customer service for the people of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, Bill 212, I already at length talked about the governance changes and really focusing on how there's just a continued movement to the center, centralization of power. And there's all kinds of research and data out there, Madam Speaker, that we could read that talk about good governance involves community input. Good governance requires listening to, having boards in place and listening to those board members. Because if we only listen to the people that are on payroll within our departments, Madam Speaker, whether it's housing or others, we're not going to get a real view on the things that are needed for us to hear, because they're not going to disagree with what the minister or the deputy minister says to them. They're on payroll. They're going to say what people want them to say and what they think wants to be heard. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for the time to debate and discuss Bill 212. As I mentioned at the beginning, it's not my area of expertise. That's why I need to study the legislation in depth. I do believe housing is urgent, but not just an HRM. I would love to see more of a focus on rural Nova Scotia for getting more affordable housing built throughout all of the province, in Chester, in Lunenburg, in Yarmouth, in Digby, in Amherst, in Cumberland County, in Antigonish, in Cape Breton, Guysborough, all around the province. There's a whole rural part of this province that sometimes gets left out and not enough attention to. Madam Speaker, I do believe one of the overarching concerns with Bill 212 is the focus of provincial control versus municipal autonomy. I'm concerned the message that this sends to our municipal leaders. They're a very important part of moving this province forward, and urge the government to consult with them. And I look forward to hearing more at Public Bills Committee on Bill 212. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is for. There has been a request for a recorded vote. We shall take a recess while the whips are satisfied. Till the whips are satisfied. The clerks will now conduct a recorded vote.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare. Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Her mic.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McQuarrie.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
John White. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Oui.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrosser.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson.
No.
Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 36, nays 13.
Ordered that the bill be, or, the motion is carried.
Bill 212, an act respecting administrative measures for housing.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Public Bills. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for Tuesday, March 10th be not 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., but instead be from 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for Tuesday, March 10th be from 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. All those in favor, please. There has been a recorded vote. We will have a recess until the whips are satisfied. The clerks will conduct a recorded vote.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare. Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton. John White. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Oui.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
Nope.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 38, nays 10.
Motion carried. The host will sit Tuesday, March 10th, 11 a.m. to 11:59 a.m. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Government Host Leader. PM. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Host Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business public bills in order?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Deputy Honorable Government Host Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honorable Government Host Leader. Deputy.
Speaker, would you please call Bill number 198, Financials Measures Act?
Bill 198, Financials Measures Act. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 198, the Financial Measures 2026 Act, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, today with the second reading of the Financial Measures Act, we are actively pursuing many of the opportunities outlined in Budget 2627, defending Nova Scotia. The Financial Measures Act makes changes that support this year's budget and government's overall objectives. As you are aware, Nova Scotia is forging a path toward powering our future, building stronger and healthier communities, and ensures the province's fiscal stability. This legislation makes tax changes by amending existing legislation such as the Income Tax Act, the Revenue Act, the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Act, and the Sales Tax Act. We recognize the need for EV and hybrid owners to contribute to road repairs and maintenance, which would normally happen through motive fuel taxes. A new 500 biannual levy on electric passenger vehicles and a 250 biannual levy on hybrid passenger vehicles will begin on October 1st, 2026. The types of hybrid vehicles it will apply to will be set out later in regulations. Nova Scotia is the 4th province to create an electric vehicle levy behind Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Quebec. The financial institution's capital tax will increase from 4% to 6% on November 1st, 2026. This applies to banks and trust companies. Nova Scotia is harmonizing the vaping tax with the federal vaping tax. This allows the province to receive tax revenue from vape products ordered online from outside of Nova Scotia. As a benefit, Nova Scotia will receive an additional $11.7 million in revenues, mainly ordered online from outside of Nova Scotia. Also under the Revenue Act, penalty limits for tobacco-related offences will be increased as of April 1st, 2026. The foreign tax deduction will align with federal rules on personal and corporate income taxes. The sunset date for the capital investment tax credit will be extended. Projects approved by the end of 2035 will be able to receive the tax credit. Renewable electricity providers can become bulk suppliers and offer a point-of-sale rebate under the Your Energy Rebate program known as YERP. Nova Scotia is taking the initiative to ensure that our natural resource framework reflects today's realities and supports long-term sustainable development. In keeping with this vision, the FMA supports longer-term forestry licenses to help businesses in sectors like forestry. Reporting any land use used as carbon sinks so that preferential tax rates will only be provided to active forestry properties. Clarifying that gypsum on Crown land belongs to the province. Shifting criteria for mineral leases renewals from legislation to regulations. Treating tailings and waste rock as a mineral resource. Addressing inefficiencies related to community and conservation easements and making terminations a Supreme Court decision. Towing vehicles illegally parked in provincial parks and on Crown lands. Efficiencies in setting park fees. Other changes in this FMA will introduce more efficient and cost-effective approaches in a variety of areas. The FMA will modernize our legislation and reduce red tape. The Halifax Dartmouth Bridge Commission will be dissolved, and staff and operations will be integrated into Link Nova Scotia. Consumers will benefit from an independent dispute resolution service for investment-related complaints under amendments in the Securities Act. The new casino will be exempt from development permits for construction or renovations. The Nova Scotia Gaming Corporation will be exempt from paying deed transfer tax. Changes to the Meat Inspection Act will enable a risk-based meat inspection model at provincially licensed abattoirs. The Minister of Agriculture will gain responsibility for the oversight of harness racing in Nova Scotia. We are responding to feedback from industry and municipalities. Insurance renewal notices can be issued electronically with consent. The ability to issue municipal assessment notices electronically will save up to $1.3 million a year. As we move forward with changes that will help enact Budget 26-27, Defending Nova Scotia, I am filled with optimism. This budget is about defending Nova Scotia by strengthening our foundations and positioning our province to move with confidence in an increasingly uncertain world. These amendments in the FMA will help us unlock our potential and build stronger, more resilient Nova Scotia. Changes will be coming related to Community Easements Act and the Conservation Easement Act at Committee of the Whole House based on feedback we've already received. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to hearing my colleagues' remarks.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I think, on the sort of too long, didn't read version of this, this government has spent irresponsibly, has spent recklessly, and gotten us into a real mess that did not need to be. And, didn't get results for Nova Scotians. So did billions of dollars of government spending without competition, without follow through, without asking for results. So really created this financial crisis that is now going to be part of our reality for a very long time. And we're facing a budget that does nothing but create more chaos. And the FMA, as part of that, is extremely problematic. So I'm going to walk through a number of the assumptions behind the FMA and then talk to specific acts within that are effective within the FMA. I would say actually that this government had so much opportunity. Of course, it's been challenging and uncertain times, yet this government actually had the chance to create security. Just because you have fiscal capacity doesn't mean you just spend it on whatever. You actually think about what safety nets need to be put in place. The OAG has pointed this out. Major banks like Scotia have pointed this out. Not all fiscal space or capacity is the same. And I submit that when it's based on a population boom in the middle to tail end of a global pandemic that resulted in increased federal revenues at a time when the entire fiscal framework was focused on stabilizing, well, I would just say that's probably pretty unique and probably not going to last and unlikely to be replicable. And that was really the start of this government creating a chaotic fiscal environment. Unless some of the new folks or folks elected in 2024 think that this is new, that we're raising concerns about how this government has managed their money, it's not. I have questions dating back to 2021, November 2021, to the former Minister of Finance, asking about how are we making sure what we're doing is going to lead us to a more fiscally secure place. In March 2022, I was interested in the March madness of that year of $150 million in one-off, unbudgeted, unplanned announcements that just happened within about a week, and wondering, would the Premier admit that there was no real plan for this, that there was just a scattershot rush to spend unexpected surpluses. And so I can go through a couple of other things just to lay the groundwork that we, and often me on behalf of the NDP, have been asking questions about this government spending. Later in 2022, I was very concerned because I was worried that what was actually being tabled, the budget actually didn't quite make sense. So it didn't actually account for the expected inflation rates at the time. So, I asked the minister, is this actually going to keep the lights on? And if at some point I find something from the minister that I want to share with you, I will find that, but I will table all of these for sure. I asked I asked the minister about the financial plan that's dated in March of this year, that would have been 2022. That in that financial plan, the one I did ask questions about at the time, there was a belief that inflation would go down and prices would become normalized and fall. And I'll table that. 8 months later, we know the exact opposite has happened. Many analysts and the federal minister of finance now anticipate a recession, for instance, at the start of 2023. And I will say that when I inquired about these types of concerns, that the population growth would not continue and thus our increased revenues would not continue, when I used words like recession, and I think I also used austerity, the former Minister of Finance would quite honestly mock my questions. Like the good times were rolling in Nova Scotia, and what did we have to worry about? And then at a certain point, we started to figure out that not only was the budget concerning, the one that had been set out. But then at the end of that fiscal year, that they had actually spent, I think that year it was $1.7 billion in out of budget spending. And I'm happy to go back and revisit what is fairly familiar territory. I also debated that on the floor of the House. It's true that the Finance Act was revised in 2010. It was a huge revision, and I was at the Department of Finance at the time. Lots needed to be fixed. So often that happens, right? You have a piece of government legislation, and it gets outdated, or so many things are added into it, it doesn't make sense anymore. So it was a huge undertaking. And at that time, didn't propose the current process we have for special warrants and for additional appropriations. So for out-of-budget spending, when government has an urgent need or a new need to spend, it proposes a process for that. It's true, it does not propose returning to the House. You know, from 2022 onwards, you know, we have been asking questions about this out-of-budget spending because, I mean, on a simple fact that it really just didn't make sense to me how you could have a budgeting process that should involve all government departments, that ministers should all be aware of what's happening in their department and what they're putting forward, and that becomes your annual budget. I mean, I think this is a really expected thing that we expect governments and other organizations to do. You present your budget for the year. And never have we seen a government spend out of budget at the rate of this government. And I know that that spending is available as orders in council. I would welcome anybody who hasn't had a look at those to go find them. They're actually a little bit tricky to find, but you can find them. They're not actually that accessible to the public. And, you know, and go through 2021, 2022, 2023. They were very vague. They were large sums of money, and in no way did they make any sense in terms of what was prescribed in what the spirit of the Finance Act asked for, in terms of being new or necessary spending. And so, you know, like the Auditor General, we've been calling for the government to commit to a more transparent process, the likes of which we see in other provinces and territories, where governments are not locked, they can still make the necessary expenditures in a unique situation. They can still respond to crises, but then those additional appropriations come back to the House. And one of the things that I'm worried about when we have, you know, 13% of our budget going out the door without being looked at the legislature is actually that who else is getting a chance to look at that combined spending that comes through 4 quarters in a year and what it really means, right? So we are sitting here in the House debating a budget where we want to understand what is the collective impact, right? Like what is in this budget? What does it, so, you know, if there are some changes here, what does it mean over here? A lot of this requires actually really detailed analysis and collaboration. It's been clear thus far that ministers are not aware of what was in the budget, that ministers are really not for their own departments, and they certainly aren't at all aware of what's happening in other departments that might affect their mandate or the carrying out of their mandate. So maybe it's not in their mandate because it is a program in another department's mandate. But at the same time, when you have responsibility for mental health and addictions, African Nova Scotian affairs, other areas, seniors and long-term care, obviously detrimental decisions in other areas are going to affect your ability to deliver on your mandate. And at the very least, decisions, you should understand their impact and plan accordingly. There should be, you know, communication, collaboration, and so that's not what we're seeing from this budget. And, you know, As I said, along the way, the Office of the Auditor General and I and others have expressed their concern about the out-of-budget spending, particularly in terms of what results it was getting for Nova Scotians. And so I will take you back to the 2024 report from the Auditor General that looked at the value of over-budget spending. So the office chose a random selection. I think it was about 18% of that year's allocations, and looked. And I've tabled this in the House before. If you haven't looked at it, if you weren't a member at that time, I really encourage you to have a look at that report. But all of the $432.7 million that was randomly sampled was spent prematurely. So none of the proponents actually needed the money before April 1st. None of that was an emergency at all. None of the decisions had value for money considerations evident in any of the decision documents. All of the $432.7 million in spending proposals went through an expedited approval process. Contracts were weak. There was never any provision in any of them to return money to the province if it was unspent. So let me just go back. So we're talking about proponents, and doing important work, Efficiency One is one of them, who were already sitting on a whole bunch of program money. And then we gave them more program money that they did not need in that fiscal year. Just to be clear, they did not need it. And I think Efficiency One might have, because of their other work, had this an agreement around what happened if they didn't spend the money, but no other contract did. So you're like, hey, University X or Y or Z, we'd like you to do this thing. We're going to give you $34 million. You don't do this thing yet. It's not clear when you're going to be able to do this thing. Don't worry. You take the $34 million. You get the interest on it. And if you don't manage to do what you said you were going to do, I don't know. I mean, maybe give us a call. But we're not going to write down anything about it. And so, I mean, I think this is an irresponsible way to manage the money, to manage the public purse. And that was just a sample. And certainly it would be interesting to have the Office of the Auditor General go back through a number other of the out-of-budget spending. An example, I have a real-life example or a current example. We were given the summary of additional appropriations for February 2026. And in that, there was $28.0 million related to digitizing geoscience assets. And so, as we were in estimates, I took the chance to ask the Minister of Natural Resources about this expenditure. Why did this expenditure have to happen in February? Why couldn't it wait for, say, April 1st and be part of the global budget that we're looking at for the Department of Natural Resources? I asked the minister if, in fact, it was going to be expended and off the province's book by the end of March. And I asked the minister if there was agreement behind this. And, I can grab the transcripts, but there were no direct answers. So I can't tell you. I understand it's something to do with the federal program, and it's probably good things to do. I'm not but I'm sorry, but this is all part of talking about how we got to where we're getting to. So,
order, yeah, and that's fair. But we're supposed to be talking about the act, and I can name the 100 things in this act. Well, it's only 20. I don't know, but we have to talk about the actual bill. There's room for some birth, but we've now, 4.5 minutes in. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And so this is an example of where it's not clear about why this expenditure happened when it did, why it's not part of how the overall analysis done in the department, and thus why is it spent in the past fiscal or in this current fiscal year, which will end. And I would argue that it's not going to be used. It's not going to be expended by March 31st. That defies credibility. That defies the imagination. You know, and if we're handing over $28 million right now to the federal government, there sure should be a contract in place that the minister can table to show why we would have to do that. But so that's not what was revealed in estimates. I don't know if there'll be any effort to correct this. I have some things to table, so I'll hand those forward. And, you know, I think that this government is setting a lot of records, right? So they're not the kind of records that you want to set. I'm just going to say that. So the largest out-of-budget spending, absolute and percentage, without legislative oversight in our province's history. The largest in-year deficit in our province's history. And coming right up, because of like how the government has mismanaged what was available to them to make what we would call investments in Nova Scotians, the largest debt servicing costs ever in the history of the province, the largest net debt. I mean, we have a number of records coming out of the fiscal management of this province. And I would say that people are starting to notice. So, but I don't think it's the way we want to be noticed. So we know that S&P did an out-of-cycle review based on the deficit and the update, the December fiscal update, and has downgraded our credit and put us on negative outlook. Currently, there are only 2 provinces on negative outlook. Everyone else is stable or positive, so that would suggest to me that we're doing a bit worse than the rest. I also went and had a look at DBRS. Maybe you had a look that they sort of issued an initial response to the budget. And this is not something that's being shared across the country. And what they said was, I'll table that, Nova Scotia's deficit is likely to be the widest amongst all provinces on a Morningstar DBS adjustment basis. Basically, our deficit is going to be the largest based on what our fiscal or revenue generating capacity is. Like, it's the biggest debt, I guess is what I would translate that as, and I'll table that. And then I even went and looked at the Fraser Institute, which, you know, it's rare in my life. You know, certainly they've been around for a long time, you know, I haven't been following them. I think that their actual capacity is, you know, but anyways, it's a conservative think tank. So let's go see, what are we saying about Nova Scotia? And on February 11th, they issued a notice that said Nova Scotia government must tackle eye-watering deficit. And on February 24th, Nova Scotia government talks about change but delivers familiar budget with huge deficit. And I'm just going to read some quotes, but they're really like, they're 3-minute read, folks. You can go read them. There's other things talking about our fiscal capacity and fiscal management on the website. It won't take you too long. So this approach is largely more of the same from the Houston government. First, there's no plan for a balanced budget, and the government projects 3 additional large deficits and much more debt each year into 2029-30. Debt will increase by approximately 50% between 2025-26 and 2029-30, and will grow rapidly as a share of the economy, a clear sign of unstable finances. I am directly quoting, just so everybody knows. This is a costly approach for Nova Scotians. Because of the ongoing deficits and increase of debt interest costs will exceed $1 billion for the first time, and debt costs will increase to nearly $1.5 billion by 2029-30. The Premier has increased spending at every turn. A changing fiscal picture does not absolve the government of the duty to responsibly manage provincial finances. So we had COVID, we had supply chain, we had inflation, Russia invaded Ukraine, and everything else that we know is happening out there in the world. And it is creating great uncertainty but it is still the responsibility of this government to plan. They also said that, Nova Scotia, that this budget actually puts off most of the heavy lifting for the future. So I'll table those two things from Fraser Institute. And then if you look in the government's budget at the multi-year fiscal stability plan, and I actually just think that's kind of a funny name because it's not about fiscal stability. But anyways, I just call it something else. And so if you look at that, it says total target reductions. So the budget for this year, the total target reductions was $304 million. And that doubles for next year to $622 million. And then in 28-29, $756.8 million. And in 2029-30, $914.3 million. And I can table that. And I think that when we look at those numbers, along with continued deficits, a growing debt, a worsening net debt to GDP ratio, all of the indicators are really negative. And I also think what a mess this has been in a first year of trying to think about, I don't know if it's called, it's not really called expenditure growth. I think it must be really confusing for people because on one hand, some people are being told, we can't afford it, we can't do it all. And then at the same time, the Minister of Finance keeps talking about this being a spending budget. And I think this must be very confusing for folks, to be really blunt. But, and I think it's also a harsh way to communicate cruel cuts. I don't know how you can brag about a spending budget when people are losing their jobs and communities. And we are learning every day, communities are telling us more and more about how this budget is going to impact them. So in the fall, the Minister of Finance kind of announced a spending review process. And that spending review process was not clear. And I will say that I have had the honor, the privilege, to work on a number of government spending reviews. So I worked on the first Harper government spending review in whatever that was, 2006, 2007. And this idea that government spends, and then, oops, of course, there's something changes. This is this happens, right? And things do happen. There are external economic shocks, absolutely. So, in fact, there's a great document called Canada's Federal Spending Reviews, 50 Years of Facts, Figures, and Lessons. When I had to look at that, it did remind me of some of the questions that, quite honestly, I wanted to ask the Minister of Finance in the fall, how this was being done, because I know from having been inside these, really what some of the best practices are. And one of those things is that it is very clear, the messaging is super clear, that people are mandated to work across departments in their various sector areas so that there is an understanding of what's happening. You look at things like, is this still the responsibility of this level of government, or is this another level of government? And then you look at things like, do we have value for money? What's our data? So if we're looking at programs that we want to see what's working, what needs changes, and of course government programs might often need changes at various points. But I would say that as far as being shared with us, as far as the OAG has found, there's been very little data collected.
Order. The bill is about fairly concrete measures. I have them all here. Assessment Act, Community Easement Act, Conservative Easement Act, Crown Land Act, Forest Act, Game Control Act, Income Tax Act, Insurance Act. It's not about the general budget, so we have to talk about the things that are in this act that was introduced by the minister. And we're about 25 minutes in. We're texting back and forth. It's not. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I appreciate that, and don't worry, I'll talk about the acts as well and the particular composition. I'm well aware of what's in the act, actually. Thank you. But so I am ready to talk about those specific aspects, and I'm ready to talk about those specific aspects because this was kind of, so the cuts are all like here, but there's a whole bunch of very concerning things in this FMA. So we have another omnibus bill, 20 acts. So just to go back to folks, just so we're all on the same page, the appropriations bill that comes forward is built from all the resolutions that we consider in estimates and the resolutions of sums of money put forward for departments maybe that don't sit in estimates. And then the FMA is supposed to activate the budget. So the FMA, things like Income Tax Act, Revenue Act, but what's hiding in here, which has become the tradition of this government, is a whole bunch of other stuff. So
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Rise on a point of order. I don't think there's anything hiding in the budget, Madam Speaker.
I'm dismissing the point of order. It wasn't against a member or anyone in this thing. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so within this bill, there's actually probably the makings of an agricultural policy bill. Now, I would say there's some other things that we would want to see in that, of course, but they're between the, a number, really, of the acts. So there's changes to the Conservation and Community Easement Acts. I understand from the minister, as I understood from stakeholders outside the House, that there will be changes. I would really implore the minister to bring those changes forward now so that as part of our deliberations here, as part of public bills, that people are aware of what's being said. Stakeholders understand that these changes to the easement acts, both of them will be changed. My concern is that maybe it will just be dealt with in regulations. So I am putting out a marker there that even if I'm not sure if you actually can amend at second reading, that's okay. You could still share the information. It's a crazy new thing in terms of sharing information so that we all have the right information that we're looking at. And the other part, there's stuff about the Meat Inspection Act in the financial measures bill. And so what I would say is, I won't use the word that I used before, hiding. I won't say that. But if you were someone who, say, was involved in, like, you had some beef cattle, or you own an abattoir, or you sell, you wouldn't necessarily think that the Financial Measures Act had anything to do with you. Now, you could know if there was consultation done by this government on the different provisions, but there isn't. But there isn't consultation. And so lots of folks are left not necessarily knowing what's happening, especially, we voted against extending House hours tomorrow night. Listen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to be here on a set calendar for this legislature. We're happy to be here and do the work. I don't think we should be debating bills that are public bills, they're named public bills, in the middle of the night, outside of the media cycle, outside of when we would ever expect stakeholders to want to be sitting here and listening. I think, and so part of that is that it's going to, this government's gotten really good at moving things quickly. And so things end up on the floor of the legislature, are debated, and passed before anybody who's affected has a chance to know about it. And we really believe in talking to the Nova Scotians that are affected by the work we do in the legislature. So when I get the FMA, it has 20 acts. Then I'm not afraid to undertake the work of government and start doing some consultation. Government could do this consultation ahead of time. Government could do better communication with stakeholders, with everybody, with all Nova Scotians about the legislation, any legislation, but particularly this legislation, because this enacts the budget. We can't debate the appropriations bill. We can go to estimates and ask questions, but this is where we want to see the budget enacted. And I will say that we're up for the challenge, Madam Speaker. I don't doubt us over here, but it does mean that along with trying to understand the biggest deficit in year, the largest net debt, a worsening net to GDP ratio, like trying to understand the financial basis for the budget, that we're also running around and saying, hey, abattoirs, what do you think of this? Hey, butcher, what do you think of this? And that's just on one small piece of the bill. There's also a natural resources policy in here, and not so, not hiding in here really. Under the Crown Lands Act, it extends the licensing power of the minister from 2 years to 5 to 10 years. That may, I think that some people would be concerned about what that means for areas like the Ingram River Wilderness area. So that is an area of shared resources. There is forestry, high production forestry happening right now. But if the minister is able to give a 10-year vision, like how does that affect the community's ability to also think about protecting and saving that space, for instance? I have received many angry emails, I'm assuming others have too, about the proposed changes in the Forest Act. So basically, how people are understanding this, and again, I would invite the minister responsible to correct any errors that I make. But what people understand is that not only if you have a commercial carbon sequestration project on your site, but if you're just not, if you have land and you're not actively harvesting it, in fact, for forestry, sorry, just to be clear, for forestry, that in fact you're going to pay like hundreds of % more in taxes. That basically the government is going to penalize a landowner in rural Nova Scotia for doing what they want with their property. And this is...
Here, this is new.
Okay, thanks. And yet at the same time, we understand that this government is, I had asked, this government keeps talking about rural jobs, the rural economy, rural livelihoods. And I would submit that Nova Scotians who own land, who own a woodlot, so, there's a family woodlot down in Queens County that folks have not taken a lot out of frankly, over generations, because they value it being there and available for the future. So it has not been really forested. I have a woodlot in the valley, and I am not currently foresting it. It's an amazing piece of land that actually has red spruce on the floor of the valley, which is incredibly rare. You know, I think, my family on the South Shore thinks that they should be able to manage their pieces of property the way they want to. And in particular, it seems that what's being punished here is anything other than high production forestry. So what I would submit is that people are going to face increased taxes on small family woodlots, and they're not going to be, for whatever reason, ready to develop those woodlots, to take a lot of wood for commercial purposes out of there. And so, you know, it's going to become really expensive to keep paying taxes on something that they're trying to protect, and that government is fundamentally overreaching. And I would just recall to the previous Financial Measures Act of last year, which also extended government's ability to access your land or to explore on your land, even the top 6 inches, depending on the particular economic interests. And so, again, last year, people were aware of, for instance, the overturning of the uranium ban that was well known in communities. People did not know about the changes that were brought forward that changed really how their land could be, how government could come in to land. They could access it. They could also explore the top 6 inches of soil without the landowner's permission. We also removed, I think, a number of other ways, made it more difficult, for instance, for in the situation where there's a prospector who wants to access your land for something and you don't want them to access it, now gives a lot more control to government, in fact, to mandate that access. And we had that happen in Yarmouth County last year. But that's last year. But I'm just saying that we have more of a natural resources bill that is altering how rural Nova Scotia works. Like how rural Nova Scotia property owners can own and manage their property. And I think that's very concerning. And this is an example of, you know, I don't think at first blush that woodlot owners knew that they had to read the Financial Measures Act because it could fundamentally alter their tax bill for the year. It could, you know, if they're looking at carbon sequestration projects, you know, it could really dampen the development of that. I mean, basically, these changes, if it's not in high production forestry, people are going to be taxed more. And I think that's, like, I don't think that's what Nova Scotians signed up for. I don't think that's what we expect from our government. And the Mineral Resources Act, now the minister in his opening comments explained it in a way that's different than how I understand it. So I've looked at this with stakeholders. And what I understand it does under the Mineral Resources Act is that any land that contains gypsum becomes Crown land. So is essentially expropriated by government. Again, I don't know that people in rural Nova Scotia know that, you know, that this is what's being debated in this House. Because there hasn't been consultation, there hasn't been outreach. We're hiding natural resources policy and environment policy, I would say, in the Financial Measures Act. And I would say that as well, that there's actually some gypsum deposits which are currently in community easement or land trusts. And so again, just to go, I didn't actually spend a lot of time on the easement acts. And just let me pull up some of the letters that I've received about this. So I've received some emails from folks who In one case, it was sort of part of a legacy, so when the partner of this relationship passed away, they worked with Nova Scotia Nature Trust to protect a part of Nova Scotia that they loved. So they owned it, they wanted to give it away, they wanted to protect it in perpetuity. So people who enter into land trusts understand that the law provides for that protection in perpetuity. And I mean, we can think about the various announcements from Nova Scotia Nature Trust, the islands up the eastern shore. I mean, there's just so many beautiful places that have been perpetually protected. And that those who entered into those agreements, and all Nova Scotians assumed were there and protected. And the current proposed changes actually remove that as a guarantee. So as I understand it, under the acts as they currently exist, easements may only be terminated by 1, an agreement between the holder of the easement and the landowner, or 2, if the holder of the easement ceased to exist and neither the province nor any other eligible body under the act has taken over the easement within their respective 90-day option periods. So under the act, donors of perpetual conservation easements to a trust have every reasonable expectation that their donative intent will be carried out in perpetuity. Indeed, in my experience with these, one of the concerns most frequently expressed by landowners who want to donate to easements is what happens if that particular trust ceases to exist. And so at this point, there is the provision for other trusts. I mean, the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, I hope, isn't going anywhere, although this really, I don't know how these act changes will affect their sustainability. But, should the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, for some reason, not be able to continue on their functions, there would be other folks in the province who are recognized as holders of land trusts, and the in perpetuity responsibilities of protecting that land could be passed over to them. The other thing that happens in both the Conservation and Community Easements Acts, as proposed in the FMA, is this concept of undue hardship. This basically means that, and that's not defined, so I would just say that that's not defined. But, any court which might authorize termination of a conservation easement based on extreme hardship would be required to condition the termination upon the terminating orders paying full compensation. Anyways, it opens up this idea of extreme hardship that someone could come and say, this island in front of my home in St. Margaret's Bay has been protected. It's been donated to the Nova Scotia Nature Trust. But actually, I think that I could build a really great spa. And so I have this plan. And by not being able to do this, you're causing me extreme hardship. These are the scenarios that people have mapped out to me. And this is really an example. I see confused looks from other members. Listen, I didn't go into this budget bill knowing a lot about easement law and land trusts and how they're established, and I'm learning. And what I would suggest is that we all should understand the implications of everything and every law that we pass. We are legislators. These laws are supposed to be well thought out, useful, not have unintended consequences. These laws that we're passing affect people's lives. They affect people's lives and how they live on their land. Other bills obviously affect people's lives in lots of different ways. I will, for the purposes of this act, not go too far down that road, but you get the idea. And so, if you don't understand this, well, we probably should have had some consultation and more explanation. I went to the bill briefing on this, and we went through the 20 acts of the FMA in the bill briefing in about 25 minutes. So that's about a minute an act, which means that we did not get a very fulsome explanation of anything. And any time that we asked questions, actually, I don't know that any questions in that session were able to be answered in the room. So this is complex stuff. This is complex stuff. It affects how we hold Nova Scotia, how we conceive of Nova Scotia, how lots and lots of Nova Scotians want Nova Scotia to be. All those people who donate land in perpetuity to Nova Scotia Land Trust or to other trusts do so because they want that land protected. And they do it as it's a gift to Nova Scotians. It's a gift to Nova Scotians. Most of this land, so you can get a charitable receipt and blah, 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 but most of these lands often could be sold for a lot of money. And people who donate them to land trusts are saying, you know what? What's more important than money, what's more important is that this beautiful piece of Nova Scotia is saved forever, for generations to come. And the changes that are proposed in the FMA, why in the FMA, I don't know, but here they are, put that at risk, put that at serious risks. And that goes for both the community and the conservation easement acts. So there's two acts. Let me just...
Honorable member, I hate to do this, but I just find it very noisy in here, so I asked if you don't have a mic and if it's not turned on, don't talk. I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I'm not going to have time to go through all the problematic aspects of this bill, so I might just stick on easement acts for a couple more minutes and then get to my wrap up. So bill number 198 would in two respects significantly impact the ability of a landowner to preserve their land for agricultural, working woodland, wetland, and other open space values as contemplated by the Act. So one is extreme hardship, and it's not defined, assuming it'll be defined in regulations, but it can be reasonably implied that it means a severe need for money in the way that hardship is I guess, recognized in other areas of law. My lawyer friend to the right is sort of nodding, so maybe that's correct. I don't have legal counsel, though, for my own. Because the conservation easement may now be terminated with the agreement of without the agreement of the eligible body, which holds the easement, the donation of the easement may no longer qualify as an unconditional gift, thereby eliminating the right of the donor to deduct the value of the easement as a charitable donation, but still leaving the owner with a capital gain tax under the Income Tax Act. This would obviously be grossly unfair and untenable, and so what I also recognize is that that could all happen over a span of years. The donor voluntarily gave the conservation easement to the eligible body. The termination of the easement at the request of subsequent owner without consent of the original donor of the easement does a grave injustice to the intent of the donor and provides the terminating owner with an unearned economic benefit of land freed of the easement to alleviate the extreme hardship of the terminating owner. And so there's more, and that's just on the Easements Act. And I am sure that all of us, actually maybe not me, but most of us have, part of our beautiful ridings protected by the Nova Scotia Nature Trust or another land trust. And we know how important that is to people and how valuable that is to people. And I think, that's just one example. And if someone is able to rise and explain the Easements Act, that would be great. Or if someone is able to rise and explain the changes to the Forest Act, fantastic. Maybe someone could rise and talk about the Mineral Resources Act and the implications for people who might, unbeknownst to them, have gypsum on their land. I didn't even get into the Provincial Parks Act. So this expands the ability of others, then a conservation officer, to impound vehicles This sounds funny, but these are the sorts of things that trip you up in laws. Vehicles is not defined. And then the act goes into a long list of new powers for the minister to prescribe like permitting fees, access fees. I am actually just going to open up to that act. Madam Speaker, if I can get there, it's, as I said, there. Oh, here we go. There are, in fact, 20 acts in here. It's a big read, and I hope that if you're a member of this House of Assembly and you're going to vote on this act, that you have read this act, and that you understand the changes to all 20 bills. That is your responsibility as a legislator. Nova Scotians expect no less than we understand the bills that we're talking about and passing into law. And so under the Provincial Parks Act, the minister may establish and charge fees for interest into provincial parks and park reserves of persons, vehicles, or vessels. Fees for the use of provincial parks and park reserves or of any facilities or services in provincial parks and parks reserves. And this is kind of where it gets a little interesting, so I would love to know more what the thinking is, and I think Nova Scotians would too. Fees and rentals for any license, permit, or lease, any use of land, buildings, installations, or facilities, or any other right issued, made or given in respect of a provincial park or park reserve. So, you know, I guess at its best, that means the minister can approve canteen at Dollar Lake next summer, for instance, maybe. Or at worst, the minister could approve a major development in a provincial park without any need to go to public consultation. So it rests with the minister. It's deeply concerning. So, Speaker, this bill includes 20 acts, 20 complex acts. There's like 20 pages in here on the Assessment Act. There's a Securities Act change in here. I mean, it just goes on and on. I would submit that the results that we're seeing of this act as it ripples across Nova Scotia and the lack of engagement from ministers and government MLAs on the content of this bill. Speaker, I move this bill be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, be not now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, for the reasons I've stated in my speech.
Recognize the honourable member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to confirm that that this is the motion I'll now be speaking to that my colleague has just put forward.
Okay. Yeah. Rule is if nobody gets up to speak, then we have to do it. 2 people got up to speak. So, is the host ready for the question? Oh no. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to have it confirmed that I was speaking to the motion that my colleague just put on the table, so it is confirmed now, and I'll be taking it away. Madam Speaker, for anyone who may be confused at this moment of what just occurred, Madam Speaker, this bill, we feel, is so bad, a terrible, terrible, terrible bill, that we need to strike it out, take it out of second reading, and take it off the order paper. That is how strongly we feel about the budget. It is how strongly we feel about the FMA, which is a part of said budget, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there are a lot
of bad things in this bill, and I will go through some of them as time permits. Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker, they really do expect, well, I shouldn't say they expect it now, considering all the cuts and that this government is making to programs that help people's lives. But when they voted this government in, they expected that this government was there to make their lives better, Madam Speaker. But this budget will not make a difference on the biggest issues that they face, like the high cost of housing and massive power bills. This budget cuts jobs and programs that Nova Scotians rely on, with no plan to get back to balance. This government, this PC government, is making Nova Scotians pay for this government's financial mismanagement and pushing through a massive Financial Measures Act through the FMA that tackles everything from forestry to concerning provisions on meat inspection. Speaker, thousands of public sector jobs are being cut this year. And this government plans to cut the same number each year over the next 3 years. While this government is expecting Nova Scotians to pay the price for their overspending, they're padding a salary of their backbench MLAs and significantly expanding their ministerial budgets to hire political and public relations staff. Good going. Rather than having the backs of Nova Scotians in tough times, this government is slashing funding to various community organizations, Madam Speaker, and we've heard through them. In my area, there's I believe Caper Base, there's Horizon Achievement Center, Haley Street, Madam Speaker, just to name a few. These are day programs for people with disabilities. Keep in mind, hitting the most vulnerable, punching down because of their financial mismanagement. Innocent Nova Scotians have to suffer because this government can't handle their money, Madam Speaker. Mental health care has to suffer because this government can't handle their money. Early childhood education has to suffer because this government can't handle their money. Programs for young people have to suffer because this government can't handle their money. Tourism jobs, Madam Speaker, have to suffer because this government can't manage their money. Rural public transit services, Madam Speaker. I heard a minister bemoan the fact that a bus doesn't come towards his riding. Well, cutting the public transit service is not going to help that, Madam Speaker. Just a little secret between you and I. Municipal infrastructure funding is going to suffer. Now, this government, in another bill, wants to override the HRM, and my guess is eventually they'll get around to the CBRM and to all the other smaller municipalities and towns. They want to override, and then on the other hand, they're cutting all the various different funding that municipalities rely on to actually do the job of, oh, I don't know, infrastructure, accessibility, wastewater, sidewalks. Madam Speaker. Slashing supports for people on income assistance. A dental program just came in, Madam Speaker, and now they're slashing it. Now, which is a very important program. Because you know how many people end up in our emergency rooms with abscess in their teeth, Madam Speaker? True story, Madam Speaker. They've come through my offices. And the cuts to domestic courts, Madam Speaker. We declared intimate partner violence an epidemic in this province. And this government's response is to cut the domestic violence courts. That sounds on brand for the PC government, Madam Speaker. It's quite a lot of PC math happening, which we know they're not very good at because their finances are a mess. And it's going to be Nova Scotians who pay for that. Some of Nova Scotia's most vulnerable populations are going to pay for that. So kudos. Speaker, I want to get into some of the parts of this bill. And I think I'm going to decide that I'm going to jump around a little. But first, let's talk about what some media has had to say about this. And I'm just going to get this out. There we are. So this was an op-ed, Madam Speaker. And it is, no, it's not an op-ed, I'm sorry. This is a news release from the CCPA. And it says, Nova Scotia tabled its 2026-2027 budget today. Lack of significant evidence-based investment at the level needed in income supports, affordable housing, and public childcare, combined with cuts to public sector jobs and services, risks making life more expensive for Nova Scotians. The suggestion that the government can make cuts without Nova Scotians feeling the impact is not realistic. The government is Nova Scotians providing services, caring for those who are ill, caring for our parents and our grandparents, educating our children, creating art, protecting and sharing our history, staffing our libraries, supporting community members across the province who have better quality of life. They're planning for a 5% cut in the civil service and a 3% cuts for the broader public sector each year for the next 4 years. Cuts do not create prosperity, and their analysis of the lack of revenue growth that will come from this shows the effect over time. Public services are social economic infrastructure. When they are weakened, families pay more out of pocket. Local economies lose good jobs. Pressure increases in health care and housing, and long-term costs to government rises. We have seen that, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia is facing a significant deficit, but the province remains in relatively strong financial health, Madam Speaker, if they continue to invest in what people need. For example, the additional $3 billion added to debt for long-term care homes that we do not own is not the kind of investment that is needed. Too many of these long-term care homes are for profit and could be at risk of being sold for the benefit of multinational corporations while we add their loans to the public debt. That could be true, Madam Speaker. We've seen it before. The government is also signaling a greater reliance on natural resource expansion as the path to prosperity, Madam Speaker. Resource development can play a role in the economy, but it cannot substitute for the broad-based growth that comes from investing in housing, care, education, community infrastructure, Jurisdictions that rely heavily on resource extraction often experience greater volatility and less inclusive growth that risks the environment and our climate, and are too costly. Speaker, I have received several letters regarding issues and concerns around natural resources. So let's take a look at some of those that affect natural resources in this FMA. So I said, Madam Speaker, this amendment to which I'm speaking, this motion that I'm speaking on, is us saying that this budget is a bad budget and needs to be rethought out. And this is one of those reasons, Madam Speaker. So, Part 2, Community Easements Act, Clause 52, subsection 13.3 to 9 of Chapters 2 of the Acts of 2012, the Community Easement Act, are repealed and the following subsection substituted. Community easement may be terminated by the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia on application by the owner if the court is of the opinion that continuation of the community easement would produce a severe hardship for the owner. Now, there is no definition, Madam Speaker, of what that means, severe hardship. Now, that's one issue here. I'll go on. The owner when the easement holder ceases to exist. Where an order is made pursuant to subsection 3, the owner shall file the order with the appropriate registry of deeds and send a copy to the minister. When an easement holder ceases to exist and the owner wishes to make an application under clause 3B, the owner shall give 90 days notice in writing to the minister of the owner's intention to make the application, and the minister may elect to assume the obligation of the easement holder and accept the rights and privileges respecting the community easement. Where the minister elects under subsection 5 to assume the obligations of the easement holder and accept the rights and privileges respecting the community easement, the minister shall, within a period referred to in subsection 5, A, notify the owner in writing and file the election with the appropriate registry of deeds. Where in accordance with clause 6A, the minister notifies the owner that the minister has elected to assume the obligations of the easement holder and accept the rights and privileges respecting the community easement. An application under 3B may not be made by the owner, and any such application, if made, is deemed discontinued. Upon the minister's upon the minister's compliance with subsection 6, the Crown is in right of the province and the holder of the community easement. So, Madam Speaker, what that clause does is permit the termination by the Supreme Court of Canada of a community easement where its continuation would produce severe hardship of the landowner and simplify the process when the easement holder ceases to exist. So in effect, what the PC government is choosing to do here in this part of the bill is to make it easier for landowners to terminate community and conservation. Well, I forgot about the conservation part. I didn't get there. But easements on protected land that they own in two ways. It introduces a new right for the landowner to directly apply to the Supreme Court for the termination if they can demonstrate severe hardship. As I said before, it is unclear what that severe hardship could mean. Now, there's a similar provision, currently it only exists in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan. In Alberta, the minister can terminate an easement if they believe it is to be in the public interest. No other province has a similar rule. Previously, there was a legislative process where an easement holder ceased to exist. Notices went out to those eligible to take over the easement instead and gave them the opportunity to take it over. Then, if no one took it over, the minister and the Crown could take over that easement. If the minister did not want to take it over, it could be terminated. Now, Madam Speaker, I have read this. I'm trying to make sense of it. And the sense that, you know, and my entire caucus actually has read this, and we all try to make sense of it. And what it comes down to, or at least what I believe it comes down to, is that under this amendment, no notice to eligible organizations is now sent out if the easement holder ceases to exist. Only the minister. Eligible organizations include municipalities, First Nations bands, and nonprofits. Instead, if the minister does not elect to take on the easement themselves within 90 days, it is terminated. This makes it harder for easements to stay protected over time, as those who could potentially take over them will not be notified. They'll be terminated when the holder ceases to exist. And it comes to my thoughts, Madam Speaker, that there's a reason for this. There's a reason that the PC government has put this in. Now, I don't know if any of you have been watching the news over the past several years, or the past several months, I should say. But there's the Dartmouth Cove infilling. Is that what this is about? Is it about other lands that the government wants to do something on that are protected land? It's very curious, Madam Speaker. Extremely curious as to why the government wants to expedite getting rid of easements. The other thing I don't understand is what they have against protective land. And I still don't understand what a definition for severe hardship is. Is that because there's protected land and somebody wants to build on it? Does that make it a severe hardship? If I were Al Borland, I would say, I don't think so, Premier. That's showing my age, isn't it, a minute? But I do wonder that concept, Madam Speaker. I do wonder if this is because this government wants to do certain things on certain protected lands that they know people will be upset about. But if they can really move through these types of easement processes without notification to community or organizations that might have a vested interest, they could do that. Madam Speaker, I'm going to skip around here and let's go to Crown lands. So, Crown lands, clause 56 reads, except with the approval of the, well, subsection 313 of chapter 114 of the revised statute 1989, the Crown Lands Act is repealed and the following subsection substituted. Except with the approval of the Governor General and Council, no license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 5 years or renewed for a longer period than 5 years at any one time. No license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 10 years or renewed for a longer period than 10 years at one time. So what this basically says is that the Crown Lands Act is to provide the Minister of Natural Resources may grant or renew timber and resource license for a period up to 5 years without Governor and Council approval, or 10 years with Governor and Council approval. And Madam Speaker, this is different than, I believe, our current one, which I believe is 2 years. And I'm, again, curious as to know why we are giving the minister that much power without having to go back to Governor and Council. I'd be happy to have the minister fully explain that in the response. Then there's this little ditty in clause 57. Well, not that ditty. Clause 57, section 32 of chapter 114. This gets amended. In this section, a person who owns and operates a wood processing facility means either of the following: a sole proprietorship, corporation, general partnership, or limited partnership that owns or operates a wood processing facility as part of its core operations. A corporation where, as part of the corporation core operations, once or more of its shareholders owns and operates a wood processing facility. So, Madam Speaker, my understanding of this is that we're just adding a definition to a person who owns and operates a wood processing facility. Definitions are great. I go back to hardship, severe hardship. We put a definition in here for, and we add a definition for a person who owns and operates a wood processing facility, and yet we don't put a definition for severe hardship in the other part of this act. And then we get to clause 58. Clause 58 says, what it does, Madam Speaker, and I think what I'm going to do is read some of this. And I think my colleague did. So what I'm going to do is explain it. And this allows conservation officer or other person appointed by the minister, question, who's the other persons appointed by the minister, to cause vehicles found on provincial crown lands in violation of the act or regulations to be removed and impounded, and outlines parameters and rules relating to the removal of the impoundment. So, Madam Speaker, the minister stated, I think, in estimates, and I'm just going to summarize my understanding of what the minister said, was people shouldn't be parking illegally and blocking the area onto Crown land. My question becomes, do we mean someone who may have parked their car, wandered off and forgot about it for a little while? Or are we talking about the fact that people are protesting? That people are protesting against clear cutting, which relates to the Forestry Act? Is it regarding the fact that,
someone doesn't have a place to live and has decided to park their only home there for a safe place to be, and now we're going to impound them? Or is it mostly because of protesters? I am of the belief that it is because of protesters. It's another way to try and stop people from protesting the clear cutting that can occur in forests. It is another way for people, it's another way to stop people from gathering. It could, in a spot, for a number of types of protests. So again, is it because someone blocked the road and other vehicles have to get out? I'm sorry, the driveway, the park, whatever entrance into the park, and other people have got to get out? Because that's understandable if you couldn't find the person. That's understandable. There's a bunch of people at the park and someone parks and blocks the whole entrance and other people need to get out. Makes sense. But I don't know if that's what this part of the clause is about. And again, there doesn't seem to be a definition of what a vehicle is. Again, we added a definition just before that to a person who owns and operates a wood processing facility. But again, also where it counts, no definitions have been added. Madam Speaker, as you know, there has been cuts within the Department of DNR. And what it was called by this PC government as a restructuring. And I have received emails about this. And a lot of people talked about the drastic restructuring and the cuts to the Department of Natural Resources raised serious concerns about how effectively our natural resources, our forests, our wildlife, our rural communities will be protected moving forward. These changes create clear impression that the department's mandate is shifting away from a stewardship and toward facilitating accelerated resource extraction. History shows that aggressive extractive approaches do not deliver lasting economic stability, environmental sustainability, biodiversity protection, or a healthy forest ecosystem. When oversight and conservation functions are weakened, the long-term environmental and financial costs are borne by the public. A strong Department of Natural Resources should be grounded in science, transparency, and sustainable land management. Instead, many residents are concerned that these decisions lack a clear scientific foundation, long-term vision, and meaningful public accountability. Weakening environmental oversight while appearing to prioritize short-term industrial interests undermines public trust and puts Nova Scotia's natural heritage at risk. Madam Speaker, that was from a constituent of Cape Breton East who sent that to me, and I will table it. Yes, I may. have another one here.
There
Madam
was an article from earlier that needs to be tabled. I'm trying to keep on everyone to table things as they are done speaking. Okay, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Speaker. I have another, I'm going to summarize this one here because there's a lot in here. And so one constituent of mine, actually, wrote to me, and, you know, we're talking about this emerging restructuring of natural resources and the diminished independent wildlife science expertise and weakened stewardship and the enforcement that could be a profound mistake with long-term consequences. And they were gravely concerned that DNR's potentially flipped from a mission of protecting our wildlife and natural resources to one that's focused on keeping the public out while letting big businesses in and carve out what they want for their industries and shareholders, Madam Speaker. And I understand that concern because it brings me to the Forests Act. And so, Madam Speaker, from the Forestry Act, and what the Forestry Act does is that it ensures the preferential tax rates that are only provided to active forest properties. Land used as carbon sinks will need to be reported and would be taxed at a different rate if not actively contributing to the forestry sector. Madam Speaker, this means if somebody has a forest area, woodland lot, they're now going to be punished for ensuring the safety of their forest, to ensuring the protection of their woodland lot, because they're not cutting it? Madam Speaker, we're supposed to be protecting as much land and forest as we possibly can, and our waterways. That is the mandate. And yet, this Forest Act, Part 5 of the FMA, does the opposite. Does the opposite of what we're mandated to do, Madam Speaker. I'm not surprised because this government seems to like to do the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. Right hand and left hand not knowing what the other is doing, it seems. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how, when we're supposed to be protecting our forests, protecting our woodlands and our woodlots, that this government, because not we, I don't want any part of it. I'm not here for that. This PC government is saying, if you don't cut, you're going to be taxed. Make that make sense. I mean, really, make it make sense. To create a tax as an incentive for protected land to revert to being an active forestry use and put property taxes on woodlot owners using their land for conservation purposes could go up. Madam Speaker, for that clause alone, this act should not be read for a second time. because it flies in the face, it flies in all common sense of what the mandate is. Our mandate is to protect our waterways and our land and have so much of it protected, I think by 2030. And we're falling short. And we're about to fall even more fall shorter, Madam Speaker, if we have everybody going and hacking at their woodlots just so that they don't have to pay an extra tax. Madam Speaker, this government is taxing people for being good environmentalists. This government is punishing people for conservation. This government is punishing people because of how they choose, the people who own the land, the woodlot, how they choose and what they choose to do on their land. Now, imagine, Madam Speaker, you owned a woodlot. Imagine that you were doing your best to protect your land, and now the government is going to punish you for doing so. I'm at a loss for words. I read that and I couldn't believe what I was reading. Because it sounded that ridiculous to me. This government says that they want to do good forestry, smart forestry. And yet, in the FMA, if you do proper conservation, you're going to be punished with taxes. If you do what I would consider not the greatest conservation by, cutting down your woodlot, don't worry, you get special tax preferential treatment here. And then, Madam Speaker, we go on to another way the government has decided to punish people, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to get this out. And that is, Madam Speaker, through EVs. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know this, so I'll let you in on a little secret. There's a tax here. Remember the government said no tax? Remember the minister stood up? Remember the minister said no taxes? The premier said no taxes? Well, I just pointed out one tax to woodlot owners. And now there's the electrical vehicle tax. So, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to figure out what the government has against woodlot owners and conservationists and people who are using electric vehicles. I'm not sure what the electric vehicle did to you, to the members, Speaker, but must have been something, because they really have it out for them. So, Madam Speaker, there is a tax in this that at the time when Ottawa, our federal counterparts, are incentivizing EV adoption with rebates and charging investments, this PC government is introducing a penalty on owners who choose cleaner vehicles. And by cleaner vehicles, Madam Speaker, I don't mean a clean vehicle like, you know, my kids don't live in my car at all type of thing, and you're not going to find Cheerios. I mean a cleaner vehicle as in environmentally. And as I said before, this government has claimed there's no new taxes. And Madam Speaker, there's proof that there is new taxes. The woodlot owners being one, EVs being another. So many EV owners and observers have described the levy as penalizing people for choosing to reduce emissions, especially those who bought their EVs to lower their carbon footprint. It is a tax on doing the right thing. Normally, Madam Speaker, we often tax things, you know, that are not the most healthiest of options. That's why we tax cigarettes, is to disincentivize people from smoking. And here we have the opposite, both times. People trying to do the right thing, and this government is now going to tax them for doing the right thing. The tax is a flat amount based solely on the type of vehicle, not how much you actually drive. People who drive very little pay the same as heavy drivers. Madam Speaker, traditional fuel taxes align with usage. The more you drive, the more you pay. This new levy doesn't track actual road use at all. The government claims that this tax is needed to address road wear and tear. But the reality is that heavy trucks and commercial vehicles cause far more pavement damage than the passenger EVs. What's worse is that this government can't make the argument that this tax is needed because EV owners don't pay gasoline tax. So, Madam Speaker, quickly after the budget came down, there were some articles in the Chronicle Herald, and in there it says the lifetime cost of EVs in Nova Scotia was already higher than gas cars. The new levy makes it worse. So, Madam Speaker, Kurt Sampson, Executive Director of the Electric Vehicle Association of Electric Canada, said that if you don't already have an EV and you're thinking about buying one, the levy will probably make you consider it a bit, said Kurt Sampson. So, Madam Speaker, the imposition is that the provincial $500 biannual levy on electric vehicles was announced by this province in the budget. For most people who already own an EV, the levy, for the most part, won't change the economics of EV ownership. However, Madam Speaker, it will stop other people from thinking about buying them. And Madam Speaker, I just don't think it is genuine for this government to say on one hand no taxes, and we find out there is a tax. There's tax for going towards an electric vehicle. There is a tax on woodlot owners. Madam Speaker, And I'm not really sure why. I said earlier in my comments, I don't know what EVs and woodlots ever did to this government. And I'm still wondering what it is. I mean, this government also has something against bikes and bike lanes, Madam Speaker. It has something against rural public transit, Madam Speaker. All things that work for good, that help reduce carbon footprints, seem to be a not so great, terrible thing with this government. Madam Speaker, the other part of this, while I was reading the bill, my understanding was that this legislation does not actually distinguish between the plug-in hybrids and the regular hybrids. This means under this legislation, it could possibly popular car hybrid models like the Toyota Prius, the Corolla, the RAV4, the hybrid models like the Honda Civic and the Hyundai Elantra could also face that tax. And then, Madam Speaker, we get into one of the ones that we have discussed before. Land transfer tax. So under the FMA, the land transfer for the land transfer tax, it would exempt casinos from land transfer taxes. I'm assuming this is related to the Harborfront Halifax Casino relocating to the Dartmouth Crossing. The province retains the revenue from the operating casinos through licenses given by the Gaming Nova Scotia, but the Halifax Casino itself is owned and operated by a private company called Great Canadian Entertainment. According to the provincial press release, Great Canadian Entertainment will own and operate and maintain the new casino. This means that a private company will get a special exemption on paying land transfer taxes to the City of Halifax at a time when it is considered deep budget cuts to prevent significant property tax hikes, Madam Speaker. This bill also exempts all future proposed casinos for all municipal powers over planning and development and subdivisions in the within the MGA and the HRM. So, Madam Speaker, while that might seem not so harmful, it does mean some special treatment. And then there is the other deed transfer tax, the non-resident deed transfer tax that has reared its lovely head again, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping that the minister can explain this one to me as well, so I'm going to read it. It is, I believe it's Part H. It's non-resident transfer tax. It's Clause 99 to 101. And what it seems, Madam Speaker, is that so the deed transfer tax does not apply in such circumstances as may be prescribed by the regulations. Where the administrator has reason to believe an ownership interest in residential property was granted to one or more non-residents, one of the exemptions prescribed under the regulations are applicable. The administrator may access the grantee for the deed transfer tax, interest at the prescribed rate, and a penalty determined in accordance with regulations, which may not exceed 100% of the tax. And the amounts become due and payable by the guarantee. And whereas where there is more than one guarantee, the guarantees are jointly and severely liable for the deed transfer tax and the interest and penalty. It also says that respecting the process for claiming an exemption from the deed transfer tax, respecting
liability for tax where an exemption ceases to apply, and respecting assessments for the deed transfer tax. Now, Madam Speaker, it says regulations. So I'm hoping that the minister can explain, because this is very unclear. It just says as per, prescribed by regulations, as may be prescribed by regulations, that we are not penalizing Nova Scotians. And I say that in terms of a person who lives outside of Nova Scotia who may want to buy a home for a person living in Nova Scotia. Are they going to be hit with this deed transfer tax when they're trying to keep someone in Nova Scotia? I don't know. It's always prescribed in regulations. These are the concerns we have. Almost everything that could be potentially controversial with this government also tends to hide in regulations. And now, Madam Speaker, I go to the Provincial Parks Act. There's a part of the Provincial Parks Act, Madam Speaker, that deals in fees. Fees onto parks. Now, the minister in estimates, so it says that the minister may establish and charge fees for entrance in provincial parks and park reserves of persons, vehicles, or vessels, fees for the use of provincial parks and park reserves or of any facilities or services in a provincial park and park reserves, and fees and rentals for any license, permit, or lease, any use of land, buildings, installations, or facilities, or any other right issued may be given in respect of the provincial park reserve. Now, Madam Speaker, although the minister assured me in estimates that this is pertaining to campgrounds, in nowhere in this part of the bill does it actually say in provincial campgrounds, or that it relates to only provincial campgrounds. And so the question becomes, if this was only supposed to be related to provincial campgrounds, why wasn't that stated clearly in the Act? It leaves me to question if there was a potential to start charging people fees to enter provincial parks. I think that is a legitimate concern, Madam Speaker, because it absolutely makes no sense as to if it was only, and I want to take the minister at their word, but the Act says something different. The Act doesn't say campgrounds, which we understand campgrounds have fees. Anybody who goes into a provincial campground knows that there's fees. But nobody knows going into a provincial park, let's say Dalem's Lake in Cape Breton, a beautiful provincial park, or Dominion Beach, another provincial park, that there's not going to be potentially fees added there. And if the case was not to add fees to those places, wouldn't it be advisable to make that quite clear when you're making legislation? Now, I don't know about the rest of you, Madam Speaker, I don't know about yourself, but I like my laws clear. I like set rules, knowing
knowing what the actual outcomes are going to be. When you have something vague as this, Madam Speaker, it is really hard not to wonder if the government is leaving itself open for fee for services. And the ability to do so. And we've already talked about this part a little bit, about where the minister can appoint a conservation officer or another person to cause vehicles found in the provincial parks or park reserves in violation of the Act or the regulations be removed and impounded. And again, I wonder, is that because of people who are living rough, are going into the parks where they feel it's safe to be? Is the point to remove them? Someone sleeping in their car, someone sleeping in their trailer. Is that the point of this? Or is the point to try and curb protesters and stop protesters from blocking particular areas that they feel are being harmed? Now, if it's about impeding other vehicles from enjoying the park, other people from going in with their vehicle to enjoy the park, I can understand that, especially if you can't find the person. I can understand that, you know, Dominion Beach, you don't want cars blocking the entrances and exits because you want people to be able to go and enjoy the full use park. I get that. But I'm not sure how much we've had of that problem. It seems another way of hindering protests. So, Madam Speaker, I've gone through several acts, still not finished. I know, everybody would love to hear me for another few hours, and I would love to entertain that, Madam Speaker. But I've only gone for a few. And what I can tell from what I've seen and read of this bill here is a few things. One, this government, there appears to be, what's the word? An attack on rural Nova Scotia, rural Cape Breton, which doesn't make sense considering most of the MLAs on the PCs are rural MLAs, but yet I'm seeing tons of rural cuts and issues within the rural communities. I didn't even get to gypsum. I didn't even get to the fact that potentially your land could no longer be your land because of some mineral, Madam Speaker, that you could have your home built on land, and guess what? Oh, they found a mineral like gypsum, and guess what? It's gone. Madam Speaker, government comes and takes it because it's theirs. Madam Speaker, and with that final moment, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I'm recognizing we're going to go in rotations here. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to get up and say a few words on this. It's an important conversation, and I appreciate the ruling that was made. Members will all have a chance to say a few words. That's fine, and we're working together as host leaders to work through the debate. So this is democracy, right? And I'll leave it at that. I'm on my feet to really kind of talk about everything now, seeing that this hoist motion essentially says that this bill should be returned and revised. And ultimately, when you look at the FMA, there's a number of aspects of it. There's a number of different things that I can talk about at length when the time comes. But ultimately, this is about the FMA is about the implementation of the budget, right? It's the implementation of the money that is going to come forward to fund particular things within the FMA in the global context of how the government is going to operate. And I think that's important because there has been a lot of conversation this week, in the last 2 weeks, but ultimately Nova Scotians have been speaking loud and clear about their displeasure of the budget. And I think that this is actually a very healthy conversation. As I said, the host leaders are working out hours for the debate. You know what I mean? Looking at what's reasonable when it comes to the speakers that will be involved moving forward in this debate as we move past this hoist into the initial reading of the bill. I think it's going to be healthy. And I think that, ultimately, Madam Speaker, the government has had a very, very difficult week overall. And for a number of reasons. And I say it with all due respect, you know what I mean? Like we're all elected representatives, we all make decisions, we all do what is necessary. But, the government representatives in the past week have taken it hard. And have been provided with a lot of really important feedback when it comes to many of the things that are involved in the FMA and many of the organizations that are impacted by this proposed budget. And this debate that we're having on this hoist motion and the conversations that we're going to be having as we move back into second reading in Committee of the Whole are ones that are important because I think that the government should relook at this, and I think the government may relook at this, and I'll get into that momentarily. But particularly like if you look at where we are now as a province, when you're trying to implement the FMA and the financial aspects of it, this government came in with a $350 million surplus. That was the first year that they came in based on a whole number of factors, population growth. We were coming out of the pandemic. You've seen, there was infrastructure projects happening. There was historic transfers coming from the federal government. And they had a lot of money. They did, probably historic levels of money at the time. They're coming off of a previous government administration that ran 5 consecutive balanced budgets at the time, made their own strategic investments in certain areas. All governments do that. And so the health of the province was good. So the overall debt of the province at that point was $16.5 billion. You fast forward to now, in 2026-27, as we all know, the projected deficit is now $1.2 billion. And the net debt, which is frightening, is now $27.9 billion in an economy that is slowing right now, or leveling out. I don't want to say slowing because you always want to speak positive of what we can all do together for investments. But ultimately, it is what it is. Population is stabilizing. You have the population or the economy slowing at this point, and the government has made some pretty significant decisions around some of the revenue that has been coming in as part of their overall budget. So. you know, one of the aspects of this, and, you know, people agree or disagree, is the Bridge Commission Act. We think that there needs to be some second thought with that, and to provide history and context. The tolls on the bridges here generated approximately $40 million in revenue annually, which was used for maintenance, which was used for the aspects that are necessary for the bridge maintenance and revenue for the province. It had an independent oversight with the Bridge Commission, and it also would have been the foundation of really that revenue, the foundation of the province having to look at spending over $1 billion to replace a 50-year-old bridge. Now, we can talk about whether you agree or disagree. The fact of the matter is that this is a significant project, and nobody was really asking for the removal of those tolls. It was not a conversation that I was hearing when I was in the city. I would argue that many of the MLAs haven't heard it either. Into rural Nova Scotia, the same. And yes, the government has made the argument about other bridges. That's fine, right? But ultimately, this was a revenue decision that the government decided to take away. And to put it into context, the royalties that would come from an offshore wind development project are about similar annually to the bridge tolls. Now, there's construction and stuff associated that comes with any energy project, which is critical to its success because we don't have those components in place. But to put it into perspective, the royalties that would be generated, Mr. Chair, from that energy project are equivalent annually to what the bridge tolls are. That's how significant of a revenue source that was for a bridge, the McKay Bridge. A large part of our economy is driven off of that bridge. Products are not driven off, but driven over that bridge, where products are, you know, it's a big part of who we are when it comes. And it's like, yes, it seems important because you want to be fair across the province, as the government says. But if you're planning long-term, you're saying to yourself, we see this wave coming. We've overspent in every department. The transfers are drying up. Or not drying up, but they're leveling out. The population is leveling out. The economy is leveling out. We need to hold on to the revenue that we have. But the government didn't. But not only did they lose that $40 million, they put $300 million on the books. And then they wrote off equipment that was bought in the millions to help to upgrade the way that the bridges worked. And it was just this huge amount of money that if the government's planning down the road, you say, okay, if that's a priority for us, then maybe we look at phasing it out, or maybe we look at another way of doing it. But it's just like nobody saw that, like it was just done. And as I said, you know, you can look at other bridges and tolls and all those things, because I think future governments are going to have to look at that stuff, because they're going to have to find a way to generate revenue to cover the costs. Like the province now, Mr. Chair, referencing the Bridge Commission Act, they have to find $1 billion plus on their own to replace the McKay Bridge. I argue that they've disqualified themselves from the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. Now, we can debate that, but there's certain aspects of that fund where the Canadian Infrastructure Bank comes forward and they actually play a part in supporting the finances associated with big infrastructure projects. So now the province of Nova Scotia, whoever's in government, is going to have to go cap in hand to Ottawa saying, please help us with our bridge. And I would argue the government of Canada is probably going to look at them and say, why did you take the tolls off? Why? Like it is whether you agree or disagree with you know, the debate around fairness or not. These are major pieces of infrastructure that need to be replaced, and we need to find the money to do it. And this government now holding the largest deficit in history, which, by the way, this is year one of this plan. There's 4 years of this, right? Like you're reducing the public service, Mr. Chair, by 5% a year for 4 years. Like this is year one of this. Year one of a 4-year plan in the second year of a government mandate. If they stick to their plan, there's more cuts coming next year. And there's more cuts coming next year, and there's more cuts coming the year after that. That's the plan. That's the plan. So you're saying to yourself, we have a revenue problem. We're trying to stimulate the economy, and we have these infrastructure pieces that need to be done. So, like, we should stabilize what we're doing, and that's why this hoist motion to take the FMA and bring it back is so critical, Mr. Chair. And the Bridge Commission is a big part of it. It is. I think that whether it's this government or the next, because I think the whole landscape has shifted here in the province when it comes to who will be the next government or the size of that next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. I think that this is going to be a huge conversation because it needs to be done. Like, you can't just push this down the road. And all the budget deliberations that we've heard so far, nobody's talking about in the budget how we're going to address the McKay Bridge, how we're going to address the maintenance. Well, you're going to budget for the maintenance associated with the bridges, but there's this big question mark over the McKay Bridge and its replacement and where the funds are going to come from, right? That is not being talked a lot about, Mr. Chair. In the budget, which I think really is problematic for a whole number of reasons. But if you hear the commentary across the province, and even in the city, so that's why I can confidently stand on my feet without hesitation to say that nobody asked for this to be removed. People understood that the infrastructure is aging. It is a 50-year-old bridge. Nobody outside of HRM was asking for this. Now, all of a sudden, every Nova Scotian is taking on $300 million plus in debt. They're writing off equipment in the millions that was meant to upgrade the bridge and the way people paid. And and even all of the financial planners and the Fraser Institute and all of them said it's the same thing. Like, this isn't a good idea. You're in a situation where you need the revenue. The creditors look at decisions like this and they say, okay, well, you look at the credit rating of the province and, well, how are they doing to generate revenue? Well, the economy's leveling out and population is leveling out. And one of their biggest decisions was to take $40 million of revenue out of the system. For what? You got to find it. That's the thing, and I think Nova Scotians understand that, is that now, because people are really paying attention to this, and they're really paying attention to the finances of this province, and frankly, they're frustrated, they're angry, and I'll get into all that momentarily, because I want to stay on the Bridge Commission Act. But ultimately, they're frustrated, and they're angry, and they're showing up here in the thousands. They're protesting all over Nova Scotia because, as I said in my member statement today, art centers slashed in communities across Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq education programming slashed, education and support for African Nova Scotia communities slashed, adult day centers slashed, programs to support women slashed, programs to support seniors slashed, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And people are like, well, why? Why? Like to take your revenue away, to take away a system that nobody was asking to take away, that people understood that this was part of life, that you paid that toll at the bridges. They got it, and now they really understand because now the information is out there. $300 million on the books, right away, on the books. Nova Scotia takes over all of the infrastructure of that bridge, and they take over all of the maintenance of that bridge. And guess what? They don't have the $40 million a year to do it that they were getting off of the bridge tolls, so now they got to go find it from Sydney to Yarmouth and every community in between. And we saw this week every community suffer because of it. They did. Everybody was impacted, right across the board, right across the island, right across the valley, right across the South Shore, everywhere. Everywhere. That was $40 million in revenue. I would also argue, Mr. Chair, as I said, now it's going to be a situation where they're going to have to go to Ottawa without the revenue they had coming off of it and say to Ottawa, we need you now to help us secure hundreds of millions of dollars of more taxpayers' money at a federal level when they could be looking at other ways to finance it, which I argue having the revenue allows you to apply through multitudes of areas on ways that you can stretch out the payment over time. But now this thing is going to be $300 million in debt, as I've said, plus add another plus $1 billion when you get into the construction of it. Like, it just didn't make sense. And it's going to be a big conversation for whoever the next future government's going to be when they look at the bridge. And as I said, this is one of the aspects of the FMA, and I believe that it is one of the most important ones, Madam Speaker, or sorry, Mr. Chair, because the government's got a big money problem. They got a very significant money problem, the most significant money problem in the history of this province, and a government that had the most money ever in this province. It's quite amazing. I indicated the numbers earlier on. As I said back in 2021, you're sitting on a $300 million surplus. It was a surprise, right? And that's because Nova Scotia was strong through the pandemic. You know what I mean? It was as tough as the pandemic was. The economy kept going. People started realizing through the pandemic that Nova Scotia was a really spectacular place to live. That they wanted to raise a family here. They wanted to get away from the big cities, so they decided to come to Nova Scotia, and we benefited. We benefited greatly from it. We really did, and not only financially, but culturally and socially, all that in between. We've seen people come from all over to live here and raise a family, which also put some other strains on the system too as well. But ultimately, COVID played a big part in it, and Nova Scotia had a strong COVID plan, one that kept the economy running. And this government came into a surprise $300 million surplus. So, and that's great. But the challenge becomes, as I said, as we continue to talk about bridges and we talk about other things, in 2026-27, that's a $1.9 billion deficit. That's $27.9 billion on the net debt. $11 billion. $11 billion, Mr. Chair, from the time that they formed government, from the time they formed government until now. It's unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable. And as I said, the projections don't get any better. They don't get any better. So you've seen cuts to programs this year across province. As I said, the list goes on and on and on. I could give 100 examples. You know, there are people who have been advocating in the gallery here this week representing various organizations. You know, we've been having a lot of conversations on the island. We've seen people rally across Nova Scotia. You know, why I believe that we should send this Financial Measures Act back to revise, because a lot of this is the implementation of the budget. And as I said, we've seen people rally all over the province because of that mismanagement. You know, the government says, well, BC's in record deficit and Alberta's in record deficit. This place wasn't in record deficit. You had a $300 million surplus when you came into government. There was no record deficit. Investments were being made, businesses were growing, people were moving here, conversations were happening about the expansion of communities and housing and what we needed to do to support our kids. You started seeing childcare coming, you started seeing pre-primary coming, you started to see school construction. You know, like I give the example, like the schools at home on the north side in Glace Bay were announced back in 2019. Right? Like you started to see the focus to the future, right? There was a focus and growth to the future in communities across Nova Scotia. You saw internet come in across Nova Scotia. You started seeing all of the things that governments try to do, and every government does. And now we're at a situation where a lot of that's going to be harder to do. It's going to be a lot harder to do. because the capacity to do things aren't going to be there. Because of the fact that you have a situation now where you're in year one of a 4-year plan where you're going to cut. Because the government just couldn't, at times, understand the ability to focus long-term. You know what I mean? When you build programs that support kids, pre-primary was a long-term investment. You're making a long-term investment in every 4-year-old across this province. And guess what? It pays off big time for social development, for education, for the transition into school. Childcare was the same thing. We negotiated a $605 million childcare deal with the federal government back before in our time. And the whole premise is you're thinking long-term. You're thinking long-term infrastructure, right? Like the building, but also the supports for kids when they transition into school, but also give families a break on what can be a very significant, well, it is a very significant cost when it comes to childcare. And again, I go back to the FMA, Madam Chair, because this motion talks about sending this back, because this is where the budget is implemented through the Financial Measures Act. So, and I go back to long-term planning, and I go back to infrastructure, and there's a lot of talk of infrastructure within the FMA, and I go back to the fact that, you know, I use the example of the hospital redevelopment at home, which was designed by the doctors and the medical professionals on the ground, which was celebrated by almost everyone in here. Not everyone, but the fact of the matter is that was long-term planning to understand that the population trends in the CBRM were changing. So we needed to look at one major hospital which held our cancer center, critical care ER. You had the north side, which was going to act as a center. You had in Waterford, which was long-term care school, medical center, which was a different concept. And then you had the expansion of the work in Glace Bay, which, you know, I'm concerned that the Glace Bay isn't going to happen, which will be a big conversation at home, 100%, if that doesn't go forward. But again, it goes to long-term planning. And we were doing all of this under the umbrella that we had to make sure that we were doing whatever we could to keep the finances strong. And some people would argue, well, you shouldn't have done that. But guess what? You know, we're sitting here talking about an FMA tonight where we're in a hoist motion where, you know, we're asking, the motion is to send it back because the finances are really tied to this thing. I would argue that the government got itself in trouble because they weren't planning long-term. They weren't planning long-term, right? And here you are, you know what I mean? You've seen some big ticket items over the years that you know, governments make investments in multitudes of things, and you know, people will debate and they'll talk about their plan, but I didn't really see one. You know what I mean? Like the 2024 election, Madam Speaker, if you're talking about finances, it was about a carbon tax. That's what it was about. So like, it was very political. My point is that when you're making decisions as a government, you can't, your main focus and your main foundation can't be politics all the time. It can't. You got to make decisions, right? And you make those decisions on the foundation of the fact that you don't want to make those decisions against the most vulnerable people in your community. And that's what we always said, is that we held the line at times. Every government does. Every government holds the line. They do. But where we didn't hold the line is in the fact that that's why pre-primary came. That's why the breakfast program came. That's why a lot of the programs that supported youth came. And this government has implemented some too. But ultimately, our focus was to ensure that our most vulnerable were looked after. And I've said this in the speeches in here before. The greatest strength of a community, or the greatest strength of a government, whoever the government is their ability to support the people that need the support the most. It is the empathy that we all carry in us when we take these positions to put our name on a ballot to support people. And I'll say this in the speech tonight, and this is why I believe this motion matters so much, is because there's the empathy is gone. Like the budget, this budget, instead of looking at higher levels within departments, looking at the amount of spending that I argue shouldn't take place you went after, not you, sorry, Madam Chair, my bad. The government went after the most vulnerable Nova Scotians. It makes zero sense, and as my colleague has said from the NDP, and I agree with her 100%, the leader, it's a fraction of what is needed to actually to attack the deficit. That's it, and so I just don't understand that. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to be super divisive about this, because I know people. I have relationships with everybody on every side, and I can say this: people come here with the right intentions. They do. They come here with the right intentions. We're all here elected in our communities because we care. Ultimately, people had enough confidence in us to put our name on to mark their X next to our name. It's an honor, where we all have the honor of being here. My old friend, good friend Alfie McLeod used to say, "There's never a bad seat in this house." There's not. That was one of his favorite sayings, and it's true. You know, it's true. We debate issues in here. It gets heated and passionate in here, and that's part of it. And you do your best, Madam Chair, to tell us where and how, and sometimes how to get there. But that's okay. That's your job too. That's okay. But the point I'm trying to make with the FMA and the fact that like the FMA is tied to the financial controls of this is that nobody in here, in my opinion, wants to vote for a budget or support the FMA as is, knowing full well that it is going to impact great community organizations, the arts and culture of your communities, the people who tell the stories, the people who play the music, the poets, the storytellers, the artists, the kids that see this and they make this part of their life. It's a huge part of their development. And there's nobody in here that wants to support cutting that stuff. And as I argued the other night, as we argued the FMA, I fundamentally believe the government MLAs didn't know that this was actually in the budget. I believe that because there is no way that any caucus would sit in a room together and say, let's cut theaters by 20%, and let's cut programs that support various stakeholders in communities across Nova Scotia. Let's defend that, right? I'm not saying that to be mean, because I fundamentally believe, Madam Chair, that the elected representatives on the government side did not get the full picture of the FMA, which we're talking about, giving back or bringing back to have a conversation. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of it. I think that everybody in here would argue that this thing has been a disaster. It has been disastrous. Disastrous in how it was rolled out. The branding of defending Nova Scotia, give me a break. Like, that is just I don't know who came up with that. Like, if they knew what they didn't know what the budget was either, right? You know what I mean? That's what I would argue. You should, like, defending Nova Scotia. Anyway, back to the FMA. Madam Speaker. Back to the FMA. I don't want to get too off target. But as I said, I come at this with all respect. You know, I could sit here and scream and say, oh, the government this and the government that. I'll criticize government. But I ultimately know everybody in this room. Like, I'm like the 5th longest serving guy in here now, right? And it's like, people come in here with the right intentions. People come in here to support their communities, and people want to ultimately do what's right. That's it. Doesn't matter whether you're a Liberal, a Tory, PC, Independent, Green Party, doesn't matter. You put your heart out there and you run for the right reason. Some people will disagree, but ultimately I've been around long enough that if people have the privilege of taking a seat in here or at a local level as a councillor or at a federal level, it is because their community knows them, their community believes in them, they put a plan forward, and they want to do what's right for people, and especially right for people who need the support the most. It's true, and I think everybody in here agrees with me, and I really think the reason why this hoist motion matters so much is because this is going to give, which I believe, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, that's fine, but I believe that this is going to give by taking this bill, the second or the hoist motion of the FMA, and sending it back, is going to give those MLAs a second chance, because they're going to need a second chance. It's very difficult, right? Like there's no way. I said there's absolutely no way that that you can look at aspects of this, and there are aspects. And Madam Chair, I look at the FMA. There's various aspects of it, but like Part 17 is the Revenue Act, and that's really where my focus of the conversation is with this too as well. The Revenue Act essentially is where you look at like revenue that are coming in, like there's a number of situations here, but ultimately the foundation of the FMA is what sets the tone and what actually implements the money to be spent in this province. So I'm very cautious of sticking to topic, but I think that this motion allows us to really have a frank conversation as MLAs to say this is our second chance. This is the sober second thought. This is the sober second thought. Take a look at this, bring it back, so we can all include, most importantly, the people who are on the elected government side too as well, can actually sit down and go through this thing so they can truly get a picture of what is transpiring. Because I believe, Madam Speaker, in the FMA and with the budget overall, I believe their caucus was probably told this was the largest infrastructure budget in history, and there's so much going to be built, and this is great. And it's like somebody went on AI and typed in, give us a budget that destroys or severely impacts most vulnerable communities. And there was your budget. And I swear, I know I don't mean to be flippant about it, but it's true. Like, I just don't understand in what reality whoever designed this thought it was great to cut funding from 287 plus programs that support the most vulnerable people in our province and the greatest organizations we have. Greatest organization we have. And I can't table a radio interview, but there was an interview done on CBC by a former Minister of Education under the Savage government. It was brilliant, and he nailed it. McCackern, he nailed it. It was the same thing. And Savage at the time, and I don't know, like I can send the link of the radio thing if I have to table something, but at the time, like he was doing the interview, and I was listening to it coming up to the city today. And Savage's philosophy is what the philosophy that we all want, is that like they had huge deficits that they had to deal with and they had to wrestle with, and it was in health and it was in education, and he got into all that. But Savage was adamant in not touching anything that supported the people that needed to support the most. And the way, I'm not phrasing it as eloquently as Mr. McCackern did, but they went through that process and they ensured that that as they went through trying to wrestle a deficit under some challenging circumstances when it came to revenues, that they weren't going to they were going to do their best to try to not impact the most vulnerable Nova Scotians of the day, and that was back in the early mid 90s. So fast forward to 2026. Fast forward to 2026, and here we are, and it's the polar opposite. The deficit is the highest it's ever been. Our GDP, our net debt to GDP, is going to go well past the threshold over the next number of years, which is going to probably even further impact our ability to borrow, and it's going to raise a lot of alarms. And instead of looking at the structures, like you look at health, like the CEO of health actually in committee said that needs to change. So, you look at let's have a conversation about what needs to change there, right? Let's have a transparent conversation about what's actually happening, right? But no, let's look at 287 programs across the province and start there. Like over $130 million worth of funds that I know in Sydney, Madam Chair, Horizon is severely impacted. Highland Arts is severely impacted. Haley Street, also at home, is severely impacted. Savoy is impacted in the Bay. You look at, like any program that's supporting youth is impacted, and there's just no rationale for it. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it at all. So bringing this back and having a conversation is really going to give everyone, in particular the government MLAs, a real chance to sit down as a caucus and say, okay, guys and girls, like let's figure this thing out. Because I can tell you, and I see it online, I've seen it online this weekend, like the government's in full defense mode right now. Everybody's sharing the same posts about the same things. And it's like, all of a sudden now, you're playing defense. You should never be playing defense. You should have known what was in the budget in the first place. So you just could have had a fulsome debate about it. So you wouldn't be in the situation that you are, where you're out there constantly defending, giving out information that we can debate in here, because I question some of it that has been presented. But ultimately, they're in the government's in defense mode now. They are. And they're going to be in defense mode unless they do the right thing, which they should. They should actually take some time to think about this, take some time to go through those organizations, take March break, have a sober, have a real conversation about what is going to happen, the impact of these. Like I use Sydney as an example. They closed Cosset House and they cut the funding 20% of the Old Sydney Society. Guess what happens? St. Pat's Museum. You know what I mean? How does that? Now they're in jeopardy of closing, right? Like these thousands of people coming off the cruise ships. It's the first place to go, right? Like the Hat Theatre, great example. Savoy Theatre is a great example, right? The Lewisburg Playhouse, if there was, like, all of these wonderful organizations are all in jeopardy. They're all in jeopardy. And, I would argue that there's probably some other places you can find a government, right? And you've had the debate here where people say, oh, well, where would you cut? And it's like, well, there's always places you can find efficiencies where you don't have to take away from vulnerable people, that's for sure, or great organizations. But ultimately, it's about decisions. Make decisions, and you make decisions in the long term. And when governments don't, you're now in a situation where, if you, like I always say, like, this government had the largest revenues probably in history when they came in, but it's all gone. And it's like, sure, you make investments, and we can use a pile of examples. But now you're not in a trajectory of growth. You presented a budget which is the first of 4 years of cutting 20% of the civil service. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, those letters are going, and it's devastating. It's devastating. People with families. Derek, MLA from Sydney, I got my letter. Yes, Sydney, yes, anyway. Anyways, so the point is that it's devastating. And it's year one of it. It's year one. You're talking about cuts to programs across the province, like artists and musicians and all those wonderful programs. This is year one cuts. So the government has shifted, the dynamic has shifted that bad that the government can't plan for the future. They're planning for 4 years of deficits. They're planning for 4 years of cuts. You need to go back to the drawing board and figure this out because, and I'm not, again, I've been around, I've seen multiple governments come and go. I've served in almost every spot of this legislature. But if this is your plan, you won't be the government. You won't. Too many people are paying attention now. They really are. I don't think people realize politically, looking at the FMA and why we're asking to bring back, is how severe this actually is for people and how angry and upset people are. This budget these cuts have impacted, there hasn't been an issue with one sector or one group or one or two groups or sectors. It absolutely obliterated every organization across the province in one swoop. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Again, why we're asking for the FMA to come back so the government can look at this and say, well, hold on. I'm sure some of the members of the caucus probably said, whoa, what's this? Because I don't think they knew. You know, and listen, you know, hey, I won't say that because you're not allowed to say what people were doing in the House. But the point is that, like, I'm saying this, and I'm sure in the minds of some of the government MLAs, they're like, yeah, he's right. He's absolutely right. I had no idea that we were cutting 20% out of theaters. I had no idea that we were cutting programs that supported African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq education and programs and services. I had no idea that we're looking at, I had no idea by taking the tolls off the bridges in Halifax, it's going to take $40 million of revenue away. It's going to cost us $1 billion, put $300 million on the deficit, and now we got to find that money so we can support the programs that we're taking away from kids. Doesn't make any sense at all. We shouldn't even be having this conversation right now because it's $130 million in a $17 billion budget. But this is where you went to cut. Go back and take a look. Go back and take a look for those kids. Go back and take a look for those artists and those writers. Go back and take a look for those theaters and those museums. Go back and take a look. You have the chance to do it right now. You do. And you know what? I think you will. I think you will, and I hope you will. Because if you do, it will be a great win for the province. It'll be a great win for all of these people. For the people, ultimately. Ultimately for the people, because this government does it all the time. Auditor General, people came forward, pull back on multiple things, because ultimately they had sober second thought. And these were on policies, more significant, well, not significant, it's the wrong word, but policies that didn't impact people on the ground every day. They impacted policy, or they impacted decision making, or they impacted other things. But why not do that for kids? Do that for the artists. Do that for the theaters and the museums. Do that for the people that marched out here the last week and the thousands that are going to show up tomorrow. Do it for them. Do the right thing, and we'll all celebrate it. Do the right thing. You have the chance to do it. And I'm hopeful that you will. We saw a glimmer of that today, and I'm hopeful that you will. It's been pretty, looking at the FMA, I still have some time left here, but it's been a pretty interesting couple of weeks. And as I said, governments will go through, they'll go through various, times of making decisions where not everybody's going to agree. This one is one of them. That's for sure. This one, as I said in my opening statements, when I had the ability to first address the hosts about the budget, I said this will be an ultimate test of caucus. This will be an ultimate test of caucus to see if caucus can survive something like this, because we started seeing the FMA, and we started seeing the numbers, and we started seeing what was in it, and we knew how devastating it was going to be. And I don't think that the government is going to completely survive this, even with some redirection or recourse. A lot of people are going home that didn't need to go home. Yeah, on the FMA, as we talked about, right? And it's really heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking, and I'm sure that people have heard from people across the province and their communities that have lost their jobs. It's been one of the toughest. It's been one of the toughest weeks I've seen in here, and it's one of the toughest weeks I've seen for a government, for sure. And it's one of the weeks where you've seen a lot of people upset. As I said, it's not just one. It's not just one or a few sectors that have been impacted. When you're talking about making decisions, the government in one swoop just took a swipe at everyone. They looked at everyone and said, everybody's going to feel this pain, and they're feeling it. They're feeling the pain, It's the stories have been tough. Stories have been tough. The stories have been heartbreaking. I'm worried about the adult training centers across the province. I know that this decision is going to put some of them in jeopardy. That's for sure. And when we're looking at the remedy, we need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. They provide such an important part of the independence of members of our community. And I always say Horizon Achievement Center, love the place. Just wonderful organization that supports so many adults in the community. The businesses that they run, they do the mailing and the CBRM, they cater weddings, they play music, and they're a big family. They're a big family. And it is the foundation for them, for everything that is social and emotional for them. And their families too as well, because it provides independence right across the board. Why do we want to take that experience away from anyone? Why do we want to take that experience away? We don't have to. It doesn't have to be done. Like this argument that I hear about the remedy and the money that flows that will go directly to families, and that's part of it. But I would argue that as people move to more independence, they're going to need the Horizons, and they're going to need all of these organizations that you all love, and at some point have supported in some way. Like you don't reduce them, you give them the funding, and you provide them funding through the remedy to help them transition, right? Like that's the key here. We all know there's a transition, absolutely. And in the FMA, when it comes to the finances, which triggers the spending, I'm doing my best to stay on the budget, but I'm passionate about this, and I think everybody else is. And it goes back to what my argument that I'm trying to say tonight is that like we have these wonderful organizations that actually will help build what the remedy is supposed to be. And as people become more independent, they're going to need them. And nobody, as I said, Madam Speaker, on the FMA, when this was presented to caucus, I'm sure nobody in caucus said, you know what, let's cut that by 20% too, because they didn't know. They didn't know what was in the FMA. They didn't know about bridge tolls or the Securities Act or all of those things. Staying on topic, I am. I got 12 minutes, I'm staying on topic. But, so I will, I'm gonna take the last, few minutes and just say this. I said a lot tonight. I actually tried to not be hypercritical because, we'll debate all of these issues. We'll be critical of each other, that's fine. I just wanted to bring the human element into this because I had a chance to talk for an hour about it. And as I said earlier, the government has a chance to really take a second look at this. They do, because ultimately, regardless of political stripes, we're people. We're people who want to do the right thing. I was on the government side, and we've had to make tough decisions, and I would say the same thing if I was in the opposition side, is that like you ultimately come in here with the intent of doing what's right for people. You don't get it right all the time. Absolutely not. You don't get it right. And you didn't get it right. The government didn't get it right this time. They did not get it right this time. But I'm starting to believe that there's an acceptance from the government that they didn't get it right this time. And they have a chance to fix it. And it's not a ton of money. It's significant money, but significant to the fabric of who we are as communities. And I believe that adjustments can be made. And I believe I believe that the caucus wants them. I believe that the government caucus wants them. And I believe that the government caucus was fed, or presented, sorry, Madam Chair, presented a half-message budget that talked about defending Nova Scotia, natural resource development, and big infrastructure. Defend Nova Scotia. Here's the message. Jump on the train. You all have to defend it. You're part of the government caucus. Away you go. And then you found out, oh my God, What's this? Oh my God, this organization just called me. What's this? I live this, pharmacare. I remember those days. Like, that was something that we kind of stepped in on, but we had to step back, right? We had to take a step back because we knew it was impacting people. In this case, it's the same thing. The fact of the matter is that the government caucus, guaranteed in my mind, on the FMA, guaranteed in my mind, did not have all the details of this budget. And I think, well, we saw it, Madam, in the FMA when we're talking about the removal of bridge tolls. I don't think the government knew the impact of that, nor did they know the impact of the fact that they were going to be cutting theaters right across the province, or they were going to be cutting important programs to support youth and seniors. And you have a chance. The government has a chance. They have a chance to take this motion and send it back. Send it back, look at the aspects of the FMA, and look at the overall aspects of the decisions that they decide to make. Big protest tomorrow, why don't you? Just get up in the morning, Madam Chair, and tell the people that, you know what, we're going to look this over again. What a message it would be, right? That's right. Like, what a message that would be. Because I can tell, like, again, Madam Chair, when you're looking at the FMA and you're making decisions around, various aspects of this, whether it's the Revenue Act or the security proceedings of the Dartmouth Commission Act, or supports around youth, or supports around arts and culture, you want to do what's right. You want to do what's right. So, I think I've kind of said what I needed to say tonight. So I would say go home and think about it, and go to caucus tomorrow. Go to caucus tomorrow and say, listen, I listened to the city member to his speech. I listened to him, and I believe. And I believe. Because you know what? We hold these seats for a temporary period of time. And when you hold these seats, you want to do what's right. You're not going to get it right every time. You may have the privilege to serve on both sides. Because as I said, there's no, Alpha used to say, there's no bad seat in this place. There's not. But we're all human beings. Nobody wants to see the cuts that are coming. And there's only one government caucus right now that can change that. So go home tonight and think about this speech. And then think about that adult day center. Think about that theater. Think about that museum. Think about those volunteers. Think about those diverse communities that we have, that we celebrate their history. Think about the poets. Think about the musicians. Think about your families. Think about the province. Think about the province. Think about the province. Go home tonight. You can change this. You have an opportunity to do it, and I hope you do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker,
Order. We've already, you missed, because you weren't here, the big debate over two people standing at once. Right, there was a big debate. We're going in. Oh, yes, my bad. My bad. Imagine that, I messed up. We're doing rotation. I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on Bill number 198, the Financial Measures Act.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 198. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business government motions?
Government motions, orders. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolves itself into Committee of the Whole House on bills.
Motion's carried. We will have a short recess while the clerk set up.
Order. Order, please. Can I get quiet in the gallery? Order, please. I call Committee of the Whole House on Bills to order. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, would you please call Bill 186, an act to provide support for fire protection services?
I call Bill 186, an act to provide support for fire protection services, and I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 186 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 2nd, 2026, and contains 25 clauses.
Okay. Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, fire service is very important in my life. It's very important in my community. I have several fire departments, and each one of them have a lot of meaning to me. And I understand, Speaker, the sacrifices that firefighters make. I understand the sacrifices their families make. Madam Speaker, when you're a firefighter, you don't know when for lack of a better term, when the alarm is going to sound. There's many times where it sounds when somebody is sitting down to a family dinner and they have to get up and leave. There are times where somebody, especially a volunteer, who just went to bed after a day of work and it goes off. Their alarm goes off and they're up out of bed and they're heading to that emergency. Speaker. And their families sacrifice time with their loved one, and they spend a lot of time pacing the floors, worrying, trying not to worry, trying to distract from that worry of their loved one. Firefighters in Nova Scotia and all around the world, Madam Speaker, run into harm's way every day to keep their communities safe, to help their neighbor. And they need us to have their backs when they do that. Madam Speaker, do not get me wrong. We support this bill. We think it's a good first step. So as I'm speaking to this tonight, please note that I very much support this. And we in the Nova Scotia NDP caucus appreciate that this bill seeks to fulfill some of the recommendations in the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia's governance model and implementation roadmap report released in September. For instance, this bill follows through on recommendations to move all matters of fire service to the Department of Emergency Management to ensure a centralized approach to both training, standards, and procurement efforts amid to facilitate bulk buying across municipalities. Madam Speaker, having a home, I think, in the Department of Emergency Management is important, because that is what firefighters are doing every day, going to emergency calls. They are the first responders when there is a natural disaster. They are often one of the first responders to car accidents. Madam Speaker. They are the first responders if somebody were to go over a cliff, if somebody were in the water, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. So it makes sense that they would be placed in that department. And I fully support that move. I think after what we saw with the training school, we do need to make sure that we are reaching training standards and that every department, every fire department, Madam Speaker, has the ability and accessibility to the same fire training as everybody else. That not only keeps them safe to have to have standardized training, it keeps our community safe. It keeps our neighbors safe, and it keeps us safe. So it makes absolute sense to do that. The procurement efforts to facilitate bulk buying across municipalities, I think is also, this I think might be a good notion as well, in the hopes that it can help save fire departments money when buying equipment. Madam Speaker, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, or it could be longer, I spoke to many people within the fire service. And one person showed me the fire, what I can only describe as mitts that they were using. Now, I know those mitts because I have them in a locked box in my house that were my great-grandfather's. Now, my great-grandfather was born in, I believe, 1910 or 1911, Madam Speaker. So let's say between around the 1925, 1930 or so, he became a volunteer firefighter. Those were the mitts that he was given to protect himself with. Now, his mitts have I have a big black duct tape on them at one point where I'm sure it burned or frayed. But that's some of the equipment some of our fire service were using. Highly outdated because they couldn't afford anything else. So if bulk buying is going to allow for the smaller departments and the smaller municipalities to able to provide their fire departments with the up-to-date standard equipment, then I think that's a good thing. We've also heard from Greg Jones, the president of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, and who has called this bill a good first step. And we agree with that turn of phrase, that it's a good first step. Do we still probably have more? Do we still have a road to go? Absolutely. But now we've started, now I believe there's a foundation started, and I hope that we can go many steps further. Speaker, I said this in second reading, and I'll say it again, that we in the Nova Scotia NDP caucus are very hopeful that this bill will have a benefit for the 7,400 firefighters across this province. There have still been some questions, Speaker, over how this bill will designate a fire commissioner tasked with overseeing reviews of the fire service across the province. It is also our understanding that, that all municipalities will be asked to complete this review for the province to get a sense of what is needed and where. And so my sense of that is that maybe the Fire Service Association, along with representatives of the department, will be going across the province, talking again to the various fire departments as well as to the municipalities to get a fulsome sense and a full inventory of what each department has, what they don't have, and what is required to bring them up, if they're not up to standards, to bring them up to standards. That is my understanding of that. Now, my understanding is that the details of this will be in regulations. Speaker, or Chair, I have talked about how much I really do not like regulations. I find oftentimes when things are in regulations, they end up being really important things that this House doesn't get to see. And that's one of the biggest reasons I'm not too much a fan doing everything within regulations. It's because I like to see everything, Speaker. I like to know exactly what the bill is, what full details are in it, and that includes how this review will be taking place, because it's too important for us not to get right. And I think it's also too important for us not to fully understand the scope of it. And I, as somebody who really enjoys the legislative process, who really enjoys reading legislation, would really like to have seen that. But I look forward to actually getting my hands on a copy of the review at some point in time to see how it occurred. The next aspect I want to talk about of a concern of mine, and I spoke to the Fire Service Association, or the Firefighters Association about this, and I spoke to various stakeholders across the province about it, and that is funding. The Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia recommended a solution to the question of who is going to be on the hook. Will it be the province, the municipality, or will volunteer fire departments have to continue to fundraise? And so I'm not alone in asking about funding. I think fundamentally, this bill is good. The part that it misses really is that funding model and the lack of mention of it in the bill. Right now, Madam Speaker, volunteer fire departments across this province rely on fundraising like bake sales, bingos, raffles, 50-50 draws to support their budget. It shouldn't be this hard, Madam Speaker. For fire departments, my colleague from Halifax Armdale said we don't fundraise to support our police departments. Why are we Why do we have to fundraise to support our fire departments? And Madam Speaker, the question comes down to is money. Municipalities, if they had to pay for everything their fire departments need, they'd be on the hook for a lot of money. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a huge concern because it may, if through the review no funding model comes through, it may actually impede departments. And we don't want that. We don't want to cause unnecessary hardship to the departments or to the municipalities, Madam Speaker. We already have an issue with municipalities losing funding through provincial programs like the Provincial Assistance, Capital Assistance Program, the Municipal Innovation Program, and the Growth and Renewal for Infrastructure Development, Madam Speaker. And so, with all of those programs, Madam Speaker, being cut, my fear is that with those programs being cut and no funding model yet, or a funding model mentioned in this bill, my concern is for the fire departments and municipalities being able to afford it. And so that is the biggest concern I have in this bill, Madam Speaker. It's the only real concern that I have on it. And I do support, as I said before, I support this bill. I recognize its importance. And I recognize this is a good first step. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues as well. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just popping up for a couple of minutes to speak to the overall intent of this bill. This was I was contacted in advance of this legislative session from folks from a variety of fire services in rural areas, both, I would say, concerned and confused about what the status of this bill was. And so what that said to me was that there's a trend, but that it had not been made clear to the people for whom this matters the most, firefighters and their associations, of what was happening. And then at one point it was like, no, this bill isn't coming forward. And then it was like, this bill is coming forward. And, so what I hope we have in front of us is the right bill. Again, I've spoken to the fact that we're lawmakers, we make law, but what I would appeal going forward in the spirit of this bill is that there be real attention paid to being accountable to fire services and firefighters, and to be transparent. There's always time to learn a new way of doing things. There's always time to change our ways, and I would say, particularly given the indescribable impact of these volunteers and professional firefighters, but volunteers who keep our community safe, we owe them a process that they feel included in, and a process that they know what's happening and what's being said. So I would implore government to ensure that. And I would just also say I definitely heard the concerns around resources, and I share my colleagues' concern about leaving certain elements to regulations. As you know, in Nova Scotia, there's no duty to consult on regulations. which means the moment that something is sort of like, we're going to deal with it in regulations, it disappears from public view. It doesn't have to be that way. So we could change the official rules and make it so that regulations are published, are available to the public before being enacted, or we could just like make a demonstration of goodwill and trust and accountability and transparency, and we could share those actual regulations for official consultation. You know, resources are important. I think that one of the concerns that was shared with me going into this is that there is such a disparity amongst different communities, and that needs to be taken into account, even in terms of like the ability to consult and provide input and that sort of thing. So with those few words, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member from Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did an abrupt pivot from the Financial Measures Act earlier, so it took me a few minutes to organize my notes. It's really unfortunate. We don't know in advance what we'll be debating. It's really unfortunate we don't continue with debates once they've started. It's really unfortunate that government won't provide us with that notice, and then when they do, they change their mind. But we're here doing the best we can in the circumstances that we're given. So I will probably not talk for too long, although one never knows, on this particular bill and Clause 1 of this bill, the Fire Protection Services Support Act. I'll start by saying I think, and I think I heard this mentioned as well with my colleagues, there is an appreciation for a modernization of the structure that currently exists to support our fire services. I don't think anyone contests that that is something that is required, that that is something that's overdue, that that is something that's deserved and needed. So I appreciate that there's an interest in moving ahead with that, and my comments shouldn't be taken to undermine that. There is a need for modernization. There's a need for improving how we support our fire departments and our emergency response services. There's a need for updating the regulatory structure, for updating the provisions around training. We've heard lots of concerns about the availability and access to training. There's a need for improvements in how we support our fire departments with their capital and with their buildings, with their equipment, with their supplies. So all of that is, I think, probably uncontested, and I certainly have no concerns or worries about the fact that this is being undertaken. I'm glad that it's being undertaken. The concerns that I have, and that I'm reflecting really, because they're concerns that we've heard from community, relate to how this is being done, the degree to which fire departments were or were not consulted, engaged, informed about what was happening, and the big question marks that exist for what will play out in the future as this moves ahead. Our fire departments provide incredibly important essential services all across Nova Scotia. That is universal. That can be said of every single community, whether it's urban or rural, doesn't matter where we are in the province, the local fire departments provide important services. The kinds of services they provide and how they provide those services varies significantly. In some places, we have paid fire departments with resources that far exceed those that are available in other areas. In many areas, like in Lunenburg West, across the South Shore and other areas, rural areas of the province, we don't have the benefit of that funding for our fire departments. Instead, we have volunteers who give time, energy, emotional commitment. Their families are dedicated to this activity. And That's what builds and strengthens and supports our fire services. Even the specific services that are offered and provided from one department to another can vary significantly. Some departments are equipped to provide more medical and first aid response when they arrive. Others are not. There is variability in the degree to which they are able to respond in a fire and what types of firefighting activities they can participate in. There is significant difference across the province in terms of funding. Those who have paid departments, those who have a rich tax base, some have adequate, sufficient funding to provide for the supports that they offer. Others have to work, fight tooth and nail, work constantly, seek donations, fundraise to get access to the funding they need to provide the equipment and the supports and the services that they do. So the variability from fire department to fire department across our province is significant. And that is a really important consideration when we look at modernizing and updating any regime that oversees or underpins fire services. So I think probably the best way for me to articulate the concerns that I have, that I've heard from community, is actually to go through a release that was provided by the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services. And I'll remind this House that the public and opposition only became aware of the contents of this bill the morning of first reading, which was February 23rd. 2, 3, I've lost track of time, a few short weeks ago. And so this is something that everyone has had to learn about very quickly, including our fire departments. And so this release was issued by the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services on February 28th. So just a week, less than a week after this bill was introduced. And they referenced that earlier in the week, the province of Nova Scotia completed the first and second reading of Bill 186, observing, I think, quite legitimately that first and second reading happened real quick. What they go on to say is that this act will significantly change the way fire services are delivered, managed, and overall operated within the province. That's important. I think we universally agree that change is needed, but we also know that change is not easy. And to do change right requires time, attention, engagement, consultation, thought, and the incorporation of all of that into a good plan and a well-resourced plan. They go on to say that although not in the same fashion as was previously presented prior to the first reading, so there was some information shared prior to the first reading, but it wasn't what ended up being tabled at first reading, there are still significant risks to fire services, particularly those in small or urban settings. They continue, this risk is not speculation. It will significantly disrupt the very framework and process that everyone has worked towards. Those are powerful and important words from the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services, which is a group of a number of fire departments in my area and the area of other MLAs in this House. And they're worried. They're fearful. They go on and note that although this process has been pushed by the Fire Services Association of Nova Scotia, who is the voice of fire services, we as an association, the Lunenburg Regional Fire and Emergency Services, feel that although there are some good points within the process, there are significant shortcomings and risks within the report, including completely unrealistic expectations, unclear and unknown plans and directions, unknown and unclear standards, etc. That's terrifying for our volunteer firefighters who spend enough time in circumstances that are terrifying to all of us, and I'm sure are to them as well. They are dedicated, passionate, committed volunteers who have devoted time and effort into building fire services in rural areas. And they are now being faced with significant uncertainty. And I don't think that's fair to them. And again, this is not about the need for change. This is not a question that change is not necessary. We're in agreement that change is necessary. This is about how we're doing it. And I think we do a significant disservice to our volunteer firefighters and our paid firefighters, everyone who's involved in our fire response system, to not include them adequately in communication and in consultation as we try and craft a modernization to this system. It goes on. There are opportunities for improvement within the fire services in the province. However, to make wide sweeping change to everyone would be a mistake. They observe that the member agencies of their association have made significant improvements in how fire services are delivered within our area, and to undo this with a one-size-fits-all approach would be a mistake. Again, this points to the significant differences across the province in terms of how fire departments operate, what various skills they have, what resources they have available, what tools they have at their disposal, what their facilities and equipment are, what their training looks like, what their practices are. This release goes on, and I think this is important as well. They say, we are working through an official response to this report and the Act. And I want to pause on that because I think it just shows how unfair this process is to the community members that we are all supposed to be representing. Again, the people who are writing this are volunteer firefighters. They are on call on a daily basis, responding to fires, medical emergencies, car accidents, and I say we very generously because I don't think that any of the opposition or I have much control over this timeline, although we're doing everything we can to do it. But we, as a collective in this House, have not given them enough time to understand what changes are being offered and presented in this bill and to respond. They are taking calls every single day. And we are just a few short days away from having this been tabled for the first time. And it is being rushed through at breakneck pace before our fire departments can adequately respond. And I think that is patently unfair, disrespectful, and not in accordance with how we ought to be conducting ourselves. But they responded anyway, because they have to, because this is the pace that we're moving at, and people just have to live with it, apparently. They go on. We know there are significant risks to our rural and suburban communities. Our members are reviewing multiple versions of documents, soliciting feedback from members, as well as the communities in which we serve. We are all volunteering to serve our communities, and that will never change, nor should it be significantly disrupted by an act of sweeping legislation. Think about that, I implore. There's a lot here. There's a lot in this bill. There's a lot in the report on which this bill is based. There's a lot to be considered. We are doing our level best to consider it and debate it here in this House. And that is our job. That's what we're here to do. But we can't forget that community members have a right to also have the opportunity to review and consider and offer their thoughts. And this is a community who is very busy doing other incredibly important things. And I think it is so unfair and such a disservice to them that we are moving this through at this kind of pace and not providing them with the time and space that they deserve and they need to give this fulsome consideration and to reach out to each of us with that consideration. It goes on. We want to continue to work with our communities, our municipalities, and our members to improve our service delivery where improvements are needed, not where we need to recreate the wheel. Two important things in that sentence. The first is a recognition of the complexity and time it takes to adequately consult. I think they're providing this House with an incredibly good example of how engagement and collaboration should look. Let's look at it again. They want to continue to work with communities, municipalities, and members. There are three groups of people who deserve to be consulted and engaged and have their input considered as we consider this bill. I'm not at all clear, based on what's been shared in this House, that government has done that. But this association of fire departments is committed to doing it. And I think we could learn a lesson from that. And the second piece that I wanted to pause on in that sentence is the reflection that service delivery should be improved where improvements are needed, not needing to recreate the wheel. And that again is a reflection of the different position that all of our departments are in and the fear that they have. Departments who have worked really hard to upgrade their skills, to adopt and implement policies and practices that reflect current best practices, reflect the needs of community safety and the responsiveness that is required when responding to medical emergencies, when responding to fires, when responding to vehicle accidents. The closing paragraph starts, please reach out to your local fire department to provide your feedback as it is important. Again, I think that serves as an incredibly important model to us in this House. We want to be able to submit a response to our provincial government representatives, FSANs, other municipalities and associations. We need to have our voices heard on how to improve fire service delivery in a respectful and financially viable manner without loss of the communities in which we have all elected to serve. This is a plea. This is a plea to community members to provide input and feedback, but buried within it, no, I'd say not buried, more overt than that probably, is a plea to us. It's a plea to this legislature to allow them the time to get this input and share it. And I think it's cruel of us and unfair of us to not allow them that time. I think that that adequately covers most of what I've heard from those fire departments and volunteers and firefighters who've had the opportunity to reach out. Again, this has been an astounding session, and I have had unprecedented numbers of communication, so it is entirely possible that there is more in my inbox, but that appears to me in large part to be a reasonable representation of most of what I have heard. But I do, before I wrap on my comments at clause 1, I do want to say there is something else that needs to be mentioned here, and that's the question of funding. Because many problems can be overcome by adequate and appropriate funding. Change can be supported by funding. Change that is difficult can be made easier by funding. But if that funding isn't provided in a way that's equitable, in a way that's fair, in a way that's transparent or predictable, then that will leave some of our fire departments at a significant disadvantage. And we did have the opportunity not long ago to question the Minister of Emergency Management, who is responsible for this fire service modernization, about intentions to provide a reliable and predictable and transparent and fair funding source, specifically for capital, specifically for facilities. Because that minister has provided that kind of funding The minister did provide funding to a department in her constituency. She found $600,000 for one of her fire departments to upgrade the facilities. And she mentioned why, and I don't have it at my fingertips, but I recall, and I'm going to paraphrase, that it had to do with ensuring that the dedicated volunteer firefighters had the access and the equipment and the facilities they needed to be able to respond in an emergency. And so I think I completely agree with that sentiment. I agree that every single department, every single firefighter should have adequate resources to be able to respond. And so I asked the minister whether she had plans to create a transparent, predictable capital funding source for all departments, not just those in her constituency. And she couldn't commit to that. She didn't answer that. She talked about a few things that are happening to support fire departments, but that wasn't the question. I applaud whatever funding can be provided to our fire departments. I wasn't asking about the existing funding. I was asking about the government's willingness to create transparent and predictable and equitable funding streams for capital, for the facilities, for the bays that the fire department's equipment have to be supported in. And that was not forthcoming. She didn't answer. She didn't provide that commitment. And that's deeply concerning to me. And it's deeply concerning to the firefighters in the fire departments, the firefighters and volunteers in the fire departments who've reached out to me looking for support in finding that kind of capital. And I think it should be deeply concerning to every fire department across this province. They all deserve access to this funding. It shouldn't be preferred based on which constituency a fire department exists in. This should be equitable and it should be fair. And I see no evidence either in the minister's answers, the government's answers, or in this legislation that there's any guarantee of that kind of fairness. And that is yet another disservice. So I think I've said all I want to say right now on Clause 1. Again, I'm going to end by saying I support the modernization of this system. We need to better support our fire departments. But I'm very concerned about how this has unfolded thus far and what it means going forward. I hope we'll hear more from government on what the intentions and plans are, and I hope we'll hear more about the commitment to provide those equitable funding opportunities and engagement opportunities, and I hope that our debates on this bill will extend long enough to afford our fire departments, our volunteers, and our municipalities adequate time to weigh in. Those are my remarks.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. I always enjoy listening to her, and I echo some of the similar comments that I had no idea. I don't think any of my other colleagues in opposition had any idea that this is what was going to be called for tonight. And I had someone say to me a year or two ago, it was a new MLA, newly elected, and they said that they were told that what happens in here is just games. It doesn't really matter in the real world. And Madam Chair, I just want to say it's not true. What matters in here, what we do in here matters to Nova Scotians. We're actually creating laws that then turns into regulations and policy and affects government services for all Nova Scotians. So we should be, in my opinion, trying to work respectfully. And part of that is communication. Us here in opposition today had no idea the order of business. We weren't told if estimates were going to be called. If we were doing this committee of the whole, we weren't told what bills were being called for second reading. So we have to literally come here prepared, which is fine. I do it, and I've got great staff helping me, but I have to have every bill, every government bill that's been tabled, I have to have it ready for whether it's second reading, committee of the whole, or estimates. Which, why can't there be some respect and just share with us what you're going to be calling, out of respect? because what we're doing here isn't games. We're supposed to be providing debate, constructive debate. So on that note, I'm going to share some feedback that I received from firefighters from Cumberland County. And what they wanted me to share, Madam Chair, on this particular bill, an act to provide support for fire protection services, were that they want considerations to be given for costs, that costs should be compensated to fire departments throughout Nova Scotia, especially for medical calls. About 55% of the calls in Cumberland County are for medical reasons due to the lack of ambulance services, which is a provincial responsibility. This is an increased cost to our fire departments of gas, and also equipment is being worn out faster because it's being used more regularly for the fire calls. So that is something that they have asked to be considered. I really echo the comments that my colleague from Lunenburg West gave as well with regards to funding, that the Conflict of Interest Act actually clearly states, and Conflict of Interest Act is a piece of legislation here, it's law in Nova Scotia, that we're supposed to be nonpartisan in government spending. And what that means is when government departments, when ministers make decisions where money is spent around the province, we're not supposed to look at who voted for us or who donated to our campaigns. We're supposed to be nonpartisan. And it actually clearly states that in the Conflict of Interest Act. So when money is being divvied out for fire departments across the province, it should be done so fairly. And in Cumberland North, for example, I have Wallace Fire Department, Pugwash Fire Department, Shinnemakas, Tinishbridge, Trumanville. All of those are volunteers. They're all run completely by volunteers. The chief, the deputy chief, all of the firefighters. And they deserve to be treated fairly with every other fire department in Nova Scotia, whether they're from a minister's area or not. And we also have many other incredible fire departments in my colleagues from Cumberland South riding as well. And we often share, like he's a former fire chief, and we often share information. I know he was good enough to reach out to me back when our Shinnemakas Fire Department first caught on fire. It was right after Portapic, so everyone was on edge and nobody knew what started the fire. But our fire departments often relieve each other and are on standby and help each other for backup. So Leicester Fire Department, Collingwood, Wentworth are just a few of the neighboring ones that help out Wallace and Pugwash and Shinnemakas and Tidnishbridge. And then of course we have the larger fire department, which has some paid staff in there, and that's the Amherst Fire Department. So a big shout out to all of our firefighters in my area, but also across all of Nova Scotia. They do incredible, incredible work. So I do think it's really important that just to mention the Conflict of Interest Act. And, you know, sometimes my constituents question if that's followed, especially when you look at kilometers of asphalt that's laid in our area compared to some other areas across the province. I think 2 years in a row, my constituency got 0 kilometers of paving, 0. And even under the McNeil government, I had the lowest I ever had was 10. And you got to question, you know, is the Conflict of Interest Act being upheld? And there should be fair spending of government dollars across all constituencies in the province. And when we did a FOIPOP, a couple of ministers had over 70 kilometers of paving done in their area. And 2 years in a row, we had 0. So when we see one specific fire department getting over $600,000 in funding, we have to look at the Conflict of Interest Act. Is it being followed? And it's just a good reminder of all of us. We're all human. We all want to take care of our own. But these are tax dollars, and we need to make sure they're being spent fairly across. And the only other comment that I will have related to this bill is something for the minister to consider, or the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and that is trying to put everything under one umbrella. So I believe, I could be corrected on this though, Madam Chair, is that the Fire Marshal's office, I believe, is still under Department of Municipal Affairs. And when you look at the Fire Marshal's office, under that office, they also have applications for funding to buy equipment for firefighters and other emergency services fund, forms, licenses. So I think it would be easier for Nova Scotians if everything was under one department, and it might provide better coordination as well when you're looking at all the fire services. Now, I've had a run-in with a fire marshal, and I'll just share that. And as a former business owner, I think it's really important that all the fire services are well managed and I guess properly managed. So the fire marshal that I had to run in with is no longer with the province of Nova Scotia, so I'm glad to hear that. But it was a case, Madam Chair, of we were having a event, and even though our building had passed all the fire marshal codes, we were going to have a Christmas party and needed a liquor license for the Rotary Club. And this fire marshal came up from another community to do another higher level. And I think he just had a problem with a woman business owner, because he just came up with these ideas of things that we needed to do for our building that were completely ridiculous. And we appealed it and won, thankfully. But my point with all of this, Madam Chair, is that we need to make sure that people are making good common sense decisions, especially when it comes to business. Business owners don't need unnecessary expenses for their buildings, and when we're trying to meet fire codes, we need to make sure that there's common sense decisions being made, and that the decisions are made for safety reasons, but also in the best interest of business owners to be successful as well. So that is a consideration for the minister and those involved to consider, is putting everything under one department, so all the fire services and related services such as fire marshal could be considered. Those are all my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carry. And is there any debate on Clause 3? Carry. No. Yeah. I'm in the, okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the members don't have their change sheets. Can we have a recess until they receive them?
That's okay. We'll just hand them out while you're talking. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Change sheet should be before everybody before we start.
Yeah, have to read it before she.
Yep. They're going to distribute them. Order. Thank you. The clerk will hand them out while you're speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Speaker, I want to draw members' attention once they have it to. I'm just going to wait for a moment.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the clause in front of me, so I can't really follow along. I would request that we await the distribution of the clauses before we proceed with debate, please.
Okay, well, we will let the member wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize the honourable member for order here. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
So, point of clarification, what is the actual House rules on distributing of change orders while the person's making a speech? What is the actual House procedure on that?
Okay, thank you. So there's no requirement that they be distributed ahead of time. We won't take a recess. We'll hand them out and then you can start speaking. I recognize the honorable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy that everybody has their change sheet and can follow along with me. So I will draw the members' attention to change recommendations to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills to pay NDP 1, page 3, add immediately after clause 3 the following clause. 4. In collaboration with fire protection service providers, the minister shall work with municipalities in the development of an adequate and sustainable funding model for fire departments, with the goal of reducing the reliance on supplementary public fundraising efforts. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Madam Speaker, this is exactly what it says it is. This is to add the makings of a funding model into the bill. This was requested in public bills and suggested in public bills by the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. It was requested in a number of numerous conversations I had with various municipal units, as well as various fire departments. They all want to see a funding model in this bill, and they were disappointed when it wasn't. So this is a friendly amendment, if an amendment can be friendly, which I think sometimes it can, because when it's helping to improve a bill, and it's also providing something that the associations and organizations have requested, I would consider it a friendly amendment to add this funding model. I hope that my colleagues from the PC caucus would agree with this and would support it, especially as it has been recommended and asked for by several fire departments, municipal units, as well as the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. And with that, I take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm speaking in favor of this amendment. Speaking in favor of the development of an adequate and sustainable funding model for fire departments, largely for the reason that became apparent in public bills. Fire services in Nova Scotia are delivered by a mix of folks. Some of those folks are trained professionals working in a full-time, fully paid capacity for municipal governments around the province. Some of these folks are working in smaller rural communities on part-time release. Some of these folks are delivering this work as, really, when I say off the corner of their desk, I don't mean to suggest in any way, shape, or form that they're doing it in a way without care or excellence. More so to say that they're doing it in addition to the full-time roles that they hold in terms of their employment, whatever that happens to be. And because this legislation really turns its mind to the need for common standards for the delivery of fire services, we know that one of the things this legislation responds to is sort of a breakdown in the training that firefighters in Nova Scotia receive. There's a need to reform the kind of training they get, who provides it, how they access that training. These are all worthy goals. We certainly support the idea of a modern, appropriately trained and resourced fire service across the province, whether firefighters do this work on a paid or a volunteer basis. But enacting this bill in the absence of a funding model to support, in particular, small rural volunteer fire departments places a significant burden on these groups, and we heard from them loud and clear that one of the major obstacles to the sustainability of rural fire services is the struggle to generate the funds to stay afloat in the present and in the long run. We heard folks testify that the coordination of everything from Chase the Ace to, lobster or other sundry dinners to raise funds is an immense burden. They work as hard at fundraising as they do at delivering fire services to the communities that they live in and love very much. And so we take that point to heart as a caucus and believe that the aims of this legislation are good. We believe that the goals, the problems it sets out to address are reasonable and relevant concerns, and that the steps taken in the legislation are earnest attempts to meet those in a manner that's proactive and responsive. But our concern is that absent a funding model that the government develops in collaboration with the sector could exacerbate the burden of fundraising that especially small rural fire services are obligated structurally to undertake on an annual basis, just to make sure that forget about training and meeting professional standards for a moment. They have to fundraise to do things, make sure that people have equipment that protect them when they answer the call to run into a burning building, so that they're not harmed, while they act to protect their neighbors and their fellow community members. So we're certainly, you'll note, I will stress for everybody listening that we are not advocating in this amendment for an immense amount of funding to be inserted into this budget that will exacerbate the deficit position of the government. But we are calling for the collaborative development of a funding model that will alleviate the pressure of particularly small rural fire services to have to fundraise just to subsist, much less thrive. And as this law, if it passes as is and is enacted, will impose an additional burden on them to meet, in effect, professional standards that will ensure that fire services in every community in the province meet a minimum standard of quality in delivery. That's a net positive for Nova Scotians, that Nova Scotians who live in rural Nova Scotia have reasonable expectation that the expertise of those who answer the call in the case of emergency are no less prepared, no worse trained than professional firefighters in larger municipal settings, because they are paid and are funded by municipalities to provide and access that kind of training. So I'm not going to speak too long to belabor the point, Speaker, but I do think that if the government is going to enact legislation which create a reasonable burden on stakeholders in the public interest, yes, it's good that firefighters are all properly equipped with training and equipment to provide the delivery of apples to apples service in every community in this province. We believe the government has a role as it relates to funding to make sure that all stakeholders, and again, we're very concerned here with the capacity of small rural fire services to rise to the bar that the government will set, that we will all set if we support this, the rest of this legislation as is. So I encourage the government to consider whether imposing that burden without coming alongside with enabling funding that is stable, that is core, that continues to grow with time in response to inflation and other pressures that fire services might reasonably experience. This is a responsible act of a government that has at heart a desire to make sure that everybody in Nova Scotia, no matter what community you live in, big or small, urban or rural, has access to protective services as it relates to fire and other emergencies, in confidence that, you know, you won't be, your house is not going to burn to the ground because the people who answer the bell may not have access to the same training, the same supports, and the same resources based on a postal code. We think that would be an unfortunate consequence of this legislation if we proceed without a commitment to developing a funding model that's responsive to the concerns raised by the sector and provides for the services of Nova Scotians in every corner of this province. So, Speaker, I thank you for a couple moments just to speak in support of this amendment, and I do hope that these remarks, give all of us here in the chamber a thought about how a good piece of legislation could be improved through this modest change. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to NDP 1, the amendment to changes recommended to the Committee of the House on Bills for the Fire Protection Services Act. I want to start by saying this, and I'm not sure that I've had an opportunity to say this in this House, but I think it's now is actually a good time to say it. Not everything that government does needs to or should be in legislation. So we have a variety of government has a variety of different mechanisms in its tool belt to make changes and to implement policy decisions. Legislation is the most binding and constrictive and legally enforceable of all of those tools in government's tool belt. Next to that is regulation. There's more flexibility with regulation because regulation doesn't, and legislation, as we all know from this process that we're engaged in together, does have to come before the House. It comes before the House to be introduced, it's debated, it's passed, and to make changes to it, it has to undergo this process again and again. And so there's visibility to it, there's accountability to it, there's rigor to it. There are only short windows. Nova Scotia, incredibly short windows, tragically and upsettingly short windows, which we get to undertake this activity. And other than these short windows that we have, legislation can't be changed. So it is the most restrictive. Next to that is regulation. Regulations are less restrictive. Regulations are passed either by Cabinet, by Executive Council as a group, or they're passed by the ministers. And they are still subject to the laws. They can be challenged, but there is flexibility. They can be undertaken at any time that government chooses to do that. Government can also implement policy. And government can make all sorts of financial decisions that sit within any of those processes or outside of those processes. So there are a variety of ways that government can take action. I have always been someone who largely thinks, perhaps as an idealistic person, that a lot of things don't belong in legislation because government should have flexibility to deal with them. And, in good faith, and I think when things are working as they should, that makes sense. And so once upon a time, this might have been the kind of clause that I looked at and said, that's very restrictive for government. It can't be changed. It has to be complied with. It doesn't offer flexibility. And I might have questioned whether it belongs in legislation because we need governments to be nimble. However, in the face of the kinds of decisions that we have been talking about in this chamber throughout this session, that the Auditor General has repeatedly brought up over a number of years in terms of government's irresponsibility with funds and the spending of funds and the lack of transparency around how those funds are spent. In the face of decisions like the Minister of Emergency Management or Natural Resources, who secured funding for a department in her constituency, but hasn't made a commitment to do so broadly for the rest of the province. When faced with those kinds of situations where one can legitimately question what sorts of funding decisions might be made by this government, then I think it's abundantly reasonable to include a clause in this bill that puts parameters and requirements around that have the force of law, that can be relied upon by the province, by our fire departments, by our communities going forward, to ensure that whatever changes arise as a result of the modernization of the fire services system are funded in a way that is equitable, are funded in a way that's transparent, are funded in a way that's fair, are funded in a way that doesn't prioritize the communities of some MLAs over the communities of other MLAs, and a funding model that will actually work for all Nova Scotians and support equitable services and equitable access. And so for those reasons, I think this is an excellent amendment, and I am very much in support of it, and I hope others will support it as well. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to stand and speak for a moment about the amendment that was tabled by the NDP, asking for collaboration with fire protection service providers. The minister shall work with municipalities in the development of an adequate and sustainable funding model for fire departments, with the goal of reducing the reliance on supplementary public fundraising efforts. And I stand in support of this for the reason that I shared when I spoke on Clause 1, Madam Chair, and that is our firefighters are being called out to provide services for provincial responsibilities because of the lack of ambulance services. And this has been happening over the last number of years. It's not something new, but it continues. And as I mentioned, in Cumberland, they're saying about 55% of their calls are medical calls. And for that reason, I think that just emphasizes even more why the province should be working with our municipal fire departments to ensure that there is an adequate funding model. And I echo the comments from my colleague from Lunenburg West, you know, that not everything has to be legislated, but I do think that this is something that we're probably all hearing from our firefighters, the need for fundraising. And they're already volunteering their time. They shouldn't have to be always worrying about fundraising and people having dinners and cupcake sales so that they can afford equipment to go out and protect us when our homes are on fire. So for those reasons, I support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall the NDP amendment carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses 4 to 43 carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. This bill is carried. I need to sign this. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, would you please call Bill number 196, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1995-96, the Community Colleges Act?
Bill 196, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1995 to 1996, the Community College Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 196 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 2nd, 2026, and contains 6 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request a recess? We had no notice of what bill this was, and I would like to go collect my notes, please.
No, there's no recess. We're going to carry on. Thank you. Oh, I will ask for unanimous consent. Would there be unanimous consent on a recess? There is no unanimous consent. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I'll take that as a compliment, Speaker. This bill presents in an altered future for the Nova Scotia Community College. In my remarks on second reading, I won't make them at quite such a length, but to remind the House, I spoke at some length about the critical importance of the Nova Scotia Community College as a key, I guess, life form in the ecosystem of our post-secondary habitat in Nova Scotia. Not only is it a source of training for individuals considering careers in the skilled trades, but it's also an indispensable deliverer of programs for people seeking training outside of the university sphere. The list of the programs is considerable, but folks in the government caucus will know very well that NSCC is a critical partner in addressing high demand workforces. So NSCC is a partner in training CCAs, people who work in long-term care. NSCC is a partner in equipping folks pursuing nursing on a certain level. It's also a training ground for people pursuing training in a number of other sectors. Lots of people entering the field of bookkeeping and basic accounting get their training there. It is a proving ground for folks entering, looking at a career as entrepreneurs or small business people, being equipped for that work through courses available through NSCC. And it's not simply the scope of learning that's delivered by NSCC that is really notable. It's also that NSCC is an institution that makes available to people in a geographically diverse way training opportunities that folks would otherwise have to uproot themselves from their local communities in order to pursue. So the value of this institution is immense to our province. It is not only valuable because of its capacity to address the critical shortage of folks working in a variety of skilled trades in our province, but it also helps meet labor market needs in a number of other important respects. And so noting the vital importance of this institution in the life of our province to a significant number of sectors that are able to find, hire, and retain qualified individuals, I think it's incumbent upon us to sit with for a minute the impact of this legislation on this institution. You know, there are some governance changes to the college that are interesting. Whether or not those are net positive changes, I think is a matter of perspective and debate. I note that Clause 3, I'll speak a little bit more to that at length when it comes up in particular. But to make the president of a post-secondary institution the direct appointment of the premier raises some alarm bells for a post-secondary institution. One of the pillars of effective and healthy post-secondary institutions that are places of higher learning is the philosophical and practical ability to operate independent of political interference, to structure learning programs, whether those grant diplomas, degrees, graduate degrees, postgraduate degrees, that institutions have the academic freedom to structure these programs absent the political interference, not only of the government, but of other actors in society. And it's a bit of a flag that this legislation aims to make the appointment of the president of the community college a direct choice of the premier of the province. Or at least an appointment over which the premier may exercise an undue degree of influence. And I'm not saying any particular premier's name, not only because it's not unparliamentary, but also because this law will apply to all future premiers of this province. The current premier at some point will cease to be the premier. The circumstances of that closure remain to be seen. But at some point, a different person will rise to this post, Speaker. And they will inherit the power vested in them by this legislation. And the issue of whether or not it's a good idea to put the power to appoint the most senior staff member of a post-secondary institution in the hands of politicians doesn't have to be the current premier. It could be any future premier. Philosophically, it raises the question of whether that's best for an institution that offers post-secondary education. This act also provides the Board of Governors of the Nova Scotia Community College to create, in effect, a sub-board. Not only does this act enable the creation of a school within a school, so it's not that this act wipes out, as we know it, all programs and in its stead creates a skilled trades institute. The creation of a skilled trades institute would sort of bring together, as I understand it, all trades-related training programs under one umbrella. And the operation of all of those programs would fall under the purview of a subgroup of the board that does not currently exist. It would be created by this legislation. And the board would effectively delegate the authority to provide oversight and management of these programs to this subversion of the board. In isolation, on paper, there is a world where maybe this isn't the biggest deal. But Speaker, I find it difficult to separate this bill from the larger picture that we find ourselves in this legislature at this time. I'm not opening debate on the budget, but one of the things we know will occur as a result of this budget is if it is passed as presently constituted on the floor of this legislature, is that the operational funding of the college will be reduced by 3% a year for the next few years. I find it difficult to believe or wrap my mind around the idea that the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration would put legislation forward that would create a school within a school if the intention were to, over time, diminish the amount of resources that skills-based training at NSCC would receive from the government to address the skilled workforce shortages that exist in the skilled trade sector in Nova Scotia. I don't read in this legislation an intention to see funding clawed back at a 3% level year over year from the Skilled Trades Institute. But we are aware, Speaker, that the programs operated by the rest of the college will be subject to a 3% reduction year over year based on documentation we've received from the Minister of Finance in support of this budget for the next 4 years. And that means that all of the programs that are not trades related will begin to slowly atrophy or diminish in their capacity to support students. There are going to be layoffs. We are going to lose faculty. We are going to lose professional support staff. That is the reality of this budget and the budgets that this government intends to table in the future. We know that's an outcome of the current budget before the House. And so this idea of creating a subgroup which will oversee a set of programs which the government will make sure lacks no resource to grow and expand, at the same time that the Board of Governors, having given away some of its power to the subgroup, will hold court over a remaining group of programs whose funding and supports will diminish over time. And it raises the specter or the prospect that the board of the Nova Scotia Community College will become a diminishing force over time. That we may actually see an imbalance of power, more power held by a smaller subgroup who have more resources and more funding, and a board of governors that oversees a diminishing budget over time. It may not be the intention of the legislation, but coupled with the budget that's before the House, that's a dynamic that this legislation could set in law. And I think it's a dynamic that this House should be attuned to before it decides that passing this legislation as is the right thing for the college, which we have, I think we agree, is central to not only the health but the economic outlook of our province and the prospect of meeting key labor shortages in our province. So the governance changes are not mere rearranging of existing chairs. There are potential very real consequences or ramifications or ripples that flow from the rearrangement of who is responsible for what programs as created by this legislation. And I think, again, I certainly don't read this legislation as a bald-faced attempt to shutter non-trades programs at NSCC. I've had a bit of a conversation with the minister, and I take him at face value that that's not his intent. Nonetheless, over time, this legislation potentially sets the table for a gradual shift in who has power to make decisions about programs and funding and fiscal resources at the college. That may serve to erode the college's ability to meet the other labor force needs of our province, and that might negatively impact the availability of programs to students across the province if enrollment in programs is affected by these 3% funding cuts over the next 4 budget years. So whether it's intended, it's not the point, but this could be a consequence that's not hard to look into the future and recognize is perhaps it's not inevitable, but it's also not unlikely. So we offer some concern about the governance changes and the potential impacts that those could have on the life, the substance, and the vitality of the college as a post-secondary institution in the province. One final thought on this piece, Speaker. In a previous session of this sitting of this legislature, the government, as part of Bill 12, I think it was last February, perhaps I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, it's not intentional. I'm not trying to mislead anybody. Just might have my dates wrong. Bill 12 it provided NSCC with the ability to become a degree-granting institute. At present, NSCC is not able, or prior to that legislation, NSCC was not a post-secondary institution where you could pursue an undergraduate degree in our province. You could do your first 2 years of your degree at NSCC, and through articulated agreements between NSCC and Nova Scotia universities, you could complete your degree requirements in year 3 and 4 and graduate with both an undergraduate degree and a diploma from the college. But that degree was not granted by NSCC, it was granted by the university. So NSCC had some capacity to help students get a degree, but this government took the exceptional step in February of last year to give NSCC the power to grant degrees in the future. I am aware of no current plans to develop any degree granting programs at NSCC. But it now appears with this legislation that the government has either backburnered its plans to create degree granting programs at NSCC, or perhaps has sort of decided that's a set of tools it doesn't need, and now its focus is on making NSCC a lean, mean trades graduating machine capable of meeting the demands of our workforce, of our skilled trades workforce in Nova Scotia. So changes to the structure of the board with the context of the budget and what it will do to funding to non-trades related programs for the next 4 years, in the context of Bill 12, which gives NSCC the ability to grant degrees, these changes to governance structure could very well have a destabilizing impact on the operations and the scope of programs that NSCC is able to sustain and make available to students in every corner of this province. And I think that's an impact taking a minute to sit with, intended or unintended. Lastly, Speaker, my initial remarks on this bill also drew attention to Clause 6, and we'll speak more at length about that clause when we get specifically to it. But I understand Clause 6 to demonstrate that government in some way has turned its mind to the question of how will people who sit on the Skilled Trades Council, this subgroup of the board of NSCC, this group that will be charged with oversight of the operation of trades-related training at 13 NSCC campuses in every corner of the province. How big will it be and who will sit on it? Which are important questions when you have a board with decision-making powers over programs that have the impact that they do on our province. I offered what I hope the minister received as constructive suggestions about at least principles that I hope he would consider in determining the size in the composition of this council. I haven't had any indication that the minister intends to amend any language about the regulations that would govern who sits on this council. But I want to say once again, on principle, that I think that if the government and the sponsoring minister intend this council, when they talk about under 6C IV, representation on the council by stakeholder groups, given that these criteria will become the regulations that the minister must adhere to in the selection or the appointment of these council members in due time, it's probably worth delineating who those stakeholder groups are. Are the stakeholder groups, I don't want to say merely, so as to suggest that the perspective of skilled trades, unions, and councils are not significant and substantial stakeholders? They absolutely are, and they deserve to be part of this council. But what other stakeholders, in my view, Speaker, and I think in the view I've heard the minister at various times rise in this House and speak about the project of making the trades a more equitable sector for folks who work in it, particularly groups that have been historically underrepresented, particularly women and individuals who identify as gender diverse. Stakeholder groups through that lens. If we're going to think about an equity lens on this question, we should be thinking about how African Nova Scotians and Nova Scotians who are Mi'kmaq, Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit, those are all populations that are underrepresented in the skilled trades in Nova Scotia. Does this council warrant designated representation as stakeholders named in these regulations? And I think if this is the minister's intention, I think it would go a long way, perhaps for the government to expand or delineate who it means when it says stakeholder groups, so that there is clarity and clear signals to groups about who the government views as critical partners in stewarding trades-based education at NSCC in the long run, and which stakeholder groups the government recognizes are perhaps underrepresented populations that are key potential sources of additional candidates to become skilled tradespeople. I think it's relational. I think it's wise. I think it's prudent. I think it's constructive and progressive. And I think if the minister were so inclined to further define stakeholder groups, this is not a bad place in this legislation to be clear about who he intends that to be. And in so doing, perhaps dismantling any apprehension that particularly underrepresented groups, they might say, oh gosh, here we go. Here's another minister that's just going to appoint a bunch of old boys to another board. I don't believe that's the minister's intention, but it's not inconceivable that groups that have been consistently excluded might read that stakeholder groups as predictive of that kind of dynamic in future. So, there are, we don't object to the creation of a school within a school. I believe that this legislation, I certainly, like the minister, as the critic for labor and skills, do my utmost to liaise with members of the skilled trade sector in our province. And I understand this legislation to be responsive to brave conversations that industry is having with the minister about how to address the shortage of trained, qualified, skilled tradespeople in our that we train up at home and that go to work in our industries here at home. That's a project that's worthy of government attention. We recognize that the government's efforts to be responsive to those wishes expressed by the sector. But at the same time, while we support the larger project, we think the concerns and the questions that we've noted, both in my initial remarks and second reading, but that I also offer here, I have made no effort whatsoever to be salacious or hyperbolic in presenting my concerns and my thoughts about the legislation before the House. And that's because I believe this bill has the potential to be a significant net positive for our province. And if the government were amenable to changes to address those concerns, a good bill could be an excellent one. And so with that, Speaker, I thank you for the time to speak broadly to the bill through Clause 1, and I look forward to speaking a little bit later on specific clauses that I mentioned in these remarks. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member and leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wish we had had some notice that we were moving this bill for amendment tonight. We can't amend bills anymore at what used to be called law amendments. This is the one shot. And so it would be great if the stakeholders that cared about this bill knew that this was happening. I've heard from lots of instructors in NSCC, people implicated by the proposals in this bill, which does make some sweeping changes. I guarantee you that 0% of them knew that this bill would be being debated tonight. And I want to echo very briefly the comments of my colleague as regards to the change in the process of appointing the president of the Nova Scotia Community College. This is a really troubling pattern, Chair. We seem to have a bill like this every session now. We're dissolving Crown corporations. First, it was the two that existed when the government came in. I think it was Invest and Develop. Then it was the Health Authority doesn't have a board, and there was a hand-picked CEO. I don't know who runs the Health Authority now, but for a while there was an interim CEO for 5 years. The Bridge Commission was an independent body. It no longer is. And so it really begs the question of, like, why. I understand that this government wants to move quickly. Indisputable. They want to move quickly. But I guess what I want to say is all of this legislation outlasts this government. And I think it's setting up an incredibly problematic structure of the way our public institutions run. And so we saw with Research Nova Scotia, which was a sort of a similar cut, that there is this expression of a desire to align these institutions that receive government funding with government priorities. And on the face of it, that sounds fine, except for when those priorities are so centralized and so seemingly partisan that they could really negatively impact institutions that are by design have to think longer term. So obviously universities are the biggest example of that. The changes we saw come into the universities and the Minister of Education's ability to interfere in unprecedented ways with decisions of the Senate and things of that nature. But I would argue that the community college isn't that different. And so, for instance, the government's current focus appears, although this is not what anybody went to the polls about, but it appears to be resource extraction. So that's fine. That's what this government's decided. And there are a number of programs that might align with that at the community college. But one of the things that this government hasn't identified as a priority is childcare. And there's a number of programs that align with that at the community college. And so this is a really great example of how, if this government has decided that right now the focus has to be resource extraction, then maybe those programs, due to their new ability to influence, and I would argue that, I mean, understanding the NSCC system as far as I do, you know, it's already a very collaborative relationship. Like, it's not like there's not conversations happening all the time between government and education and even labor before it moved to labor. Like, that conversation is alive, and it has been through every administration I've witnessed. So the question is, like, why does this government need more control? Why is this government not content with collaboration and consultation and working together with an institution? Why does this government need to control every institution? Because I'll tell you, like, no government has all the answers. This is why we have a public service. This is why we have universities. This is why we have colleges. This is why we have independent organizations. This is why once upon a time, crown corporations had boards that functioned. Because we need a check. That's what democracy is. That's what good government, and forget about democracy, like, let's not be lofty, but like, that's what good governance is. Like, open any textbook. From junior high right up through the university and beyond. It will all, if you read about good governance, it will tell you about checks and balances, it will tell you about independent advice, and this government is systematically dismantling every space at which that exists in our entire provincial ecosystem. In this case of education, but also healthcare, but also research. And I would argue that it is a huge mistake. We already have good relationships, or did. I don't know now, but certainly did. And now we move into a situation where we don't know if we can trust our institutions anymore. We don't know what changes will happen. I mentioned Research Nova Scotia, so I gave that childcare example, and some people might think that's fanciful, but I spoke to someone today who was so upset about the changes to Research Nova Scotia that in fact they're leaving the province. Because they were a researcher and they were cross-appointed in various ways. And they said, well, because I'm not researching in an area that is a priority to government, I can't get anything done. I mean, maybe the Minister of Service Efficiency can think about this, but the CBC recently reported, and I don't have the document to table, but I'll get it, that research grants into the following subjects were scrapped because of the government's direction around the Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act, which increased the minister's authority. Wait for it, because maybe you'll hear echoes of what we're debating in the budget. Research grants into the following subjects were scrapped: disease detection, diagnosis, treatment and prevention, healthcare delivery systems, caring for vulnerable populations, and promoting future health and well-being. Those don't meet the current government short-term view of what its research priorities are. Like, that should be embarrassing, honestly. And I understand, I understand this government wants to get things done. But if this government isn't able to offer some independence to institutions who think long-term about the province, who think long-term about our labor force needs, who are looking at projections that go out more than a 3-year election cycle, then we're going to have a lot of problems. And so, you know, without much hope of change, I want to say that in general, we know we need more skilled trades. In general, we want a good relationship between the community college and government, which again, that relationship has always existed. But every single time we're up here talking about this kind of change, which is every single session, it's overreach, Mr. Chair. And it's overreach whose purpose is never clearly explained. We're never actually given, I mean, not forget about clearly explained, nobody knows it's coming, but even if people know it's coming, like there's no opportunity to really understand why this change is really needed. Why wouldn't we just have an independent process that picks the best person? Why would we allow more ability for government to influence that? Do we want to be so, I mean, does this government really want to make the statement that the community college is only going to be successful if they have a hand in hand picking the president? That seems like a bad look to me. It really does. I think, you know, I mean, years and years ago, different government, I'll pick on the Liberals for a second. When the Liberals were in power and they got rid of school boards, we couldn't figure out why. Like you had, I mean, I know that there were problems with some school boards. I'm not saying they didn't need reform, but you had a layer of accountability and independence that I would think would also be a bit of a shield for the government. It was. They could say, well, you know, the school board wants to do this, but, you know, that's not, call your school board. But also that was really valuable because there was that layer. And I think we want independent institutions. I think that's what people want in our province. I think people want good governance by smart people to help us move these giant complex systems along, whether it's education or healthcare or research. And again, in this bill, I think we see overreach. We see this government, you know, wanting their supermajority to extend its tentacles into all areas of life, while at the same time, it must be said, cutting staff from the NSCC. So more control, less resources. At a time when we need skilled trades more than we ever have. And not just, you know, and we need workers of all kinds that the NSCC is so good at helping us to train, whether it's, you know, CCAs or ECEs or whatever it is, all kinds of healthcare professionals. So fewer resources, more control, and I think it's going to come back to haunt this government. Because when those layoffs begin to happen at the NSCC and when those programs begin to close, and we've already seen the influence of some of government's agenda. So we've seen creative programs already shut down at the NSCC. I think the music arts was discontinued, and my understanding was that that was directly due to engagement with government. We all know, and we're certainly going to hear this week about how much this government values arts and culture in this province. But it seems like maybe the government's offside around arts and culture. And so that's another example. This government might not think that educating future culture workers is part of their priority. But how are they going to feel when there's no museums for the tourists to go to? And we begin to lose languages again because we're not supporting Gaelic and we're not supporting French and we're not supporting the things that make our province so unique and so beautiful in the way that we once did. So I say all of that to illustrate that, or to remind this government, I guess, that they don't know everything, and that's okay. Governments aren't supposed to know everything. They're supposed to have a vision, and then they're supposed to rely on smart people. And I have to say that in this session, in this bill, and in the budget, I don't see a vision, and I don't see a reliance on smart people in our province who can help us, especially at this moment, which is pretty bleak financially, to work towards a better and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Were you standing? I think. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to rise for a few minutes on the general intent of this bill and bring forward some of the things I think are really missing from the bill, that if we were really serious about overcoming the challenge of getting people into the trades that we would be doing, and could have been reflected in this bill. So, you know, I guess I would echo my colleagues, and I won't at length, but just, you know, why is this being done? What is the rationale? What are the expected results from creating this institute? And how do they differ from what would have happened with the status quo? You know, we want more people in the skilled trades, yes. So what is the vision, as my colleague said? What is the vision? What do you expect to change? What do you see happening? What are the key results? Is it more students? Is it faster training? Like, what is it? Because it's not been made clear. And, you know, I would argue that it's really important to be able to look at the money we spend on the behalf of Nova Scotians and tell them what they got for it. So I do really emphasize that. I, too, am concerned about yet another consolidation of power into a minister. I think this is, you know, I think this has been done by this government time and time again at their peril. You know, there's lots of reasons why we want independence in educational institutions in this case, and I'm very concerned about that. But I also just wanted to raise the point that, you know, this push, that we want people in skilled trades, yes, and yet there's a few things we could be doing. So I've tabled it more than once. I can table it again, but the YWCA Halifax did a study of the experience of women and gender diverse folks in trades. And what they found was that those folks were experiencing a lot of harassment. And if you talk to folks who have, you know, done some of the trades, and there's a couple of other programs I'm thinking of, but who are women who are gender diverse, they kind of talk about like how tough it can be, right? And so we have a report, we have the research, we have ideas from the YWCA. If we wanted to, I mean, I think, you know, if we look at who's involved in the skilled trades, we don't have enough women and gender diverse folks. And so how would we make that easier for them? We'd make it safer workplaces. And not once have I heard any of the various ministers of labor, skills, and immigration talk about doing anything with that report, talk about taking action on harassment in the trades. I would also suggest that there's another way. We've presented gendered analysis around the MOST program, for instance. So, you know, I know the Premier recently said, oh, it was really hard when sometimes we had to say no to people in the MOST program and they were 31 and they couldn't qualify. We've presented the evidence about the age at which women generally are ready to enter the trades. And I believe that people were starting their apprenticeship at 28 or 29. And so the construction of the MOST program essentially leaves out the majority of women who seek employment in the skilled trades. Again, we want more people in the skilled trades. Degender the program. Look at the results and make it more open. And then, you know, I would also, as part of that vision, you know, we are talking about skilled trades. Yes, we're also talking about, you know, the green economy, like offshore wind, onshore wind. And the Ecology Action Centre has also prepared a report looking at the current workforce and who we're training and how many. And there is a dearth of people being trained in that area. And again, this bill could have been a chance to have taken a look at some of the really tough and sticky issues, challenges that we have about getting people into the skilled trades. And it chose not to, which is a shame. And with that, I will take my seat.
For Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to be brief in the points that I have to make tonight. I'm disappointed, but unfortunately not at all surprised that I'm standing for the second time today to talk about my concern on the consolidation of power that this government is trying to have. So giving the Premier the ability to appoint the president of the Nova Scotia Community College rather than it being selected by the NSCC Board of Governors is quite concerning. It basically allows for, you know, it's becoming political rather than it being selected by somebody based on their merits. It could be given to whoever the Premier feels like, basically. And you know, what's, I'm going to quote a couple of my colleagues, and you know, about the questions of what are we doing here. My colleague from Halifax, Armdale, has previously said, what is the problem you're trying to solve? And I feel like, you know, it's good for all of us to really ask this question when looking at various bills being debated in the House. And this is a big one. What is the problem that has been identified that this bill is supposed to be solving? What's the reason? Has the appointment by the NSCC Board of Governors been viewed as ineffective by this government? If so, just say so. Be clear with what you're trying to do here. As my colleague from Halifax, Shabakto, has also previously asked, why? Why is this something that this government feels that they need to interfere with? Because really, at the end of the day, this is political interference. This is not trying to make something more effective or more efficient or faster, stronger, more, whatever talking points this government likes to use. So, you know, there's something really special about NSCC, and I haven't, you know, I haven't attended it myself, but it's very specific in its mandate of what it's achieving to, you know, address labor shortages or labor needs in our province. And so what's really special about it is that it's people who have worked in these fields that that lead the way when it comes to what happens, what is taught, how it's taught at NSCC. And, you know, again, disappointed, but not at all surprised that that this bill is suggesting political interference with a process that, as far as I've heard, has been working fine. And another thing that's unsurprising is that this government has a track record of politically interfering with higher education. So this is not the first time that we've had to discuss changes that just don't make sense. There's no place for politics in education. That's plain and simple. You know, in Bill 12 from the last spring, it gave the Minister of Advanced Education broad powers to align the priorities of universities and colleges with the priorities of this government and with, you know, Research Nova Scotia as well. So basically saying that funding and support for these what should be nonpartisan bodies that are the core of, you know, preparing our youth for the future, it's all going to be up to politics. It just, you know, again, it doesn't make sense wanting to centralize the power in one person's hands. So yeah, I mean, that's really the point that I was trying to make. Disappointed, not surprised, consolidation of power. What problem was identified that this bill is supposed to solve, and why? And I look forward to hearing from the minister about this. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you now rise and report progress to the House.
The motion is carried. We'll rise and report back to the House.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 186, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favorable consideration of the House.
Ordered that the bill be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, this concludes the government business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Tuesday, March the 10th, between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Government business for tomorrow will be the Committee of the Whole on Supply, second reading of Bill number 198, the Financial Measures Act, Committee of the Whole House, Bills number 196, Community Colleges, 193, Powering the Economy, 201, Justice and Social Services, and 187, Birthplace of Hockey.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 10th between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.